shadows of the void where darkness reigns stands the Mordian 50th, where courage remains. With last guns gleaming and hearts of steel, they march into battle with grim resolve to deal. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke, they press on, facing Vexino's horde until the dawn. With every volley, they hold the line. Their determination, an unbreakable sign.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th,
For you.
answering
Mobile
the
infantry made me the man I am today.
Though the enemy's technology may be advanced, the Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one. Their bravery shining brighter than the sun. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Hello again and welcome to another Mordian Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream, a Monday stream, a stream to start the week off right. And I don't mean to alarm you, but we are getting into it early this week because I think we've got some beef. Monday beef. I know, look, right. I never intended to cover beef this much. Honestly, truthfully, I never. I just cover what goes on in the world of wargaming, and I like Imperial Guard. That's just me. Okay, that's just who I am. But apparently, we're getting to the point now where we ain't closing weeks with beef. We is starting weeks with beef. Woo, baby, and it's a difficult one as well. Because the beef has cometh for the last refuge of the GW bubble. The last place where gamers could find sanctuary. The old world. I think we are starting to see all of the telltale signs that just like Heresy, just like 40k, just like AOS, just like Necromunda, just like Lord of the Rings, Corpo GW has set their sights on the old world. Classic GW maneuvers. What if we halve the amount of minis in the box and yet charge exactly the same amount, if not in some cases more? For all of you who missed out on this back in the day, when they just took all the guardsmen out of the 20-man guardsman boxes, well, lucky you, you get to experience it firsthand. Woo, baby. There are some pretty pissed off old worlders, and I don't blame them. However, the good news is, that it's not all doom and gloom, because they don't seem to be coming for the rules just yet. But so there's still time. There's still little islands, little pockets of cope that we could all take sanctuary on. But we'll have to wait and see how long that lasts. Yellow energy, I love that. By the way, huge thank you to all of you who enjoyed the double beef bill this week, or today, with the videos that went out, especially those of you who watched the yellow energy video today. I had so many positive comments from people saying, my God, this is exactly what's happening at my workplace. This is exactly what happened at the last place I was at. God, this explains so much. That's because the reason it explains so much is because I do not tell you stories. I do not tell you stories. I recant examples. Real life examples. And that's why so many people can relate to them. All right. And on that note, let's get into the stream proper. Guys, it's a Mordian Glory Just Chatting stream today. So even though we've got a couple of beefy topics to get started with, actually, we can talk about anything and everything. So we can talk about Warhammer 40k, Old World, Bolt Action, Conflict 47, fuck it, Battletech. Nostalgia Vivek will come along with this fucking boat game. Boats or ships. There you go. So we could talk about anything. I know it's been the weekend as well, so I'm sure many of you have been doing lots of hobbying projects. If you want to share what those hobbying projects are, we can take a look at some pictures and everything. Painting tips. Sure, I'm not the best painter you see, but I can share what I know. Or if you've got any painting tips you want to share, we can do that as well. We could talk about competitive play, casual play, narrative play, any of it. Army list building, all that kind of good stuff. If you just want to sit here and contemplate the follies of mankind, of which there are many, then we can do that as well. But we could talk about anything and everything. I've got a couple of things I want to touch upon, but truly, as always, the floor is open. So don't feel restricted in any way, shape, or form by today's stream. I just have a couple of things I like to sort of have there, sort of, if we need something to talk about, but I'm sure you guys will have lots of topics you want to bring up as well. And that's awesome. So with all of that said, now let's properly get into the stream. And we must begin with our traditions, because traditions are very important on the Mordian Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us. for the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. Stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby! Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to rock out with their yellow energy out? We have got Thrilling Dudes, Spriggs, Sergeant Vivek, Macan, Mad Lad, Ix, Cavasius, The Game Maker, 55 Thomas 35, Mad Larkin, Florida Eccentric, Zello, Killak Nelak, Small Hornet, Reagan 9000, Mordred, KF Kroll. Shit, I lost my place. Florida Eccentric, Lord Pulpy, The Kerbermeister, Ryan Tomlinson, Whispering Monk, Simon Phoenix, Mark Cole, Kavad G383, Silo Shaw, Hammock, Mutt Dog 1945, The Lower Decks 40k, Clover, Vladimir, Obelisk, Leaf Winter, Phil Campbell, Drifter, Deanstein, Joe, Zukov's Boots, UC, Stacey Pierce, Mostly Harmless, Brown Bread, Pastor Blast, Stephen X, Russell W, Nota Prime, Sonsu, Lemon King, Teapot, Pigeon Toady, Hoskill, Dynasty, Ed, Scott, Yuli. There we go, done them all. I'm gonna fucking like, I was gonna pass out. Thank you so much to all of you beautiful bastards for joining today's stream. Airborne coming in there as well. Nice. Drew Martini, there we go. James, we'll get you all in. There we are. There we are. Thank you so much to all of you beautiful bastards for joining today. Don't forget to go ahead and like the stream, subscribe to the channel, all that good shit. You guys know what to do. You know what? If you don't want to like the stream, how about you go ahead and fucking dislike it? I dare you. I bet you won't do it. I bet you won't dislike the stream. I bet you're too much of a pussy to dislike the stream, aren't you? Yeah? Ha! You fool! I bet you just disliked the stream, didn't you? Well, YouTube can't tell the difference between likes and dislikes. They just see engagement. So you've just boosted the stream. You clicked it twice. Damn it! He's foiled my plan. There you go. Like the stream or your GW slug. Exactly, Hammock. Exactly. But no, seriously, thank you to everyone that has liked and, you know, and disliked and chatted away, all that kind of good stuff. Absolutely fantastic. I also want to take a moment to say a huge thank you to everyone that's got the stream popping off, baby! Coming in with the super chats and the memberflex and the gifted memberships and all of that good stuff. And let us take a moment now to go through and thoroughly wank them off, and those people who have gone above and beyond the Call of Duty. Started off with Russell W. Russell W, thank you for not one, not two, but 5 gifted memberships, baby. Yes. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you for your support. Thank you for keeping us freshly stocked with new conscripts. Thank you for being an absolute giga chad. I also want to say a huge thank you to Dark Knight Curran. Yes. Dark Knight Curran, thank you for the 40 months. X-Force, baby. Closing in on 4 years. 07. You are closing in on 4 years, which reminds me, I still haven't done the 4-year badge thing yet, which I do need to do. Some of you have been wearing your plasma pistols with pride for well over 4 years at this point. So I do need to sort that out. I think I'm going to go for either a sword or a melter gun, but I do need to sort it out. In fact, oh shit, no, I'm not. No, I am going to write it down. In fact, I'm going to grab a pen and I'm going to write it down so I don't forget, because I keep fucking forgetting. Oh, bloody hell, running over a water bottle. Don't worry. I know you're all ADHD riddled. And the moment that someone steps out of view of the camera, be like, oh, I'm going to click off the stream. I'm bored now. But I'm back already. Don't worry. All right. There you are. PJs Mordian. Hamhook. How can they be my PJs if I've been wearing them all day? There you are. This is my standard work attire. I did my time. 10 years of it. Wearing suits and ties and shoes and socks and all the other decadent little boxes that the corporate world puts us into. Now I walk around in a t-shirt and my pajama bottoms, no socks on, just raw dogging life, having a great time. There you are. The decadent. I did my time in Azkaban. There you are. What have we got next? Meryl, my boy. Meryl, thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for your support. As always, Meryl, I will raise my glass to you. Thank you so much for your incredible support, your customary support. You always join, you always give that membership, mate, and I always appreciate you. Thank you, buddy. All right. We have got the Lower Decks. The Lower Decks, thank you for the super chat. When does your GSC get a run in 11th edition? I mean, sooner rather than later, I would say. But I've got to go through some of the big... I've got to hit those big ticket guard items first. I've got to run like maximum pure infantry guard, even if it's terrible. I got to do that. I've got to run maximum tanks. I've got to run some sort of Shrek maxing list and all this kind of stuff. So I've got to... It will happen in 11th edition. And I do want to run guard... I want to run GSC as... at Brew Brothers and Auxilia, but I've got some big ticket items that I want to tick off first, if pos. Yeah. I mean, these are items that I already have all the models for, so it's fine. So I can do those. And my GSC does need a little bit of work doing to it, not a lot. Needs a little bit of work doing to it. So whilst I'm playing guard at tournaments and events and making videos about them, I can bust out the GSC on the painting desk. Although interestingly, you might Lower Decks, you might see the GSC in action relatively soon, just because Simon wants to use his Steel Legion, not today obviously, which was this Monday, but next Monday. And if he wants to run Steel Legion, I might run GSC. Just to, so I can run in a battle report sooner rather than later. But yeah. So probably I'll run them in a bat rep sooner, but I won't run them in a after action report till later. That's probably the way of doing it. All right. Arrow, I saw a super heavy and Borgans list in person today. Absolutely hilarious. Is it spreading? Yes. Not the GSC. The utterly stat-checking skew bullshit list is spreading. Yes! All right, I love that. What do we got next? Dark Knight! Dark Knight Curran, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes! The corporate zombies march towards the last fertile land in the GW ecosystem, and I am terrified. Is there anything we can do to hold the line? So I wouldn't worry too much about it with Old World for a couple of reasons. And I'll get into this as well when I cover this in the bit that I'll put onto Intellect Stream highlight and stuff. By the way, the big beef topics today will be going out of stream highlights. So if you can't stick around and watch the entire stream, don't worry, I've always got you. I know I'm a terrible content creator. I should be trying to bait you and guilt you into watching to the very end of the stream to find out the information, but I'm just not going to do that. I appreciate people have got lives. They want to get on with their days. So if you want to stick around and get it live, great. If you want to wait for it to come out the stream highlight in the next week or so, there you go. All right. But to give you a bit of the hope of this whole Old World beef, I really wouldn't worry about it too much with Old World, because the Old World community has basically already taken control of its game. So GW can fuck with the game as much as they want, and the Old World community will just essentially just ignore them. So an initial good example of this is when you look at the Renegade rules for Square Based. If GW comes out with some absolutely bollocks rule set, or bollocks update in some way, shape, or form, which so far they haven't shown to do. So far they've been quite good at the rules updates. But if they did go for if they absolutely balls it up, then there would be I mean, I have no doubt that the Square base guys would do this because not only are they massive fans of the game and they actually care, but also, it's good for their channel and everything. I have no doubt that the Square base guys would come out with a Renegade FAQ. And everyone would just go, okay, yeah, we're going to use the Renegade rules. Just like when the old world, when GW went, oh yeah, you can't use half the factions in the old world, and the old world community went, ha, yeah, no, we're not doing that, GW. Off you fuck to Warhammer World, give us the rules, we'll fix them. Yeah. So I think that the Renegade, I think the fact that the whole Renegade system exists, and not only exists, but I would say more so than I've actually ever seen in any GW game in like 22 years. Well, longer than that, but we'll say the last 15 years, just to be conservative. That's 15 years of me playing this game properly. The fact that the Renegade system is so widely accepted is awesome. Because like even back in the days of Horus Heresy, not many people play with Panoptica. Like some people did, but it wasn't completely widely accepted. It was just sort of a niche within a niche. Whereas it is completely accepted to just play the Renegade rules. Tournaments run it, right? Most tournaments will, if you're running Skaven, say you can run Renegade Skaven. It's that simple. So not only, so I don't really fear what GW is going to do around Old World. I'm still going to cover it in a look how much they're fucking up kind of way. Lol, 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 we can all eat some popcorn and enjoy it. But I don't see it as a great dooming moment because the old world community has seized the means of the game. Comrades, seize the means of production. But they've seized the game. They've taken control of the game, right? And you might say, oh, but what if GW starts fucking with the models and all that kind of stuff? GW already fucked with the models, and what did the community do? They took control again. If Games Workshop decides to completely fuck with the models, do you think that's going to stop any? Think about the comes out there, like, what was it, Avatars of War, Highland Minis, just for like 3D printing artists, for example. And then you've also got plenty of hard plastic alternatives, which are so much easier for people to use. Like in 40k, it's kind of like you need to use the official fucking looking Space Marines, right? You don't need to, but it's kind of harder to get people to accept like non-marine Marines, right? It's a bit different with the guard. With the guard, I think we're very lucky because we can be like, yeah, these are totally guardsmen. But with things like Marines and Orcs, people tend to be a lot more like, no, you must use the proper ones. When you go over to like Old World, it's like, cool, where are those elves from? Oh yeah, they're from Mantic. Cool, where are those Empire troops from? Oh yeah, they're from Warlord. They're the Landsknecht. Oh, where are those Cathay from? Yeah, they're like from the Japanese starter army. Oh, cool. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just, oh, yeah, Perry Miniatures. Oh, what are those Petonians? Oh, they're Perry Miniatures or Fireforge Games. Right? You see what I mean? Like, so GW, this is the funny thing. This is why GW really needs to, like, they need to really not fuck with the old world community, because the old world community has already basically shown GW that if you fuck with this, you're going to be not part of the conversation. And so GW, in a funny sort of way, is in a very strange position then, where they want to, flex their dicks like they always do at the 40k community, but they don't actually have the power. If GW like stopped Old World tomorrow, I genuinely don't think it would stop people from playing Old World. It wouldn't. I think people would still play it. I think people would still do shops for it, still do tournaments for it. I think that shops would find ways of supporting it, whether it's via selling alternative models or just continuing to like host events and stuff like that. Yeah. So no, I don't think. I don't fear. And we'll get into Killmeister. We'll get into. Don't worry, you might be confused. We'll get into the details of it a little bit later on. I'll explain the whole thing. I'm just kind of giving an end game summary for those people that are kind of already in the know. But I don't fear GW's GW and Old World. Likewise, I think GW's really fucking up Necromunda as well at the moment, and I do not fear what GW does with Necromunda, even slightly. Yeah. Now people are saying, will this ever happen with 40k? And the answer is no. 40k is already, it's too far gone. Like, it's like genuinely 40k is too far gone. The community has already basically become programmed to accept the way things are. The 40k community has essentially, via about a decade of boiling the frog, has realistically has now been programmed and molded into the community that GW always wanted. So you won't. I don't think you'll find the same thing with 40k. I think people like the way 40k is. I think all the people that don't like the way 40k is these days have already left. They've already gone. They've already gone to places like Old World. They've already gone to places like Necromunda. They've already gone to other ecosystems. They already have done. So the people that are left over in the 40k community and the new people that get cultivated, that come in and get cultivated by that community, they're already programmed. This is why 40k, this is one of the reasons why GW loves 40k so much. Not because it sells a fuckload of money, but because the community has shown a ridiculous tolerance. At this point, it actually likes the way that GW does things. Yeah. And by the way, I'm not even shitting on modern 40k. You might notice that I purposefully didn't actually use negative language. I just sort of talked about like in a more objective way. Yeah. That's why I don't think you'll see 40k fall. Despite what GW does, I don't think you'll see 40k fall. You may occasionally see GW move too quickly, at which point maybe they'll get a little bit of a wobble. But what they'll do is they'll pull it back and then start boiling slowly again. But I don't think you'll ever see I don't think you'll see 40k fall. Unless the only time you'll see 40k fall, or get taken down to one knee, perhaps, is if the only time I think you'll see it is if in the next 6-month annual report, you see GW make less money. Not no money, they'll still make millions. But if you see if the profit line, instead of just always going up, actually, let's say they made like 300 million, just off the top of my head, they made 300 million this time. If they made 250 million, that's when you'd see 40k starting to shit the bed. That's when I think and even then they still make 250 million. So it's all relative success, if you know, or relative less success. Relatively less success, if that makes sense. So yeah. Even then I don't think you'd see so that's kind of what I expect from games from 40k these days. Hex and Violence, thank you for the super chat. 4th edition 40k for the win. Well, that's basically it, right? Hex and Violence, that's basically it. All the people that want to continue to play 40k but don't like the way 40k is going have already gone to other ecosystem. For example, they've gone to Oldhammer / Midhammer. Yeah. So you're absolutely right. Quite a few folk asking for Mordheim to return for the sake of the game. I hope doesn't. We are now in a position where you don't want your game to get attention from Games Workshop. And that's not just me saying that. That is not me saying that. That's not me loading it with my shit bullets or anything like that. That is the way that's a generally held sentiment now. But it's a mixed bag because it's more mixed than that. But yeah. Then why am I still in Warhammer 40k? I enjoy playing. So my relation, it's a very good question, and I've answered it once. I'll answer it again because obviously I can come across like really negative. People might be like, "Why do you still cover Warhammer 40k if you hate it so much?" And despite what you might think, it's not a cynical reason. It's not, and because obviously I'll address any, how should we put this? Well, I'll address the negativity head on, which some people might say, "Oh, well, I just cover it for the money." I don't cover it for the money. Okay. And I can actually prove this because if I covered Warhammer 40k for the money, I wouldn't I wouldn't be so niche on what I cover. I wouldn't cover a niche within a niche, which is the guard within Warhammer 40k, right? The reason I still cover Warhammer 40k is because I still enjoy a certain aspect of Warhammer 40k, including in the modern system, which is I do enjoy. So I'm a competitive person, so I do enjoy the competitive aspect of modern Warhammer 40k. But before everyone goes, slug, yellow energy, right? Hang on. I enjoy the competitive aspect of war games in general, right? So, but I enjoy multiple aspects of wargaming. So my relationship with Warhammer 40k these days is I use that to scratch the competitive itch, right? That's why look at the content that I cover on this channel for Warhammer 40k. It's all competitively focused. You get the metadata breakdowns, you get the army list overviews, you get the battle reports, which tend to feature a more competitive slant. You get the most popular content that I do for Warhammer 40k is the tournament after action reports, where I will take something that's pretty crazy out there, take something that's pretty crazy, and I'll run it at an event. Or I'll take something that's pretty spicy and I'll run it at an event. But I used to cover a lot more Warhammer 40k stuff. I used to cover 40k from multiple angles. I used to cover it from, I used to cover it from much more vibes-based angles, as well as covering it from competitive angles. But with the way that 40k has evolved, I have also it's evolved in one direction. But as it's evolved in the direction, it stopped satisfying certain itches that I want to scratch with wargaming. Namely, I want to be able to play vibes-based games. I want to be looking forward to the lore. I want to be looking forward to updates and stuff like that. And so what I do is basically, I still play Warhammer 40k because I do find it is the best game for me to sort of scratch that competitive itch. But I now, where 40k also satisfied other itches, I now use other game systems to scratch itches. So it's no coincidence. It's no coincidence that my channel's content has evolved over time. Because previously I got all my Jones. I got to satisfy all my Jones from 40k. Now it only satisfies a specific Jones. Do you see what I mean? But I still enjoy playing Warhammer 40k in that way. I just used to play it in multiple ways, and now I just play it in that way, and I play other games in those other ways. If that makes sense. So yeah, I've become, and one last thing to mention is at the end of last year when I was extremely salty. And I was and I think it came across in my content, I was genuinely getting quite bothered by the direction 40k was going in and all that kind of stuff. And what I basically did at the end of last year is I kind of reevaluated my relationship with Warhammer 40k and reevaluated my relationship with Games Workshop. And I was like, okay, I can't be letting this stuff bother me and get to me. So I basically was like, okay, well, that's fine. We'll cover 40k in this way. We will engage with it in this way, but I need to be having some downtime with the war games essentially, and that's what I do now. That's what I do. So yeah, and that's kind of where so now, whereas before it used to really fuck me off the way that GW was, now I almost see it in an amusing way because I think, and I've said this before, I think I'm about 12 months ahead of a lot of people in the Warhammer 40k community right now. I do, right? What's interesting is a year ago, I was getting a lot of pushback for what I was saying. Now, I am getting a lot of support. And that's not just because my community has changed. Because if you look at the people who were in this community a year ago, and you look at the people that are in this community now, the same people that were there a year ago are still here. And we've got a bunch of new people in the community as well, because we've just grown. We've just had a year of growth, right? And those people that were here a year ago are now where I was. Those people here now, those that were with the channel a year ago that were pushing back and are still here, they are now in the same place that I was about a year ago. So I was just basically a year ahead, essentially. And that's where I say to people, don't worry about these things. Get all the salt, get all the beef out of your system, But what will happen is once you've got all of that shit out of your system, you'll then just basically reevaluate and reestablish your connection with Games Workshop and 40K in a very different way. And you'll start accepting it for the way that it is, but you won't change the way you are for it, if that makes sense. You'll just have to you just have to get used to the idea that wargaming is a lot bigger than just GW now, and you're probably going to have to go to other places rather than railing against system, railing against the man. Go, okay, I'm going to engage with this specific aspect of Warhammer, and I'm going to go elsewhere for those other aspects that I need to scratch. Yeah. So that's I know it's a very long answer, Klovac, but hopefully that kind of explains how I've kind of arrived in this interesting place where I can cover all of the shit that happens in 40K, and yet it doesn't bother me anymore, and I can still enjoy playing it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. No, so just over a year ago, if it wasn't GW, I don't want to hear about it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Matthew Sinclair, we're just talking about the Battle March boxes not being as good a deal as battalions. Yeah. Sort of Dawn, yes, I love 40K and the lore and the universe and the miniatures, but really love the bot action, Blood and Plunder as well. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's the and I truly think that people and look, I'll say this to Obelisk. I can see you say you don't care about Wargaming, you care about Warhammer. That's fine. And I know there's going to be a lot of people that share that sentiment. And you know what? You'll never find me saying that you're wrong for that. Okay. Because you like what you like. And I will always respect you for what you like. Like, and I think, Obelisk, you've seen that I've always treated people, even if we're not on the same wavelength, I've always treated people who might be on a different wavelength to me still with respect. Because that's the way we've got to do things, right? But I would just say this to you, Obelisk, and you might not be there yet. And you might never get there. Genuinely, you might be like, you know what? I just love Warhammer. I have no interest in anything else. And that's fine. But, because I was like that. But you might just want to keep your mind a little open. And the only reason I mention that, is because there are a lot of really, really enjoyable, not just wargaming systems, but wargaming universes and worlds for you to explore. There is. And you can absolutely love the shit out of Warhammer and the IP and the universe and the lore. And you can also enjoy other lore and game systems and universes as well. So it's genuinely, you can do what you want. I'm not your supervisor. I'm not your dad. But I do think that if I'm going to be honest with you, mate, I do think that you're missing out. I think that you are missing out. But it's your choice at the end of the day. Yeah. Warhammer is something my dad introduced me to. It's special. My big brother introduced me to Warhammer at the age of 4 when he came home with a tactical marine that had a Dark Elder head stuck on it and said, we play this now. I've been playing Warhammer for a very, very long time. It's incredibly special to me. Of course it is. I've grown up with it. There's never been a point in my life where I've not had it in my life, right? So it's incredibly special. But even as someone who has literally his earliest memories are of Warhammer, I still enjoy the rich world of wargaming that is out there. Because whilst Warhammer 40K, it can be very special, one should not limit oneself. One should explore the many delights that can be had on offer. Yeah. There you go. But like I said, I'm not even telling you that you're wrong. I'm just trying to encourage you to be slightly more open-minded. But that's it. If you don't want to, you will never find me demonizing you. Yeah. Who am I? Who am I to do that? It wouldn't even be in my nature. All right, what do we got next? Obelisk, speaking of which, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes. Thank you so much for the incredible support, man. My Jesus occult aesthetics take is that I wish most level occultists looked a bit more human. Neophytes were human, and they're still obviously wrong. Yes. I think you know what's interesting? I was very, very, very similar when it came to the way I built my Genestealer army as well. I didn't want the guys like claw hands and stuff like that. I wanted all of them and weird elbows and shit like that. I wanted them all to look relatively normal. So what I actually did initially for my Genestealer army is I only used the most human looking parts. And back in the day, GW sold a different Brood Brothers box, and that different Brood Brother box was the old plastic Cadians with a heavy weapon team and an upgrade sprue in there, and it was basically the same. It was only like a couple of quid more than the Cadian box. So it was a really good box. That naturally, it being a good deal, GW had to take it away. I mean, imagine if you get 10 Brood Brothers, a heavy weapon team, and an upgrade sprue for 20 quid, guys. That's what we were paying not that long ago. And when I say not that long ago, I mean like 6 years ago, 5 years ago. It wasn't that long ago, right? So I used a lot of those boxes because the Brood Brothers weren't like a separate thing back then. It was just an alternative box that you could buy. If you bought the Neophytes or you bought the Brood Brothers, you could basically use them however you want to make like cultists and stuff. So I used a shitload of those in my army. So I used a shitload in my army, basically. And that's why mostly my GSC look a bit more human and a bit less inhuman. Base guys just look like militia in my opinion. Yeah, dude, that's exactly what I did. Yeah, and I agreed with you 100%. I agreed 100%. I did end up, because I wanted to like expand the army, I did end up going back and using a bunch of the parts that I'd originally passed over, just that I could make a few, make like another like couple of dozen infantry out of them and whatnot. So I do have a few guys with the claw hands and shit and whatnot. But for my army, because I base off the Brotherhood of Nod, the ones that are a bit more fucked up and a bit more mutated, I just say they're the ones that have been exposed to the Tiberium for a bit longer. Yeah. There you are. But no, I agree. I think like, some a really cool Genestealer army would basically just be almost a pure guard army, but just with GSC symbols like everywhere. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. What do we got next? The Whispering Monk. Thank you for the super chat. What's the most fun Votann list you've faced? I haven't faced off against Votann yet in 11th edition. But towards the end of 10th edition, I think the most fun Votann list that I faced off was Double Hecaton Land Fortress. It was Double Hecaton and it was just a very moon buggy list. It was a couple of Hecatons, 4 Sagittars, and just a fucking shitload of like little 5-man squads jumping out of them. It was just a very mech guard style army, but with guardsmen that were slightly shorter than human. But I'm very pro. I have never really been anti Votann. I was anti the way they were implemented in 9th edition, but as a faction, I've never had particularly ill will towards Votann. I have dabbled with the idea of even starting them a few times. I have. I think the only I've said it before. I'll say it again. The thing that puts me off starting Votann is I just frankly just cannot. I just can't get myself to buy a new full Warhammer army, not a new in-box one. I just like I could like probably afford it. Okay, like I'm not. You guys are very generous and you guys support the channel very well, so I could afford it. So it's not a case of like, oh, if I'd have to live a hard life on the never if I bought a Warhammer army, right? Just be clear. But I don't know about you guys. I've mentioned this before, but I have this like line. It's like there's like the line in the chest kind of thing, and it's when you sort of. And maybe I'm a bit out of date. Maybe I'm like a boomer, at this point. You know, where, well, maybe if you just didn't buy so many coffees and didn't have avocado and toast all the time, maybe, you know, rah, rah, rah. But no, back in my day, you know, I used to be able to get ice cream for 99p or blah, 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 you know, and all this kind of stuff. But in my back, it's just, if I bought a Warhammer army, brand new, even from a 15%, 20% discount retailer, I'm still looking at like 6, 7. I mean, you're probably looking at £1,000. What in pounds? And you might say, well, it costs that much more, dude. Hang on. It's all of the additional costs. It's not just the models themselves. You've also got the building of the models, which is a huge time investment as well. And you've got all of the ancillary costs, like you've got to have like the codex for them. Because I do quite like having a physical book. Although to be fair, I probably wouldn't bother with that. But you've got to paint them all and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, even if we say maybe £1,000 is a bit much, but I do think that between by the time you've built all the models, you've bought the models, built the models, painted all the models, signed up to a few tournaments for them and all this kind of stuff, right? I think you are probably looking at about £1,000. And I'm just like, you know, and some people say, oh, buy like secondhand, and you can absolutely save money from buying models secondhand. But I find, unless you're willing to compromise a little bit in your effectiveness, remember what I said, I like to play Warhammer 40k competitively, which means I like to try and be effective. You end up probably having to still buy plenty of stuff new in box. Let's say I buy a Votan squad and it comes with the wrong special weapons. Okay, well, I probably am going to have to go and get the right special weapons for that. Now, some people might say, oh, but Mordian, you said like WYSIWYG isn't really a thing. WYSIWYG isn't really a thing, but you have to take into account that and this might sound, most people won't care, but it is a factor that I need to take into account, which is, as a content creator, I am under slightly more scrutiny. If I do a battle report, or if I do a taunt report, and there is a significant portion of my army which clearly doesn't have the right equipment, even if my opponents at the time are fine with it, I will get, you know, I will get a bunch of pushback from people who are going to be viewing it online, and I have to obviously take that into account, right? So you mean like Ursus Ogrin? You see, the thing is, the difference with Ursus Ogrin is that that's not a wrong model. That's a acceptable counts as. Does that make sense? Like, no one is going to mistake what that Ursus is. But if I've got a bunch of Votan and every single squad is running the wrong weapons, then people will be like, this is a bag of shit. Right? So you see what I mean? So if I'm going to be getting an army and I want to be enjoying it, but also making content with it, it probably is going to cost me £1,000 all in. Right? It's probably going to cost me £1,000 all in. And frankly, even if I can afford that, I don't know, there's just something in my chest which just goes, that's just a bit much. You know? That's just a little much. That's a bit rich for my blood. Kind of thing. So, yeah. So that's the thing so basically what I'm trying to say is I would love to get a Votan army, but I genuinely feel priced out. I genuinely feel priced out. There's a chat. I'm not saying I won't, but I definitely have to sort of get over that cost. Yeah. But I do love Votan. I do love them. I love dwarves in general. Gotrek and Felix is one of my favorite fantasy series. I recommend it to everybody. Yeah. What type of list would you run? I mean, come on, stuff. You know what I'm going to run. Give me some Hecatons. Give me some Sagitars. I need 60 of the basic battle line guys straight up. You know, and the thing is, I'm not just going to collect 2k, am I? I'm going to get 3K, 4K, 5K, like, you know, especially knowing me, right? So that's the thing. It's just, and all, you know, it's just one of those things where maybe the Votan army will be, you know, if, I'll tell you this, if Vibes comes back to modern 40k in a big way, if I don't have to be quite so worried about everything being absolutely perfect, then, and that can bring the cost down a little bit, then I'll be the first one to get into the Votan. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, for right now, I just think, and the other thing is, as I said with the GSC thing earlier, I've got so much guard stuff that I need to be covering with the new edition first anyway, that it's a project I wouldn't get around to for a little bit anyway, which I'm also totally okay with. And I'll tell you this, another big reason why I'm kind of holding off on the Votan. I've got a couple of boxes of them, thank you to Walario, so I might just satisfy my Votan Jones by building and painting those and see how I feel. Sometimes I do occasionally just paint one squad or something and go, you know what, I don't need a whole army now. That scratched that itch. But another big reason I'm holding off on the Votan is because I want to see where the balance patch goes. Right now, they're a really fun, honest army, but I want to see what the next two balance patches bring to the table. Yeah. I want to see that. So, yeah. So, no, I'm not. And so, hopefully, you know, Canorian and others, I think you guys can see I'm being extremely reasonable on this whole Votan thing. I'm being extremely reasonable for, you know, the reasons why I want to get the army, but also reasons why I'm maybe holding off on the army. I'm not, you know, I'm just, it's just something, it's obviously something I'm interested in right now. I'm being a savvy consumer. Do you know what I mean? I'm just trying to be a savvy consumer. That's it. Hex of Violence, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the Giga Chat. GSC content today, please. What do you want to talk about? What do you want to talk about? I can talk. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the only GSC thing that I want to talk, that I could really talk about off the top of my head, would be working out what my Brew Brother Xenocreed list would be. But that's the only thing I have a very specific vision for my Genes to the Occult, and I'm very excited for the fact that vision, after being in hibernation for 2 editions since the end of 8th, obviously since 9th, during 9th and 10th edition, that in 11th, perhaps my specific vision of my GSC army might be coming back again. Like the Gene Stealer Cult, this is a plan that has been generations in the making, and we have been biding our time in the shadows. There you are. Let's have a look. Mad Larkin, thank you for the 36 month of Memberflex, baby. Triple X Force, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Mad Larkin, thank you for the 3 years of support. Woo! There we are. Mech Scions is good, but too elite. So I'm guessing, Mad Larkin, what happened is you went in, smashed the fuck out of the enemy, then they clapped back, everybody died, you tried a second smash, maybe it worked, maybe it didn't. If it did work, maybe you clawed a victory. If it didn't work, you basically died, and every game was over by turn 2 or 3. Is that basically what happened? Because that's my prediction for Mech Scions, based off theory crafting. Yeah. All right. Florida Eccentric, thank you for the super chat. List review and stream discussion. 3 down from your post. Let's have a look. Prefer to keep the Jeeps. Okay. It's ball action. 15 order dice. Okay. Let's have a look. I wasn't sure if it was K47 when it's ball action. Regular officer with an extra guide, 2 S7Gs. I always say for officers, either go big or as small as possible, but we'll see the whole list before I judge anything. Rifle section, SMG and LMG. So I would always say either SMGs or LMGs because those weapons are trying to do different things. But you can always put an SMG on the Sergeant just for vibes if you want to. Like, this is much better. Like, 8 rifles and 1 LMG. Perfect. No rifles. I mean, fair enough if you don't want to have anything in there. Engineer squad. Okay, I do like SMGs and flamethrowers and stuff in the same squad. I would just say that you should go as small as possible on those flamethrower teams. Because the main reason you're taking... Well, you still want the squad, right? But the main reason you're taking them is for the flamethrower. All of those extra rifles, are, in many ways, are just points that could be spent elsewhere. I would run these as 5-man flamethrower teams, take the points that are saved there, and go back up here and start homogenizing some of these loadouts here. Like, let's get all 3 of these squads with, like, LMG or even double LMG if possible, right? 3-ton truck, Wasp Flamer, Matilda with light AT gun. The Matilda with the light AT gun is not as good as the Matilda with the light howitzer. I'd go for that one instead, mate. SAS Jeep Europe. That's fine. Just shitload of machine guns. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. The 1 medium AT gun is a bit of a waste of time. I mean, if you take it because that's what you've got, then that's fine. But when you think about it, you would probably be better off trying to get that anti-tank in your armor platoon and not basically take the tax of this guy, right? Or, you know, I mean, also I'd probably go for the 25 pounder because then you get an AT gun and you get a light howitzer at the same time, which could be really good. Yeah. So what I would say is there's nothing majorly wrong with the list. I just think that the lone AT gun is fine, but not great. I'd either go more into that platoon or not take it at all. And I think I'd rely on like the flamethrowers for doing a lot of the anti-tank work here. And I think I'd go for the Matilda with the howitzer and, like I said, sort of homogenize some of these loadouts here. It's a fine list. I just think there's a few minor points of inefficiency that you could potentially tweak. But minor points. If you changed nothing, I still think that the list would be totally functionable and totally fine. And in a casual game, you probably wouldn't even notice any real difference. So yeah. There you go. All right, what have we got here? So we have got Hex and Violence. Thank you for the super chat, man. Or you could do an Old Hammer / Mid Hammer stream. So I mean, we could talk about Old Hammer and Mid Hammer as much as you want. The only thing I would say, and the only thing I would say, it's not even a negative thing. Me and Mordy bro are probably going to be doing some 4th edition Warhammer at some point. We want to get a nice bank of like K47 battle reports built up, and then after that, we might explore some good old Midhammer. Yeah, I mean, we love 4th edition, and we've both got 4th edition armies, so we both got loads of Warhammer. So why wouldn't we play the editions that we grew up playing? It'd be a real nostalgia trip. Yeah. Ryan Tomlinson, thank you for the super chat. Purchase and a couple of questions in stream discussion. Let's have a look. There we are. Hey, morning, it's Ryan Tomlinson. A successful weekend on eBay. Like a kid at Christmas over here. Hey! Any feedback on the list I've been building, please? After fun/vibes rather than meta. Also, I always feel like I'm short of order dice for K47. Do you recommend a certain amount of order dice, or do you go for quality over quantity? Okay, let's have a look at what you've been working on first. Wow, you are so lucky, man. You are so fucking lucky, bro. Like, even I didn't manage to get my hands on one of those Soviet starter armies. And I really fucking wanted one. I really, really fucking wanted one. But yeah, that's the fact that you managed to get that's an amazing purchase. Plus you got the Siberian veterans. Plus you got the Daughters of the Motherland. I mean, that's awesome. The only thing I would say, I mean, you've got basically a full Soviet army there. The only thing that I would say is to get a couple of blisters of the Daughters of the Motherland with the ZA guns. Other than that, I think you're in a really, really, really fortunate position. Yeah. Let's have a look at the list here. So, 11 order dice, 4 dice. I mean, that's pretty good. And you're playing at 1750. That's pretty good, man. Platoon commander with an extra guy. That's fine. Boaz Ghoul. Yeah, that's fine. Guards Mark 1. I would take the Guards Mark. I take anyone in power armor as veteran because you really want damage value 6+. It makes a big difference. I wouldn't bother with the RPGs on the guards. If you've got the RPGs on the Moraz Ghoul, I wouldn't bother with the RPGs on the guards. Basically, drop those RPGs and it will give you more than enough points to upgrade all of these guys to veteran. Ursus are good, yeah. Although you do probably want to end up with some of them with mauls. If you're going to give them all teeth and claws, I'd run them as one squad. One big squad of 6. Much, much more intimidating. Moloch, Grey, double Moloch, very spicy. And then a second assault platoon, Mark II power armor guy. See, yeah, you've got RPGs in them. That's a good call. Yeah, RPGs on the Mark IIs is always a better shout. More Mark 1s. This time with a shitload of guys. So what I would, you've got double PP guns there. Okay, so I wouldn't put RPGs on the flamethrower squad. I'd just give them a flamethrower. And I would. Okay. Let me tell you. I like the list. Okay, I like the list. There's a few key things I would change. Firstly, you definitely want a truck or 2 for the Mark 1 armor guys. They are so fucking slow that if you don't have a truck for them, they basically are really hard to use. All right, they just need a truck. I would if you want an official Warlord kit recommendation, I recommend the Studebaker, the US-6. The Soviets did use it as well as the Americans. It's a pleasure of a kit to put together. However, I understand that, spending like 20 quid on what is essentially a 27-point truck might not be a great pound to points ratio. It's a great kit, and I do recommend you buy it. But if you really want, if you do want to save a few pennies, you can get 3D printed trucks off eBay for like a tenner, so about half price. But the quality will be a lot lower. But it's up to you. So you definitely want trucks for the PP guys, for the Mark 1s. You definitely want ZA guns for the doors. Just 2 would be enough. And you definitely want those PP guys being veteran. Now that might mean you do end up having to drop a unit here and there. If you're looking for where I'd recommend you save points, that first platoon commander that you're running, you should drop the extra guy and you should run him as an experienced. If you're going to take a regular human platoon commander, they're only going to last about 1 minute in a fight anyway. So you might as well take them as cheap as possible. You will feel no durability advantage being regular. You won't. So, you definitely, if you're taking regular human officers, take them dirt cheap. Inexperienced, I think it's like 21 points for an inexperienced guy. 31 if you give him guts. So you can still save like 40 points right there. I mean, that's almost both. Between that and some of the points you'll save taking RPGs off the Mark 1 squad, you've already almost found the points for both of those trucks. Nearly. Right? I mean, that's like 50 points right there. You need to find 4 more points. Okay? If you then drop the RPGs on the Soviet infantry squad, that's going to save you 25 points. That will leave you 20 points left over, basically, once you've after you bought the 2 trucks. So at that point, you're kind of just figuring out, like, okay, how can I get... in fact, to be honest, you could take 1 truck and put both PP squads inside it. You could do that, actually. So at that point, if you take a dirt cheap platoon commander, drop the RPGs off the first PP squad, and drop the RPGs off the Soviet infantry squad with the flamethrower, you should, and I'm only doing this very roughly, be able to get at least 1 truck, and you should be able to get ZA guns on your doors. I think that works out relatively effectively. So yeah, that's the way I would do it. There you go. Dude, ZA guns and trucks it is, and a couple of easy efficiency cuts. Good job. Warlord Day is soon. Thanks for feedback, mate. Appreciate it as always. Dude, my pleasure, man. Absolutely my pleasure. Glad I could help. Okay, what do we got next? We've got RK. RK, thank you for the super chat. Vow update in stream discussion. 6 down, another 48 units to go. Oh my god, what have you fucking paying? Home. Oh, here we go. Home. Wait, how big is your fucking Vow, man? Home guard platoon completed for Vow. Working my regular platoon next. Also, slapdash assembly of a terrain piece from a historical model I can't use. Dude, I love it. I'm loving the Home Guard army. I'm loving the Fire Warden people. Dude, that's amazing, man. Hey, that's cool. Yeah. Really, really good idea. People, you know what's funny? People always say, like, oh, if I get like a sprue of like Napoleonics from like Warlord, or if I get like a sprue of like Romans from Warlord, I can't use them in my K47 army. And it's like, or my action, I was like, yeah, you can. Make statues out of them. Make terrain, make statues out of them. You know, it's actually make objective markers out of them. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, you know, it's easy. You can always use them. Yeah. Or just do what I do. I give all of my Romans and stuff to Chansey because he uses the shields for his K47 Italians. Yeah. All right. That's cool, man. I love that. Good luck with the rest of the Vow. Good luck with the rest of the Vow. Hex and Violence, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the double super chat, baby. Thank you for the double support, man. Thank you for the giga chat. Reattempted to sponsor a dedicated 4th edition stream for shits and gigs. I mean, I don't know if I have enough. I mean, I can always talk about 4th edition and everything. But I mean, honestly, I don't know. I don't really take sponsorships. I don't know. I just find it like, how to put it? I'm just not a very natural content creator in many ways. I just like doing what I do. But honestly, what I would say, man, is every single stream I could talk about Midhammer. It's just every stream is a just chatting stream. The conversation just goes where it goes. So if you know me, I always go off on one, even off like a small super chat. I'll always go off, I might go off on for like 10, 15 minutes in many cases, right? If not 20, 30, 40 minutes, if not an hour. So all I would say is rather than like overcomplicating it, if you ever want to talk about Midhammer on the streams, if you ever want to talk about 4th edition on the streams, if you ever want to ask me like questions on it, or get conversation topics going on it, then just join a regular just chatting stream, and if you do super chat. I'm not trying to turn you upside down for your lunch money. I'm just saying you'll probably find that a much more natural, organic way of it happening, and then other people will join in on the conversations. We might end up going down the rabbit hole. Maybe it'll be 10 minutes, maybe it'll be 2 hours. That's the way. That I find is the best way of doing it, and that way you're not constricted to a little box. And also, if the topic then starts veering off another direction, because people are very used to the whole just talk about anything aspect of these streams, if the conversation does start veering off this aspect, you don't feel like, oh no, that's going the wrong way. It's just because it's just the conversation's flowing in various ways, right? So that would honestly be my recommendation. And if you never super chat, by the way, I'm not trying, like I said, I'm not trying to put pressure on you for to get money out of you. That's not the way I do things. I'm just saying, like, that's a very natural way of doing it, and probably one that you'd find. I think you'd find it enjoyable and satisfying. Yeah, there you go. Also, Hexam Violence. I dare you to do an Asmongold style purchase. What, like go in and spend like a cool grand in one go? Well, he spent 1,600, but if we adjust currency conversion and the burger tax, we are probably looking at a cool grand. I just don't. Look, that motherfucker has got like gajillions of money, right? He's got, like, he could go in there and not even think about it, right? I have to take that into account. Oh, more about buying stuff they had no business buying, like GW tools? Oh, no way. No. It actually, like, whether you like Asmongold or you hate him, as a wargamer, seeing him be encouraged to make some questionable purchases, shall we say, because he didn't know better, and the people around him were kind of gassing him up. I felt bad for him. Yeah. Like, oh, here are the official GW clippers. They're the best in the business. Yeah, no, that game store owner saw basically wrote Full Mr. Krabs. I bet he's had those fucking things on his shelf forever. In many ways, what we saw was almost the perfect example of how people get taken advantage of with Warhammer. Does that make sense? Like, how many times in this channel have we said that GW kind of thrives on new players and their ignorance? The reason why people stop buying stuff from GW after a year or two is because they get wise to the bullshit and they're like, wait, why am I spending $50 on those nippers when I can buy these fucking god hands for like 20? Why am I spending, you know, $30 or $40 on a hobby knife when I can get one? I got this one off Amazon for £3. That's like $5. I got the replacement blades. I don't know where I've put them now. Actually, I'll put them back. I got this little box of replacement blades, and it has like 300 blades in it, by the way. Let me show you. Basically a lifetime supply. Oh, I'm so lazy. Ugh, fuck's sake. I was trying to do this one-handed, leaning down. Fuck's sake. Ah! I got this little box of replacement blades. Like 300 of them. It must have been like 3 years ago. Look how many. It might have been 500. Look how many. I actually don't know how many it was. Look how many are in there. I got that for like 10. I think it was like $10.99 with Amazon Prime postage. It was nothing. It's nothing. So seeing, you know, people, that's why people are, yeah. So like I said, the sort of saying, to be fair, he spent a sponsor money, not his own. It's not really the point. I know what you're saying, sorry, Vivek. It's not really the point I'm getting at. The point I'm getting at is it was a very good example of how I think people, when they first enter this Warhammer hobby, get taken advantage of. Not always, but I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen a not uncommon amount of times. I think we all have. I think we've all seen someone who's made some kind of like big mega impulse purchase in real life, and we've all thought, we've all thought to ourselves like, "Fuck, man, look at that! Look, like, do you know what I mean?" Yeah. 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 As one hates spending money, if he thinks he can do cheaper outside of bills, his main spending each month, I think, is fast food at 1K on fast food. That motherfucker's gonna die in his 40s. But anyway, yeah. But that's my point. Like, if he finds out, he could have bought it a lot more effectively. Like, and I'm gonna say this, okay? And I'm gonna say something controversial. I'm going to say something controversial, but I think it needs to be said. I think that the worst advice a new Warhammer 40k player can be given is just buy what you think is cool. The rule of cool. I know so many people disagree with me on this, but I think those people are living in the past. You've been living in a dream world, Neo. This is the earth as it is today. I think once upon a time, many editions ago, many moons ago, you could tell a new player, just get what you think's cool, just buy what you want, it doesn't matter. And yeah, they'd be able to craft it into a relatively semi-functional army. But I think in this day and age, with how like cutthroat and competitive 40k is, plus how fucking expensive it is now, I think that advice is literal noob bait. I think it's the original like sin of war of a new war gamer. It's the great lie. It's the original. It's the original lie of wargaming. That every new wargame inherits, and at some point, every new wargamer has to see through that lie, and it's almost part of the journey. But I wish it wasn't. Yeah, and I think because, yeah, I think we all know why. I think that the game is too competitive now. Even pickup games are basically practices for RTTs. RTTs are practices for GTs. GTs are practices for super majors. I think for Chaos, it generally works out well. I can already point, like, instantly, I can give you an example. Accursed Cultists. Terrible. Beastmen. You know, the shitty Beastmen, that Felgor Beastmen. Terrible. That's 2 examples off the top of my head. Straight away. Yeah. The point I'm making, I think like every World Eaters data sheet except 8-bound. So yeah, I don't think that I don't like it when people say just collect what you think's cool, because I think that is the advice of charlatans and morons. I think yeah. Not gonna lie, man, I don't think most people's idea of cool is the Accursed Cultists or the Beastmen. Oh, but you're moving the goalposts. Also, you've already given yourself away. The Defiler, dog shit, just got nerfed into the ground. When was the last time you saw anyone use Possessed? When was the last time you ever saw someone using a Mauler Fiend? You've literally, in in half of out of the Defiler, Terminators, Possessors, and Fiend, 3 of the examples you gave are questionable. Even Terminators are a questionable choice. Think about it. Are they cool? Yeah. Are they shite? Yeah. 2 Defiers still auto include? Even after the nerf? Well, I'll sure, fine. Fine. Then I'll say, I don't know if that's true, but I don't know if it's not true. So I'm not going to argue from a point of ignorance. I'll believe you. And what I'll say is, fine, half the examples the Nostalgia Vivek gave. Two and a half, because Terminators are questionable as well. Yeah. My point is, just think about this, right? Everyone just stop and just think for a moment. As an experienced wargamer, I'm talking to each one of you individually now. As an experienced wargamer, these days, would you just go in there absolutely fucking blind and start making purchases for a new army, and if you had no idea what the rules were for that army or those units? No, you wouldn't. One of the first things that you would do as an experienced wargamer is build an example list while having a big shit on the toilet. The toilet bit's optional, but you know what I'm talking about, right? K47, I feel like you've come into this conversation halfway through. We're not saying how you would start it. The point we're making, K47, is if you start that way, it's a bad way to start. Okay? So what I'm saying is, our man is my army, dysfunctional 11th. Well, there you go, right? Yeah. The point is, you don't go in as an, and if just buy what was cool was good advice, you wouldn't do that. But you have instinctively learnt from some probably bad experiences and some bad advice of just buy what's cool, that when it comes to your second army, you're like, oh no, I'm not wasting my money this time. Yeah. I tried doing that with Guard in 10th before I finished painting the models. The list was shite. Oh, do you mean when you tried to build your list? Yeah. Well, the funny thing is that even if you build a list with how often things change now, it's no guarantee of security. But at the very least, it gives you the illusion of security. There you are. You think that's air you're breathing now? There you are. Whereas, no, you know what? I'm not going to make the comparison. It's fine. What have we got next? Michael Gibson, thank you for the 15 months. X-Force, baby! Old world is best world. What's the beef? We'll get to the beef in just a moment. I'll rattle through a few more super chats. I've got a handful more to do. And then we'll get to the beef. All right. Dude, but basically it's about the new Battle March boxes. Son of Dawn, thank you for the super chat. Long-time viewer, just became a member. Keep up the great work. Great! Well, thank you so much for becoming a channel member. Thank you so much for your super chat. Thank you so much for your long-time viewership. And thank you so much for being an absolute Giga Chad. Thank you, bro. You're an absolute fucking hero, mate. Southern Bear, thank you for the Giga Chat. Been messing around with new recruit. I understand how singular officer units work, but how do command squads work when it comes to issuing orders? For 40k, it's basically the same. If you have a Cadian Castellan, it's one model, and he can join, let's say like a blob of Cadians. He can join a blob of Cadians. And then he can order any regiment unit within 6 inches. So he could order the unit he's leading, and he could order another regiment unit within 6 inches of his model. Okay, it's exactly the same with the command squad. So with the command squad, let's say a Cadian command squad, you can attach the entire Cadian command squad to a blob of Cadians. And the Cadian commander model in that unit can do one order to any unit within 6 inches. And that can typically be the squad that he's leading. The difference between a Cadian Castellan and a Cadian command squad is the Cadian command squad can access extra equipment because it's got more guys in it. And so you can access, let's say, like a Master Vox. You give one of your guardsmen a Master Vox, and that allows your Cadian command squad to do its order to any regiment unit within 24 inches. But mostly command... but they basically... It's the Cadian command squad officer and the Cadian Castellan are basically the same thing. One can just do 2 orders, one can do 1 order, one comes on his own, one comes with a bunch of extra guys. But the way they do orders is essentially the same thing. The Cadian command squad just has the potential to be able to do them longer ranged. The real thing you want to do is to not use one or the other, is to use both. If you take a blob of Cadians, attach a Cadian Castellan to it, and attach this Cadian command squad to it, which you can do. If you look at the Cadian blob's rules, it says you can put 2 leaders in there. That then means that because they're all one big unit, 20 Cadians, Castellan, and command squad, because they're all one big unit, it means that the Cadian Castellan can then also take advantage of some of the extra equipment that the Cadian command squad is running. So, for example, if you take a blob of Cadians, a platoon command squad, and a Cadian Castellan all in the same unit, then the Cadian command squad could order the blob that they're all in. That's 1 order. And the Cadian Castellan, who has 2 orders, can use the Cadian command squad's Master Vox and do those 2 orders out to 24 inches. So that's intended. That's how it's meant to work. The command squad is meant to work with other officers, so those other officers can get more distance out of their orders. Yeah. There you are. Chris K, thank you for the super chat, man. Hey, Mordian, hobby update in Discord. Also, Chris K, thank you for the gift of membership. Amazing, man. Let's take a look. Big old hobby update. Let's have a look. Hey, look at this, man. Hey, Mordian, finished these up this weekend. Putting in an order of Army Airborne Water Slide decals for my next Warlord purchase to supplement some of the shoulder pauldrons. Aside from that, I'd say they're pretty good at this point. Attached also is another weekend hobby, the American Tesla anti-tank weapon and crew. I would say the secret sauce this time around would be the Warpaint's military shade. Nice! Let's have a look. Yeah, baby! We got old Slammer Samuels. He's slamming. Such a cool model. I really do like the old model. I like the new one as well. But I have to say I'm a big fan of the old one. Nice. Yeah, those shoulder pads are coming together really nicely now, man. I know you're having a bit of difficulty with them last week, but I think you've... there you go. You started to get them come together. Looking really good. Yeah, I think they look great, man. I like the olive drab that you've gone for and the green harnesses. It's funny, I actually did something similar when I was painting with Roberta Wells. I did sort of multiple shades of green, and I really liked the way it came out. Cool. I love it, man. Very, very cool. Hey, look at that beast. Look at that big old beast. Cool. Yeah, I have to say, I do love the Tesla artillery. Even though they're not that good, I still love the Tesla artillery. Do you know what's kind of funny, man? I actually finished a lot of my Americans off as well. So we've kind of great minds hobby together, it would seem. And I ended up absolutely blitzing through my my own Americans, just if I may show them off for a second. And I finally finished. I've basically broken the back of my K47/bolt action Americans. So I paint. You see all you see all the guys in trench coats. Basically, I painted 28 infantry this weekend, plus a jackal, plus 2 little Stuart tanks. There you go. Yeah, it was a very, very. It's been a long time since I just got to sit down and basically paint for 2 days straight, and I absolutely loved it. And I really enjoyed painting the Americans as well. But yeah, I got my Tesla cannons there as well, dude. Nice. American bros together. America, freedom, democracy, rock, flag, and eagle. Am I right, boys? There you are. Yeah, nice. I love it. Excellent stuff, Chris K. Excellent stuff indeed. What do we got next? We've got Adepta Potatoes. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted memberships, baby. Yes, we are going in with the first wave. Means more bugs for us to kill. You smash the entire area. You kill anything more than 2 legs. You get me. We get you, sir. Adepta Potatoes. Thank you so much for the incredible support. That's a whole goddamn platoon of new conscripts. We will have them holding the line in the name of the Emperor. We will have them dying gloriously in his name. Thank you so much for your support for the channel and for the community. Because gifted memberships do go a long way in the community, man. Really, really fucking appreciate it, bro. Amazing. Woo-hoo, baby, it's popping up, boys. It is popping off. What do we got next? We got Sir Newbie. Thank you for the super chat. Evening all. 07 Saturday's Narrative Style Battle Report in stream discussion. Let us have a cheeky little gander. All right. So last Saturday's game, bit of a problem. Sadly, Turnip Bro didn't show up. His car died on the way. So it was a 1v1. Due to the flustered nature, we didn't do a normal mission. We just said, fuck it. Let's just do 3 objectives. 2 replaced and 1 in the middle. Each one gives 5 points at the end of the game. But one gives 10 points. You know, that's basically that's very Midhammer style. We couldn't be asked to look at what mission and such. We could have made a few defenses, but we were smooth braining it. It was hot. Damn hot. Real hot. So hot we could have done with some crock pot cooking. But either way, I knew my mistakes in the game. I was way too aggressive and it cost me dearly. So here's a narrative style battle report. Sorry it's quite wordy. I shall try and trim it down. Also, a very short rundown. Was winning on points, but by the start of turn 3, I was basically left with the Lever's Eradicator and 1 Scout Center to the left. So we would have lost the game if we played on, so we talked how it would have ended. So we shaked hands and called it a day. Hey, did you have fun? Did you play something a bit different? Did you have good vibes? I don't see anyone losing here. Operation False Dawn. The Callous 49th Armored Siege Regiment. Commander Colonel J. Satan. Outcome. Tactical defeat. Atticon reports that the Death Guard were withdrawing to confront an approaching Tyrannid splinter fleet. High Marshal Thornfield dispatched Colonel J. Satan and a reconnaissance battle group to seize the crossroads of Sector B7 before the enemy could reorganize. Their intelligence proved false. Pushing forward to exploit the apparent withdrawal, the 49th made early gains as Eradicator Alpha destroyed a Death Shroud Terminator and Scout Sentinel Alpha claimed a Blight Lord veteran. Moments later, concealed Death Guard forces launched a coordinated counterattack. Blight Lords crashed into the armed Sentinels, while the Death Shroud Terminators struck Colonel Satan's command platoon. Plague Marines overwhelmed the forward reconnaissance screen, destroying Scout Sentinel Bravo and crippling Eradicator Alpha. Crippling sounds like a great word. Refusing to abandon the mission, Colonel J. Satan ordered reserve infantry forward to restore the line. The counterattack briefly stalled the Death Guard advance, with Sentinel Alpha accounting for 2 more Blight Lords. But, fucking hell, that Sentinel pilot needs a fucking promotion. But relentless assaults eventually shattered the defense. As Death Shroud Terminators overran the command position, Colonel J. Satan was left gravely wounded beneath the ruins. Newly arrived Cadian reinforcements fought through the traitors to recover the colonel, suffering severe casualties to carry him from the battlefield. With only Vanquisher Alpha and a lone Scout Sentinel still operational, the surviving elements withdrew from Sector B7. Hours later, Imperial Naval Command confirmed the Tyrannid Splinter Fleet had been destroyed in orbit before reaching the surface. The Death Guard had never intended to retreat, and the Callous Reconnaissance Force had unknowingly advanced into a carefully prepared ambush. After action assessment, enemy deception, combined with flawed intelligence and an over-aggressive advance, allowed the Death Guard to seize the initiative. Colonel J. Satan is expected to recover from his wounds, though losses amongst the platoon that rescued him were severe. The enemy did not deceive Colonel J. Satan. They deceived us all. The fault lies with the intelligence, not the men who acted upon it. We will remember the lesson and make them pay for teaching it. High Marshal Edric Thornfield. Cool. Do you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the film 1917. When they're like, we've got the bastards on the run. It's like, you haven't, sir. You haven't. Yeah. There you go. I love it. Very, very cool, man. All right. What have we got here? That was cool, Sonubi. I enjoyed it. Butt Mountain, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. K47 Battleport in stream discussion. My God. Let's have a look. Oh, this looks nice. K47 Battle Report. 2v2, Soviets versus Brits, 1k points per player. We rolled for everything to set up the battle. The results being that our cripplingly slow automata would advance across the board and try to take the objectives behind an entrenched Soviet position. Nice. Off to a good start then. This made our chance of victory very low, but the dice fall where they may, and Mama didn't raise no bitch. Nah, and that's it. At the end of the day, it's a dice game. And there are very few fucking rerolls in K47, so it can go either way. Also, Mark 1s aren't that slow anymore. You get that high voltage going, they're sprinting across the battlefield like 16 inches. They're not that bad. The first 2 turns were mostly our bots running for cover and a few pot shots exchanged between the 2 sides. Our significant loss was my Hunter AT platform went down. Ah, the poor little bot platform. Turn 3 and 4, the automata gun line was established, and the Mark 1s, the HMGs and MMGs proceeded to brutally devastate the Soviet infantry. Yeah, this is I think the Brits are so good right now. Because you just fucking blow everyone off the board. Yeah, like, Brit robots are so good right now. I love them. I don't think they're unbeatable. I just think they're in a very solid place. And I think they're totally handleable, but you have to respect them now, whereas before you can't disrespect them. The Mark IIs of Tesla and Autocans, as well as the Percival, knocked out 3 Soviet walkers and immobilized the 4th over those 2 turns. Shit, man. Turn 5 and 6 is where we paid for our caginess in the first 2 turns. As we began to finally cross the road, the Ursus came out to play. Our infantry had been whittled down enough that we couldn't handle the Ursus and sprint for the objectives. The battle was lost. That said, it was a super fun game, and I can't wait until the next one. In hindsight, if the roles had been reversed, I couldn't in good conscience play as the defender of that game. It would have been a slaughter. I mean, maybe. You'd be surprised. Certainty of death, small chance of success. What are we waiting for? I love the Gimli platform. Let's have a look, man. I don't know. I'll just say that the Soviet players like being aggressive and being on the attack. Depends obviously how he's built his list, but I think you would be surprised at how comfortable the Soviets would be on the assault. I'm speaking very generally, of course. Let's have a look. Yeah, the robot's pushing forward. Cool. Yeah. Soviet player has been a bit aggressive. There's no real need for him to be that kind of far, not that far forward, but that exposed with his vehicles. I mean, he could really tuck that mullet just behind that building and start getting a cover save on it. Likewise with that T-34 ZP as well. Yeah. Although, to be fair, you've been fucking aggressive with your Percival there. See, look, he's done a good job there, though. Yeah. Yeah, the Cossack probably wanted to have some sort of recce in the bag kind of situation, but, you know, it is what it is. Oh, my God. Yeah, see the T-34 ZP being exposed? I mean, although, to be fair, against your Tesla, a lot of your Tesla ignores cover. See, the thing is, it's not that the Soviets are... The thing I would say is your opponent has built what I would call a very conventional Soviet list, and that's absolutely fine, by the way. But he's inadvertently trying to get into a firefight with the Brits, and as you said, like, you just don't do that. You just don't get into a firefight with the Brits. He's playing your game. If he had a much more aggressive style army, maybe we're talking PP guys in trucks, we're talking more Ursus, we're talking Daughters of the Motherland and stuff like that. I think he would be playing a very different game. Yeah, but as a result, he's kind of getting into a firefight against the army, which is the firefight. Yeah. But he seems to have played it well. It might sound like I'm being quite critical of the Soviets, and I'm actually not. I think the Soviets actually played that game almost perfectly with the force. Because the thing is, sometimes you've just got to play with the forces you have available and use those forces in the way that you can, rather than wishing for stuff that you didn't have. And in a funny sort of way, even though the way the Soviet lists were built was not necessarily the way that I would build Soviet lists, I actually think the Soviets played that perfectly. Those units which were sort of more firefight orientated, they were the ones that were drawing all of your attention. They were the ones that were, they were dying in droves. But this is the Soviet Union. Of course they took horrific casualties against a foe with superior firepower. Pfft, obviously, right? But what they did is they slowed you down, they whittled you down, and then when it was time to unleash the Ursus, they did so, and you like you said, you didn't really have an answer to it at that point. So yeah, I think it's interesting, despite the fact that you think that maybe the Soviet lists are at a disadvantage. I think that the Soviet players, I think they played the assets that they had very well. It would be interesting to see how it would pan out if the roles were reversed. But I suspect if the roles were reversed, do you know what I would do in that situation? I would yeet the bears forward first, even if all the bears end up dying. Because at the end of the day, if you can get those, especially if you can get those bears on a surging rift dice with their damage value 8, they're going to draw so much attention. They're going to draw so much attention. So you yeet the bears forward first, expecting them all to kind of die, but hoping that they buy you 2 turns of essentially time. And then the other Soviet stuff is blasting your bots whilst they're busy, and then that gives them the advantage in the firefight. So I think it comes down to, as I always say with K47, you'd be surprised. It's not about, it's not necessarily about the assets themselves. It's about how the players use them. Yeah. So yeah, I wouldn't be too sure that it would be a cakewalk if you reverse the roles. I wouldn't be too sure. But however you slice it, it looks like a fantastic game. Love the terrain, love the armies, love the scenario. Absolutely peak, mate. Absolutely peak. Okay, what have we got next? Alex Robinson, thank you for the big super chat, baby. To be completely honest, I don't go to GW stores anymore. My local game store gives way better advice on units, paint, and other things, and it's like $10 cheaper. Yeah, I mean, Games Workshop stores are not there for the veteran players. I was flat out told that by a GW store manager once. You know, they used to be there for everyone. They did. When they had multiple gaming tables set up and multiple members of staff, they were genuinely designed for all wargamers. But Games Workshop essentially decided that they wanted to, in order to save money, they would cede the territory of veteran gaming spaces to friendly local gaming stores instead. And I think the reason they did that is it probably came down to that whole, well, after 2 years, people stopped buying from us anyway, buying in big quantities from us anyway. So I think GW basically decided to concentrate on the noob milking rather than respecting the trickle, the consistent trickle of money from veterans. And that's why they got rid of a lot of gaming spaces. And that's why now they just do intro games and shit like that. Yeah. I think a lot of what GW, everything GW does, if you ask yourself, if you're like, why did they do that? Just ask yourself this question: how have what they have done has allowed them to save money or make money? That's it. Yeah. So Vivek North always makes it clear that gaming spaces always called bother too. Yeah, but the thing is, I think the interesting thing is the community is very different now. I agree. But at the time that North was doing it, from my understanding, we hadn't had the Great Reformation of 8th edition by then. The 40k community before the Great Reformation was... It was very stereotypical. It was a bunch... the majority of people that played it, not everyone, but not even the majority, we shall say a significant portion of the people that played the game were your classic sweaty neckbeard nerds. Like the real like no, I'm gonna play my trap card. You like the guy from South Park. How'd you kill that but has no life? Like that. Okay? And you guys know that I love old Warhammer, but that was it. A huge part of the old Warhammer community saw nothing wrong with gotchas, list tailoring. Like these people would justify list tailoring by saying, well, actually, if you think about it, it's only the same as if my army had intelligence on what it was fighting and then brought the right assets for it. And it's like, oh yeah, great, man. Well, why don't you fucking tell me what your list is going to be then? And then I can have that same advantage. Right? It's just bollocks. That's an excuse that people say when they want to justify being a massive cunt. Right? Like, we all know it, because the moment you turn it around on them, if they don't like it and they didn't really believe it, they were just trying to basically convince you of their bullshit. Yeah. If I recall correctly, so that GW stores often taking on the beardies who got kicked out of everywhere else and the noobs, which is the worst combo. That's actually, you're absolutely right, Vivek. You're absolutely fucking right. Local game stores basically would consistently kick these guys out, or these guys would cause the collapse of these, would collapse because of these guys. And then they ended up clocking that if they went to GW, they couldn't be kicked out. But, yeah. No, you're absolutely right. But the 40k community now is quite different. Although I will say, my local GW let's put it this way. I feel bad for some of the staff in there and who they have to end up playing. And you don't hear me feel bad for GW or their staff very often. So I still think there's an element of... The thing is, though, the reason they go there is because the GW people won't kick them out. And the thing is, if the GW people kicked them out, they would improve their gaming spaces. It's that simple. Yeah. John Shepard, thank you for the 16 months. X-Force, baby! Picture in stream discussion of a team we purchase and Arthurians. Let's have a look. So I bought the 3 Arthurian books from Temu. Busy painting my level 3 hero. He is going to be mounted, but with 1 wolfhound on each side. And the level 2 hero is the mounted leader and the standard bearer. As I said, the amount of figures on the base represents the level they are. That's kind of cool. Is this the... Are these the 3? Yeah, these are 3 Arthurian ones. That's fucking cool, man. I read these ages ago. I'm amazed you could buy them off Temu, to be honest. But yeah, they were really, really cool. Nice. I love the shields, bro. They're so good. I love the little hounds. Cool. Very, very cool, man. I have to say, I'm loving this little Arthurian side project you got going on. Very, very nice. Full Metal Owl, thank you for the super chat. Praetorian infantry list in chat. Let's have a fucking look. $2,000 points. Combined arms and designation force. Taken hold. Strike force. Cadian command squad with Death Mask of Alonius. Nice. Hey, do you want to know really how things have changed? I now recommend the Death Mask. I think the Death Mask of Alonius is a great 10-point upgrade. Because it puts you down to OC1 rather than OC. So, there is technically a rule like, oh, it doesn't actually work. Okay, like, because the Death Mask of Alonius Pyre says it reduces your OC to 1 rather than 0. And obviously the new edition, your OC isn't reduced to 0, it's changed to dash. But I think we can all be fucking normal human beings and understand that the Death Mask of Alonius Pius reduces your OC by 1. It turns you to OC1 rather than being fucked up, right? And I actually really like that, because if you're OC1, then that means that you can still do objectives and so on and so forth. But it also means that you can still get boosted by the flag, by the regimental standard now, which is cool. I do think if you put the Death Mask of Alonius Pius on a Krieg command squad, does that basically does it mean you are immune to battle shock? Because the Krieg command squad says you can still receive orders and stratagems, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. And the Death Mask says you go down to OC1. Well, if you've got a regimental standard in there, as you fucking should, then between the Death Mask and the Krieg command squad's own inbuilt ability, it basically makes a blob pseudo completely immune to battle shock. That's pretty cool. You know what? I might make a note about that. I might make a little note about that. I'm always coming up with little combos, guys. I'm always trying to make this fucking, these. I'm gonna make the infantry corps work. It's gonna happen. Yeah, there you go. Okay, right. Where were we? So, Cadian Command Squad with Death Mask, Ursula Creed, Big Blob Acadians, Cadian Command Squad, Big Blob Acadians, Cadian Command Squad, Big Blob Acadians. Okay, I would change one thing straight away. I'd sack. So you see the third unit of Cadians with the Command Squad. I would drop that Cadian command squad and use the points to put a Cadian Castellan in the second unit. So you've got Creed, command squad, and blob, Castellan, command squad, and blob, and then just a blob on its own. Because the reason you do that is you'll get more orders and you'll get sustained hits on that other blob. Yeah, you'll miss out on like a small bit of firepower, but you won't actually, from the command squad, but you won't actually miss out on that because you'll be getting sustained hits on the other blob, so it'll more than balance it out. Commissar attaching to a squad of Kazakin definitely wouldn't attach Commissar to Kazakin. Wouldn't even. You've taken 3 of those. I 100% would not do that. Okay, and the reason why is your Kazakin have got Scout. Your Commissar does not. So it means that your Commissar is basically just stopping the Kazakin from having one of their best abilities. Yes, he's gonna make them like less likely to run away, but your Kazakin are kind of one pop units anyway. Run out there, do some damage, and then die. If you want to justify those commissars being in there, you should be not taking designation force, and instead you should be taking abhuman auxiliaries, so those commissars can then order the Kazakin to take aim, at which point, even with losing out on scout, right, yeah. Chimera. I can imagine that's just for the Commissar situation. Caden Heavy Weapon Squads with Lads Cannons. Caden Recon Squad. I feel you lack anti-tank. And you might say, but I've got 9 las cannons. Yeah, you've got 9 las cannons in squads that are gonna last about as long as I do in bed. F in the chat for Mrs. Mordian. That it's gonna get absolutely blasted off the board in about 5 seconds. F in the chat for Mrs. Mordian. So yeah, I basically, right, your commissars need to take aim or they're a waste of time. You can make your order economy slightly more efficient, and I would get more anti-tank in there if possible. There you are. There you go. That'd be my feedback. Nigel Hall, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. Tinfoil hat. 1 minute. Okay, I'm ready. Do you think GW will nerf speed of spam Dark Angels before they get their new rumored models? That's an excellent question. In the past, I would say no. Well, in the past, I would say, like, yes, they will nerf them. But GW has been so mask off corpo lately. In like everything they've been doing. Like it's been like, ooh, you guys aren't even hiding it anymore, kind of thing. Like you're just saying the quiet part out loud. That I think that it would be totally within the realms of possibility of GW pushing speeder spam for a significant period of time, selling a lot of models based off that, and then once they've cleared enough stock out of that, being like, okay, we've listened to you, speeder spam is powerful, and we've balanced the game. And they've nerfed it. Yeah. So I think it's I think in 11th edition, I think that GW will definitely wait for them to have sold enough of them before they nerf them. Yeah. There you are. Adam Laurer, thank you so much for renewing your channel membership. Hooray! Thank you for renewing your membership, sir. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. I also want to say a big thank you to James G. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. Hobby blessings in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Ooh. A true hobby blessing. A good buddy of mine gave this to me in a random trade class purchase to start up for 4th edition. Yes! Old Hammer, baby! Yes! Or Mid-Hammer even, but it's the same thing. He's a big Imperial Fist fan, so this will be painted up with Crimson Fist as a bit of a modelling second founding. Pictured are the models given, perspective painting style, and just built my K47 Soviet Force from the Wargames Atlantic Dam box. Hey! Cool, man. I love seeing these old bastards out for another run. Fucking love them. Yes. Look at that. Look at that bit of history. Back in the day, you could buy that for 40 quid. My God. Yeah, baby. That's what I'm fucking talking about. Yeah, baby. Okay, I know a lot of people think the old scouts are dog shit, but and the new ones definitely do look. The heads do look a lot better, but I still have a little bit of a soft spot in my heart for these boys. I won't say they look better, but I can say I have a soft spot for them. Oh, look at that! Look at that beaut! Look at that actual beauty! Oh man, this is like mid-hammer porn. This is. Oh, oh! I love him. You're as beautiful as the day I lost you. Some people say that the old models don't look as good as the new models. However, I have an ultimate winning argument against that. The attack bike versus the Invader ATV. I rest my case. Venerable Dreadnought. Fucking sick, mate. It's cool as fuck, man. We got some more pictures down here. Yeah, here we go. Nice. I think using the DAM models, this is a really clever idea, man. Yeah. That could definitely be like a Commissar Drugov kind of stand-in. Cool. Very cool. Damn cool. Yeah, they look almost with the gas mask on, they look almost Spetsnaz-like, don't they? Yeah. Even if you didn't use the Spetsnaz, I bet you could use a whole bunch of these guys like Morad's Ghoul and stuff. Or just even basic squads with flamers, yeah. However you want to do it, man. Very, very cool. Yeah. If the new ones, so Vivek, if the new models are better looking than the old ones, why did I spend 40 quid on a second edition Chaos Sorcerer? Exactly. QED. All right. I love the scouts. My 5th and 6th in Ultramarine was like half scouts. Yeah. You know, back in the day. You know how I said, like, I'm kind of over. I don't really get that salty about the way GW is anymore. Every so often, my programming breaks. My blue pill breaks. And I remember another thing which we used to be able to do, but we can't do anymore for reasons. Back in the day, in game, it was entirely possible to run a legal Space Marine scout company. And I know multiple people who did that just for the vibes. Multiple squads of scouts, scout bikes, Landspeeder Storms, 1,500 points, and by the time we were done with like 7 of the stuff, 1,850. Back in the day, boys. Back in the day. We could do so much. And now, apparently, we've never had more freedom when it comes to our list building. And yet, we have so little of the old creativity. You may be able to stick whatever you want on a list, but the choices that you have remaining to you are a lot more diminished. That's that fucking hell. Light bulb moment. The revelation! We've had a revelation. It's been like 3 months. Officers of the Watch, clerics of the ancient scrolls, mark it down. It sounds so obvious, but it has come to me like a lightning bolt to the tip of my penis. Yes! Technically, we've never had more freedom when it comes to list building. But the reality is we've never had less choice about the units we can put in our lists. It's so obvious. And the combinations of those units have never been more restricted as well. 23, 36, 08, 03, 2026. I love it, Surly, dude. I love it. Oh, Glory. And you know what's sad about all of it? Most modern 40k fans will just say, so what? Why do you want to run that many scouts? Nostalgia Vivek. My son. My disciple. I'm so proud of you. You've come such a long way in such a short amount of time. But you now see clearer than you ever have done before. And you now see the blindness that clouds so many others' visions. They are slugs. Exactly. Exactly. Why would you want to do that? Why, Mr. Anderson? Why would you have that many slugs? Why would you have that many scouts? Because I choose to. I've been saying loads of Matrix quotes. Like, I haven't even rewatched it recently. I mean, obviously, you know, once a month I get the autistic urge to watch the scene where Neo and Agent Smith fight in the train station, like dun, 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 you know, all that kind of stuff. Obviously, who doesn't watch that every month like clockwork? But you know, other than that, I've not, and that wasn't even recently. Yeah, that was like 2 weeks ago. Son, does that mean I get the Valario when it crushes you? I mean, obviously, you know, unless another heir comes along. You like my ward. You like Jon Snow. You're a Snow, not a Stark kind of thing. And if I don't have any Starks, you're or like a Bolton, I guess. You know what I mean? Yeah. There you go. You can be like the steward of. You can be like the steward of Gondor. Okay. Until like the heir actually returns, you're like the steward. There you are. That's legally banned, by the way. Sure. Mr. Anderson. There you are. I'm gonna find this album like creeping into my house, like trying to like adjust all like the shelves so it actually falls on me. He's like, see, told you it's all mine. Yeah, he's the regent. There you are. What have we got? Akian, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. I am still mourning for my Chaos Lord on Steed of Sinesh. I have been reduced to running him as a Demon Prince, but it's not the same. I know, man. I know. So many of us veterans have so many similar stories. Yeah. I've said this story before on stream, but I was towards the end of 7th edition or 8th edition. I was working towards a full Adeptus Arbeits army. But this is before Arbeits had models. So I converted up a bunch of Space Marine scouts, head swaps, shoulder pad swaps, equipped them all with shotguns. And then I had a bunch of like these scout squads, but in Land Speeder Storms. And the Land Speeder Storms had what were called like Tempest launchers that actually launched like flash grenades out. It was really cool. And I remember playing a bunch of games with it, and it felt so right. It felt so right. You know, literally, like, I played multiple games of this against my brother and our mate Sam. And it was so, you know, I converted them all. I converted a bunch, like, you could give this is back when you could give, like, specific equipment out to even, like, scout sergeants and stuff. So I had a scout sergeant with a combat shield and a power maul, because those had specific rules. And so I'd have, like, my scout sergeant... my scouts were like shotguns, a sergeant with a power maul and a riot shield. I converted this all up. And the whole thing is like they drive forward, jump out, they charge in, and I'd be like, stop resisting, because it's like beating them down. And you know what? It actually works surprisingly well, because if you flash grenaded somebody, if they failed like an initiative test, then they'd like be like weapon skill 1, so they could barely hit you and you could hit them really well. It was really, really cool system. And then it all just went away. And I could continue to use those. I've got one here as example. I could still, use these guys as scouts. I could use them in Space Marine Army, but it wouldn't be the same. I could run them as Arbites, but they wouldn't feel the same because I don't have because I used to have anti-tank. I used to bring the Sky Talon gunships, and I used to bring those with twin lance cannon and assault cannon. I had 2 of them, and they were my anti-tank. And I also had like melter bombs on like my sergeants and stuff. And the reasoning was like, if you think of like what like an Adeptus Arbites or 40k police force, what we would have available to it, you'd have your arbitrators with your shotguns and stuff, shotguns and bolters. You'd have your land speeders. I specifically remember land speeders being like viable for them because of the first Eisenhorn book. Fischig is an Arbite, and he rides around a land speeder with combat shotguns in it. Obviously you'd have like rhinos. You've got like the scout bikes as well, very Judge Dredd on the bikes and everything. But the reason like I had like the gunships is I figured you would you have police helicopters, and obviously in 40k those police helicopters are going to be fucking armed with las cannons and fucking assault cannons. Right? If the Arbites, do you know what I mean? If the Arbites are going to bring an air support, it's not going to be a chopper with a dude with a sniper rifle hanging out the side, is it? It's going to be, it's going to be it's going to be like a gunship, right? And it was a really cool army, and I built up to about 1,500 points, and it genuinely worked. It wasn't like ultra competitive, but it worked in a friendly environment where you could still find games like that. Not every game was practice for an RTT. Yeah, pleasing with a Hind or an Apache. Yeah, exactly right. And it absolutely worked, and it felt so right. And then, it all went away, and I could reuse so many of those models, but it was never the same. I don't even think I could recreate it now. I don't think so. I could have a think about it. Maybe 11th edition I could recreate it a bit. But I won't be able to use any of the land. Well, I could have the land speeders, but I couldn't have the guys being transported by the land speeders, could I? Yeah. People who have never even been to an RTT treat 40k like they tried to podium LVO. It's so fucking true, man. It's so fucking true. Yeah. So yeah, Akian, I fully get it, man. I fully fucking get it. Yeah, stop resisting. Shoot the last cannon to your face. Great times. Great times. Absolutely love it. I wonder if was the Landspeeder Storm around in 4th edition, guys, or was it after that? I have the 4th edition codes. I just can't bother going and checking it. I can check new recruit, couldn't I? I'm just thinking maybe if I get back into 4th edition with Mordy Bro, we could maybe recreate some of this. 1 minute. I've got heavy support. Scout bikes existed. The only transport they could take is a drop pod. No, so they didn't exist in 4th, I don't think. So it must be something that came in 5th edition or later.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
I mean, I'm very tempted to play 5th edition. Our rights to anything involved. They are, but they're very, very limited, aren't they? They're very, very limited. Land Speed of Storm came in 5th edition. Yeah, there you go. And it was the Cerberus launcher. That was it. Cool. So cool. All right, what have we got? Cosmic, J. David H. Thank you so much for becoming a channel member. Thank you so much for your incredible support, man. Thank you for doing your part, sir. We've got Cosmic Drew. Thank you for super chat. The Scrapper Gang grows in stream discussion. We will crush the West. Yes, for the glory of Zerodina. Let's have a look. I saw some of these models come in, Cosmic. They're absolutely, utterly mental. Let's have a look. I feel like Cosmic has gone... He's fully let go of the reins of sanity. And he is just letting the... he's letting the hobby gods take control of the wheel. My kit bashing has gone into full swing. I already got my first ever scrap mech part, tank part, terrain, all scary goodness and disfigurement of the Scrap Gang's power armor is coming along. I can't wait to try the Mark 1s. I found these old tactical bits that I converted to be my Mark 2s. Let's have a look. Yeah, I fucking saw this thing, man. What the... Damn! She got a big ass! She got some junk. She got some of that collectivist junk in her Soviet trunk. I love it, man. Hey, very, very cool. But dude, I love the effective use of all the different like models, man. It truly does feel like a properly scavenged together force. Very, very cool. Yeah. Mixture of anvil heads, Wargames Atlantic bits. I mean, I don't even know what the fuck this guy is, man. He's got fucking drills on his hands and shit. God only knows. Cool. Hey, are these like Necromunda bits? My God. Jesus. He's got his hands replaced with yellow energy. Hey, that yellow energy video, I'm telling you right now, that yellow energy video has gone down an absolute treat. What's it on at the moment? The engagement in it has been really, really good. Let me have a look. Yeah, like it's already got, and it only came out a few hours ago. It's not that bad. Oh, 1 minute, mate. Fucking, there we go. Just pause the fucking. It's already got like 100 comments on it. Yeah. 276 likes to only 5 dislikes. Woohoo, that's a good ratio, baby. A lot of people relating to it. So, top comment. Thank you for the Corpo astrology lesson, Mordian. I was thinking this all sounds like Corpo slot bullshit, but as you kept talking, the more it represented my workplace. Yeah. Yeah. There you are. Literally, yeah. I think your video will land on my CEO's desk. Yeah, there you go. That literally every comment is just this happened to me. Yeah. One guy said, Jesus, you just described my 14 years of working experience in one video. This is it, right? This is what I'm saying. Like, I don't make shit up. I just tell you the truth. That's it. I tell you the truth in a smug, what I hope to be somewhat entertaining way. That's it. Today I learned I'm blue energy. Yeah, there you are. I think the best comment I got was someone saying Coldplay predicted this, and I was like, it took me a second to get it. I was like, oh yeah, they did that song, and it's all yellow. Yeah. There you go. What the fuck? I was here to learn about Warhammer Baneblade strategies, and you put names on everything I'm traversing through. The last 3 French companies in the past 10 years. I think I'm blue, and I had to become more purple, but I can never go full red. I was that engineer, now the product owner who said no, because we can do. And that feeling to be ignored after that. I can add that this cycle seems to be quicker with the size of the company. There you go. And also, this is just so uncomfortably true. Yeah. So, yeah, Cosmic, we now have the yellow energy detector fully calibrated. And we've handed them out to the people. Gotham is yours. Mordian Glory, you know what's even worse? This energy stuff happens even in the public sector, but they can't fail because it's the government is yellow energy. Well, we won't get into the politics of it, right? But what you'll find, Nostalgia Vivek, is it happens in pretty much every organization. It really, really, really fucking does. It happens in so many organizations. Whether it's private sector, public sector. You find it happens in, not even in business. So you'll find it happens in gaming groups. I mean, I am sure many of you have been part of some online gaming group. And when you first started like playing together, maybe, one of you, you joined a game randomly, you got on really well with someone, you sort of said, hey, I'll DM you, like back in the old days, hey man, that was a great game, man, if I I add you as a friend on Steam, yeah, sure. And then you end up like, here's back in the day, maybe talking over TeamSpeak, maybe now you talk over, I don't know if TeamSpeak's still going, maybe now you talk over like Discord, but at first, the bunch of you that like come together and you start having you start playing together like all the time. You get good. Like, hey, you do it a lot with I found it a lot with like RTS games. Like, hey, I'm going to support you with these units. Okay, I'm going to build these, blah, 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 blah. And then at some point, it's all going really, really well. And then at some point, you guys get the idea of like, oh, we're going to expand and we're going to be like a big like gaming like clan or something like that. And that's it. And you think, it's going to be awesome. And then at some point, someone joins the group who you thought was sound, but they're actually yellow energy. And then maybe, could be weeks, could be months, year tops, that gaming group that you once played all the time with, you don't even play with them anymore. Because it changed. You don't even know, it changed. The rise and fall of gaming clans. It's exactly the same as businesses. You find yellow energy is everywhere. You must know where to seek it out, to root it out, and to squash it. Yeah. There you are. I feel you have to actively control the energy, lest it controls you. Yep. Yep. That's it. Explain it like I'm 5 yellow energy. Go and watch today's video. I literally put a video out today, man. There you go. Okay, please explain yellow energy in chat, please. I made the video so I wouldn't need to keep explaining it in chat because it kept coming up and people kept being like, oh, I've heard this before. So I'm going to link you to the video. Okay? And then you can enjoy it. All right, you can save it to your watch later or watch it now and come back after you finish watching it. All right? Yeah. Yellow energy is everywhere. It is not just in businesses. Okay? Now, don't worry if you want to go and watch it. Come back in like half an hour. We'll still be here streaming. Okay? Although we are going to be getting into the beef in a few minutes, so you might want to wait until the beef is covered and then whatever. But there you go. Yeah. Madhagen, fucking please stop. Vladimir, thank you for the 8 months. Storm Herald's Dreadnought in stream discussion. Nice. Wow. Lost to the Imperium for nearly 10,000 years, the Storm Heralds have diverged from typical dreadnought patterns out of necessity. Using a retired knight armored chassis from House Baronstrand, Tech Marines have coaxed the machine spirits of the Throne Mechanicum to accept the life support systems of a dreadnought sarcophagus, allowing fallen heroes of the chapter to take up arms against the enemies of mankind. Fucking cool. Like, actually fucking incredibly cool. Were these for your Dread Knights? I think they were, weren't they? Yeah. Nice. Storm Herald? I love that. I love that. These are so cool. I knew when you were thinking about buying these knights, it was the right choice. I'm so glad you went with these ones, man. They look absolutely sick. I mean, incredible. Not only is the model incredible, but you've done an excellent paint job on said model. Very nice. Chicken Detonator, thank you for the super chat. Love the K47 battle bot. Also 32 weeks. K-Box, don't worry. I'm going to get it this week. Unless my PO Box guy isn't there, I'm getting it this week. We're all good. I'm well ahead on content. So, yeah. Chicken Detonator, I'm glad you enjoyed the K47 Battle Report. Yes! If you haven't gone and watched the K47 Battle Report already, please go and do so. Obviously, it's been a little while since we've done one, so we do need a little bit of a boost, a little bit of support for it and all that kind of stuff. But me and Morty, bro, we absolutely loved making it, and we are definitely going to be getting back on the K47 Battle Reps in a big way. So yeah, very, very nice. So yeah, Chicken Daddy, glad you liked it, man. And we really enjoyed making it. We really, really, really fucking enjoyed making it. It's going to be very, very difficult for me to pry Mordy Bro away from the robots, but I'm going to have to like try, because we can't be every week something versus robots. So if he had his way, it would be. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. All right. Yeah. Oh, it's Mordy Bro. Okay, I'm in. Yeah, it is. Mordy Bro's back in a big way. Community Paragons with bots. Cosmic Drew, I'm definitely going to do that, and I'll tell you why. We got the juices flowing. I can see if the Americans sending in a task force of their best men but not wearing the official uniforms of the US, they're wearing the community uniforms, in a sort of CIA style plausible deniability attack on the Brits, and they're basically trying to sabotage the British robot production because they see them as godless abominations, but they're also worried that the Brits won't need to maintain the alliance if they are no longer reliant upon American lend-lease. They'll be, if the Brits can gain their independence, it will be almost like the Americans losing their World War II vassal in many ways. The narrative flows! Exactly! Cosmic. See, it's all coming together. So Project Pat, see, this is what I mean, right, Cosmic? I know you've been very, very patient. I know you have. But this is why I didn't want to rush it. I didn't want to force it. You've got to let these things occur naturally. We need a little bit of a break, the Mordian to come back, and then for this to see what I mean? It's all coming together. See what I mean? It's all coming together. So, and I know you trust me, because this was exactly the same thing that we did with the Krieg, right? It took a little while for me to get them, and then we did that like custom-made narrative battle report representing the Siege of Rax, and I thought that was so legit. And then I ended up taking them to a tournament as well, and it all sort of came together, didn't it? It took a little while, but it does come together. Yeah. That's the way. So it's going to come together with these Paragons as well, man. And it's going to be so fucking cool. And I think, do you know what? I think the Paragons, it's going to be a tough fight for them. I don't know if the Paragons could beat the robots, but we'll give it a damn fucking good go. Slam-a-larkin! There you go. Cool, man. Cool. But yeah, Chicken Detonator. I'm really glad you enjoyed the battle report. More to come. I'm going to try and record another one with Mordy Bro this week, because he's got some time off at the moment, so he can do midweek stuff as well, so which is very good for our schedule. So I'm going to see if I can get him to come over this week, and that should be cool. Speaking of which, by the way, I'm going to the first Warlord Wigan store tournament, and I need to decide what army I'm going to take. Maybe I should do a poll for it. The thing is, there's 5 factions and there's only 4 options on the poll. So I kind of need to decide which, and one of them just has to not make the cut. I did take my Americans to a lot of events. So Soviets with the boat. I don't know if there's a river for the boat, man. I could ask Chris if he could put a river on every map just so the boat could come along. That would be so cool, man. By the way, speaking of Soviets with the boat, Chicken Detonator, Mordy Bro saw the boat and he said we have to do a battle report with it. So expect that in the near future. But I've lost my river. I haven't lost it. The river that I was borrowing and I've had to give it back. So I'm going to have to get my hands on my own river now. Yeah. Project Paragon will be done in a battle report, Mad Larkin. So that's covered. Yeah. So do I put the Americans to one side? Or do I... Who the fuck did you borrow a river off? God? No, not quite. It was a neoprene river for tournaments. I'm a landed gent. I borrowed a river off a fellow noble. Clearly, right? Who are you? Is this sort of... do peasants not own rivers? Max Style Trooping? I mean, I could do Max Style Trooping. Never put the US to the side. I mean, I could put the Japanese to one side because I kind of want to wait for Invasion America to come out. And and then I get a bunch of the Shadow Warriors painted up. So yeah, maybe I'll tell you what, I'll put the Japanese to one side and then I'll just use them at the tournament after. Right? So there you go. What faction? Because we can always work out what kind of faction, what kind of army afterwards. What faction should I take to the next? K47 friendly RTT. Axis. USA. Brits. Soviets. Okay. There you are. I can happily take all Star Troopers. I have a shitload of them painted up now. Absolute fucking shitload. I could take Star Trooping with heavy armored support. That wouldn't even be an issue. Not even slightly. So if that's what people want, I could do that. But I can take pretty much any kind of US force now as well. I can take pretty much any kind of Soviet force. I don't have as much armor for my Soviets as I would like, but you know, I've got a little bit. I got a lot of bears as well. And then obviously I've got Brit robots as well. Yeah. There you are. All right, now, whilst that covers all the super chats, and that obviously means it's time for some beef. I want to say a huge thank you. It's taken us a little while to get to the beef, but as you guys know on these Monday streams, it always takes a little bit longer to get into things because people have been doing stuff over the weekends, have been thinking about things. We've got lots to catch up on. Cosmic, thank you for the super chat. March to the Star Trooper before much. Okay, so Cosmic is lobbying for the Axis. So, of course, where Japan? I'll do Japan the next one once Invasion America's come out. So that's a guaranteed one. But yeah, of course, this being a democracy, we will always accept the lobbying over the public vote. So so right now the popular vote says Brits, but the lobbying says Axis. All right, we'll see which way it goes. All right, I'm happy to take either one, to be honest, Brits or Axis. I'll tell you what we'll do. Whichever one I don't take, between the one for the most popular vote or the one from the lobbying vote, whichever one I don't end up taking, we'll go to the next event, like whether it's that kind of thing, right? Hey, Butt Mountain coming in. He's lobbying hard. He's like, British robots, baby. Ah, yeah, yes. The flesh is weak. Why, we will put our faith in steel. Yes. I have that British army that I built for Mordy Bro. I'd basically take that exact same thing to a tournament because I think that worked really well. The only thing I might change is I don't like the metal robots, so I might swap those out for something, but that's the only thing that I would change. There we are. Butt Mountain, thank you so much, man. Hex of Violence, thank you for the support. All Soviets, all Bears. That's a good suggestion. Unfortunately, Butt Mountain is winning on the lobbying front, but it's still, you've put the idea out there. Maybe other people will lobby behind you and support you. Right now, British robots are winning the lobbying vote, but the Axis are now neck and neck on the popular vote. There you are. Very, very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Thank you so much to all of you guys for the support. To all of you who've got involved with the lobbying and got involved with the voting. That's absolutely awesome, man. Oh my days. We'll see if we get any more support one way or another. I'll tell you what. I need a banging shit. So let me go for a quick shit. And then when I come back, we'll see if there's been any of the lobbying. We'll see if there's been any changes to the popular vote. And then we'll close that. And then we'll go with the results. There you are. So I'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes. Maybe 5 tops.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
Oh, I'm back. Let's see what people are saying. Okay. So, will close the vote on a perfect 100. They've closed the poll on a perfect 100 votes, which is awesome. And the popular vote says Brits, 34% Brits, 25% Axis. However, Cosmic has come in with some additional lobbying. Gehört Austal. Gehört im Blut. So I can take from that, Cosmic, that you would like me to run the March of the Stahltruppen. If we don't get any other lobbying, then that will be what we run at the tournament this weekend. I kind of have a list somewhat already ready for that. I was Rail Panther plus Panzer IV with big grav gun. Plus then basically all the Style Trooper I can get my hands on. Unless I just go as... I mean, I think that will probably work out to about the same thing. I might be able to try and squeeze in some more Style Trooper, but there you are. Cosmic, thank you very much for your support and well done on your successful lobbying efforts, man. Excellent, sir. All right. I'm pretty sure it's German for Play Brits Mordian. Well, it's nothing to worry about because I will play Brits at the next event. Like I said, if the Brits can... No, I don't want anyone to miss out. I'm going to be going to one of these events every month. So I'm going to be going to one of these events every month. So the one if I don't go to the one I don't, what it's probably going to do is it's going to go Style Trooping this weekend, Japanese next weekend with the celebration of invasion. Not next weekend, next month with the celebration of Invasion America, and then the month after that we'll take Brit Robots. And in the meantime, we'll get the Brit Robots on the channel in a battle report again. And we'll have like the Paragons take the Brit Robots on. So everyone will end up being happy with it. There you are. Cosmic, thank you for some more support, man. Thank you for some more support. I see volts of green. Style Troopin' 2. Those MG44s. They fire so true. And I think to myself, what a wonderful rift. There you go. There you are. Clip that song. There you go. Well, someone can make a whole song out of it. Someone can make an AI song out of it. Cosmo will probably be on it by the end of the stream. All right, what have we got? So that we got Harfin. Harfin, thank you for the super chat. They just opened an authentic 80s to noughties arcade in my city, and it is heaven. I even set a high score. Video walkthrough and stream discussion 5 minutes. All right, I'll fucking take a look. They just opened an authentic 80s to noughties arcade in my. Let's have a look. Super well maintained, owned by a mad couple who loved arcade in the 90s. They have a whole warehouse of spare CRTs and parts. I even set a high score my first run of the House of the Dead. My favorite. House of the Dead was so good, man. House of the Dead. House of the Dead was so fucking good. And I never really got to play it all that much as a kid, but I loved it, man. Let's have a look. It's so cool. Some of these are before my time. Arcades are cool, man. I hope they do well. I hope the business goes well. I remember that one, Punch Out. Yep. Yeah, 100%. I remember this fucking karate game, yeah. Oh, Robocop, right? Yeah, man. I never played Tempest. I think I might have played the Star Wars one. I'm not sure. I definitely never played that Tempest game. I played Metal Slug like no fucking tomorrow. Guitar Hero, yeah, baby. See, I used to just play that on Xbox, but now they've got it as like an arcade thing, and that's kind of cool. Nice. I want to see this House of the Dead. Where's your house? Oh, is that Time Crisis? 1 minute. Oh, Gunblade. Okay, that was something different. I remember Time Crisis, man. Time Crisis used to be the shit, bro. Mortal Kombat, yeah, baby. They got 2 Mortal Kombat machines. Man. 3 Mortal Kombat machines. Oh my god. That's so cool. Yeah. I remember that big Game Hunter thing. Let's have a look at what else. I want to see if you got House of the Dead on here. I didn't play the cop game. Okay, cool. I think some of these are pretty old school. Yeah, so I don't remember these arcade machines. I think these were a bit before my. Maybe they're a bit more modern actually. They're either a bit more modern or a bit older. They're cool either way, though. They're very, very cool either way. Yeah. I love it. I love it. Go back, you skipped it? Oh, shit. 1 minute. I'll have a look. I didn't mean to. Well, give it this. What's the timestamp? 1 minute. Was that it there? 1 minute. I think I got it. House of the Dead, baby! I love this game, man. Yeah. Also, it was okay. I just skipped it. Yeah. I loved House of the Dead, man. I remember I used to get him on House of the Dead. I think it was House of the Dead 3. There used to be multiple arcades that had that, and that was on one of the big ones. You know, like kind of how you've got the if anybody's been to an arcade these days, we've got like the Alien Colonial Marines game, and it's on the bigger screen, and it's got like the bigger guns and all that kind of stuff. And you stand a bit further back. That's what House of the Dead 3 used to be like. I used to love playing that. Yeah. I used to love playing the shit out of that, man. Yeah. They also have Street Fighter 2 Turbo, Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, and Street Fighter 4 Ultra. Yeah. The ending goes awesome. They still have it in a lot of arcades over here. Yeah. It's still going strong. Yeah. Cool. Very, very, very fucking cool, man. I do think that there is a slight... I don't know. I feel like there is a slight resurgence of that kind of stuff. I wonder if it's... I've no idea, by the way. I'm just spitballing. I'm just spitballing. But I wonder if sort of it's a few years on from the event post-COVID, right? And I think before COVID, it was kind of interesting. Everyone was sort of getting more used to just sort of doing things like at home. Like, why go to the pub when you can drink at home? Why go to the cinema when you can watch it at home? Why go to the arcade when you could just play games at home, kind of thing. And I do think that was sort of the general trend. And then everyone was kind of like forced to stay at home, right? And everyone kind of realized, oh no, like there is such a thing as too much home. I bet if COVID hadn't happened, that people would have sort of just, it would have happened slowly, gradually, because home is convenient. Like, it is just convenient. Why do these things exist? Why was it going in that direction? Because it's more convenient. It's just like, as we've said, piracy is a service issue. The way they solved a lot of video game piracy was just to make it more convenient to buy it the legitimate way. But I think what happened is everyone kind of had a bit of a shock to the system, and they were like, oh no, there is such a thing as too much home. And I'm definitely saying that in the last year or two, it feels like people have started getting out there a bit more. Yeah. Price also, price, it can be more expensive to go out as well. But it's interesting. I just feel like there is I feel like not straight away, but the last couple of years, it does feel like people have been more, it's like, okay, it's time to actually get sociable again. Yeah. I think, yeah, it's time to get sociable again. I definitely feel that, for sure. Going out was getting way too expensive, but now staying home is getting expensive with all the streaming services. You need to watch your favorite shows. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that is true. It's like funny. Me and Mrs. It sounds silly, but like me and Mrs. Mordian, going out doesn't have to be that expensive. It just depends on what you want to do. But like this weekend, me and Mrs. Mordian, we went. One of Mrs. Mordian's friends recommended this like canal walk thing, and it's like a nice sort of cafe at the end of it. It's not too expensive either. It doesn't seem like a big deal, but we went, and it wasn't like you're just walking in the countryside on your own. There was just like, and we've done loads of walk stuff before, but what we both sort of noticed is it was actually, considering this was what we would describe as a relatively normal thing, wasn't a super touristy spot or anything like that, but it was quite busy. There were loads of people out, walking dogs, taking the kids out. Everyone was sort of going, up and down. This canal sort of walk was very, very normal. Basically, it was like just a few miles around. It took us about maybe like an hour in total, going all the way, doing the whole thing. And yeah, just doing that. And then at the end, going to the nice. It was quite a large sort of nice cafe, and just going there and just having a drink and a little bit of food after doing the big walk. And we just marveled, like it was just busiest we've seen it in a little while. In something like that. Yeah. But it was just interesting to see how if we'd done that a couple of years ago, I bet it would have been half as busy. It is school holidays. That's true, Nostalgia Vivek. That's true. But there were a lot of whilst there were a lot of adults, I still think it was twice as busy than a couple of years ago, because I've been out on school holidays as well before, right? So this is the only time I've been out on school holidays. Yeah. Yeah. But it is a good point. But there were a lot of people who didn't have kids who were out and about walking and everything. Yeah. Yeah. So it was good. I will say it's nice. I do hope that it continues to happen. Maybe it was just a one-off, but I do hope that the trend of us all getting a bit more sociable again does continue. And I'm guilty of it, by the way. I was getting really, really reclusive. I am definitely guilty of it. But it was really nice to get out and about. It really was. Anyway, shall we do some beef? Gentlemen, is it time? I think it might be time. Let's have... give me a minute to get set up so I can do this as a lovely stream highlight for those people that won't have the luxury of watching this during the main stream. And it'll take me a second. One minute. I'm almost done. Almost ready. Oh, just give me a fucking picture without taking me to a fucking shot. Fuck you! Get fucking... Sorry. I'm just having a mild crash out because every time I click on a picture of the Empire Battalion, it takes me to some fucking dickhead's eBay store. And I don't want an eBay store. I just want the picture, please. No, that's low res and shit. Give it me in a nice quality. That's even worse resolution. Why can we just not find a picture of this fucking thing that doesn't look like ass? This is actually infuriating me. It's really not that hard. Why is Google doing this to me? This is actually insane. Excellent. Fine. Finally. Fucking piece of shit. Right. We're about to crash. I'm crashing. I'm crashing. I'm going. Okay. Actually, I'm not done yet. Cool. Yeah, I think that's a good one. And I want to give another example here. One minute. I might as well bring them all up. What am I doing? What am I doing? Actually, I can just get that one directly from GW. Okay. Sorry, it's taking me slightly longer to set up than I expected. I do apologize. Please enjoy this brief time by where you have to entertain yourself by thoroughly lambasting me. Okay, cool. And last one, if there was one. Was there one? Yes. Very good. All right. Let's get into this. Leslie Mitchell, thank you for super chat. Points changes in the K47 app. Goats 10 points cheaper. It might just be to represent that they start off with less. I haven't seen anything myself. I haven't checked though. It might just be that the ghosts are getting cheaper because they're going to start off with SMGs now, or they're going to start off with like hand weapons, and then you upgrade them to have the SMGs or the Shiburu, right? That would actually make sense. Yeah, they put the basic ghosts with the combat blades are probably just going to be 10 points cheaper, and then you pay 4 points to give them SMGs, or an additional, or 10 points to give them Shiburu rifles. So yeah, you probably make, yeah, there you are. So yeah, it makes sense. All right, it's good. It's good to know though. But I haven't looked into that myself. I haven't heard anything from it, but I can circle back round to it. All right. Here we go. Gentlemen, ladies, small furry creatures in Alpha Centauri. I don't mean to alarm you, but we may have some beef. Beef! It's possible beef, though. It's beef coming down the pipelines, as it were. But interestingly, this isn't with Warhammer 40k. I know. I'll give you all a moment to pinch yourselves to check that you're not dreaming. In fact, there seems to be the potential for a little bit of juicy beef coming down the river for everyone's favorite Games Workshop game. And I say that unironically, the Old World. Trouble seems to be a brewing in the Old World, and there seems to be an indication or two that maybe Corpo GW is beginning to turn its Eye of Sauron over towards the last good game that they make. So we need to talk about this. We need to look into it. There is a bit of Battle March box beef. I don't know if it's guaranteed beef, though. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lay out the case. And then you guys can decide and discuss whether you think it's beef or it's not beef. Okay? Now, I'm going to quickly catch you up on what the situation is, show you some examples and whatnot, and then show you what the new information that's come to light that is potentially turning this from just conversation to potential beef. All right. So, Games Workshop released the Old World a couple of years ago, coming on 3 years ago, and it was a bit of a surprise success. I don't think I think if the community knew it was going to be big, I don't think GW knew it was going to be big. And in this first wave of releases for the Old World, Games Workshop scrabbled to put together what were called battalion boxes. So these battalion boxes, they were kind of similar to combat patrols for 40k or for spearheads for Age of Sigmar. It was essentially a box of miniatures that, for a decent discount, contained a large amount of models. Here's an example of a battalion box. Dwarven Mountain Holds Battalion. Now, it's £115, so it's slightly more than a combat patrol, but it does come with a boatload of miniatures. You are going to get 2 big squads of Dwarven Warriors. You're going to get a couple of squads of the range troops as well. I think Quarrelers and Thunderers. Thunderers being with muskets, Quarrelers being with crossbows. Interestingly, I think all of these kits are actually fairly cross-compatible as well. So you could actually, if you didn't want that many range troops, you could take a bunch of the hand weapons and shields and stick them on some of the range troops to get some more sort of axe and board warriors, whilst you then take all the warriors and turn those into having like great weapons and stuff. So they were really, really good boxes. Some were better than others, but even the worst battalion even the worst battalion was still considered just light years ahead of a lot of the Games Workshop other starter boxes. I mean, for example, if we look at this Dwarven Mountain Horse Battalion, can we see how many guys we're actually going to get in this? We're going to get 62 infantry plus 2 gyrocopters. If we take a moment to go and have a look at some of the 40k combat patrols, for example, and we'll just look. I mean, the first one we've got here is Leagues of Votann. And in here, what have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So actually less than a third of the models. So yeah, sure, the battalions were 10 quid cheaper. Actually, they started off 5 quid more expensive than the combat patrols, but obviously they went up a little bit. But they started off 5 quid more than the combat patrols, but an example of literally the space dwarves versus the dwarves, the regular dwarves are getting 3 times as much stuff. So there was a bit of a, so it was still considered that the battalions were very, very, very good boxes. 64, did I miss it? 64, there you go. But the point is, like, the old world battalions were considered very good value for money, and even the worst old world battalions were still a lot better than comparable products over in Warhammer 40k. And this was one of the big draws of Old World, because people are always going to be a little bit skeptical of starting a brand new game system, especially a GW game system, because it's expensive. Games Workshop milks us until our tired little nipples are dry and raw, and then they still milk us, okay? They milk us until we've got nothing left to give, and just when we think we can't get milked any further, they release some absolutely hyped up out of the wazoo FOMO box to just get those last few drops out of our wallets. But with Old World, that wasn't the case. These battalion boxes were not FOMO, or so we thought. These battalion boxes were actually a good deal. Some of them were a ridiculously good deal. For example, the old Warriors of Chaos battalion box, it might not have made the most competitive list, but Old World wasn't a competitive game, so that didn't matter so much. But you could get a full 2,000 point army out of the Chaos battalion, which was 110 to 115 pounds. I think the worst value for money one was the Orc battalion, Orc and Goblin one, which still came with a shitload of models and gave you about, if you converted some of the basic infantry to be heroes, for example, very easy to do, to pay an Orc war boss a gold and say pay an Orc gold and say he's a war boss, stick a few bunch of extra armor plates and stuff, right? You could easily get like 1,000 points out of that one, which is still miles ahead of anything with like combat patrols, which typically come out between 3 and sort of 500 points. So Old World was a really attractive game for 2 reasons. One, it was cheaper. So if you were getting a little sick of price increases over from 40k, or maybe the latest balance patch came out and it upset you or invalidated your army, you just needed a little time away from the game before you died back onto the 40k treadmill, Old World was a great palate cleanser, and also it was a much more stable game, and that hasn't changed, but it was a much more stable game, so you knew that if you invested in Old World and then went back to 40k and then came back to Old World, your army would still be the same, right? But it's a lot easier to convince someone to get into a secondary game system if it's a bit cheaper. And also, of course, it can be difficult to get someone into a secondary game system if it's outside the GW ecosystem. Whilst we on this channel know there are loads of excellent games out there, there are a lot of other war gamers that are a bit more hesitant to say, I'd rather stay in the GW bubble if that's possible. With Heresy 3.0 blowing up, the traditional game of people who were getting a bit burned out on 40k also blew up, but Old World was there to pick up the pieces. So that's the situation in the beginning, as it were. Recently, Games Workshop began making some interesting announcements for Warhammer the Old World, and they were generally seen as quite positive. Firstly, we were not getting a new edition, but rather we were getting a consolidation. All the FAQs and stuff that had come out were going to be printed into the main book, and that way it was a genuine 1.5, which is exactly what everybody wanted, which was awesome. We weren't getting blown up like Heresy. We weren't getting reinvented like 40k. We were just getting consolidated old world, which is all we wanted. And then they announced something really, really cool, which was Battle March. And Battle March seemed like the best idea GW has had in the last 2 or 3 years. It seemed even better than Spearhead for Age of Sigmar. And Spearhead is basically the only thing that's stopping Age of Sigmar from sort of sinking below the waves, as it were. Battle March is a small battle system for Old World. But the advantage of Battle March over something like Spearhead and Combat Patrol is that it was very customizable. In Spearhead and Combat Patrol, you are told exactly what to bring. And outside of... And also, you're told exactly what to bring by GW, and in the case of Combat Patrol, many of those things are completely unbalanced against each other. Try and take the Guard Combat Patrol against anyone, you'll see what I mean. But Battle March was different. You were just given 600 points, 750 points was the max. You were just given between 600 and 750 points, and you could build your army however you wanted. There were some restrictions like, hey, you can't take a Death Star. They limited that with like how the army building competition came about, but it was seen as a really, really cool idea. And at the same time as the game, the rules came out for free as well, which is amazing from GW. And at the same time, GW released a bunch of new boxes, and we covered these on the channel. We actually did a video on these, and I'll just bring this up now if you give me a second. I did have it up, but then I went and clicked on that Dwarven Battalion. There we go. Okay, so this was the article that we covered. And it looked really, really good. New Battle March boxes bring compact fantasy warfare to the old world. And GW announced that there was going to be 5 of these new Battle March boxes coming to the game very soon. And everyone thought this was great. But people did notice one big thing about these Battle Marches. That, with 1.5 exceptions, we'll say, they did seem a lot smaller than the battalion boxes. I mean, to use the Orc and Goblin one, for example, the Orc and Goblin, we'll compare all of them. Okay, so the beef is, so they seemed a lot smaller, but everyone assumed they were going to be cheaper. But we'll come back to that in a moment. But let's go through and compare some of these. So this is where, as I said, you can decide whether you think there's beef here or not. I think some of these are of a somewhat comparable size. I think others are definitely a downgrade. We'll start off with let me just get these in order, if you don't mind. I want to have Empire first, and then I think it's Beastmen, then it's Orcs, then it's High Elves, then it's Wood Elves. I do believe that is the order that they're in. Yes. So we'll start off by comparing each one of the battle marches that are coming out versus the battalion boxes. Bear in mind, all but 2 of the battalions have been taken off sale. The Dwarf one is still there, and the Wood Elf one is still there, but God only knows how long they're still going to be there for. I should say Sigmar only knows. So we'll look at the Empire one. Now, I think the Empire one is somewhat comparable. In the Empire one, you are getting 60 infantry, a hero, and 5 cavalry. Now, the infantry are a little all over the place. 20 of them are state troops. 10 flagellants is okay. 10 missile troops, 10 Empire archers, right? If we look at the Empire battalion, we're also getting about the same amount of infantry. We're about the same amount of models. We're getting 60 infantry, but instead of the Outriders, we're getting a steam tank. But comparably, that is very similar. You are getting a lot more of those basic state troops, which you might see as a win, but you're also getting a lot more of those range troops. And you don't really need this many range troops in your Empire army. You probably want like one unit of handgunners or crossbows. It's not the end of the world. And also, there isn't great repeatability on this box because you can't actually run more than one steam tank in a standard Empire army. But so this one I think is fairly comparable. You're getting 60 infantry and a steam tank, and here you're getting 60 infantry and 5 cavalry. I do think that the battalion infantry is a bit more homogeneous, but I'm not totally against some of these units here. But I do think that the 10 Flagellant is a bit random. The 10 Flagellants really let this one down, frankly. But, so overall, I would say in terms of the volume of plastic that you're getting, it does feel like the Empire one is okay. So that one's all right. Then we get to the Beastman one. So the new Beastman battalion is going to come with 40 infantry, 10 warhounds, and 2 characters. But the old Beastman battalion came with 40 Gors and then 30 Ungors. Or was it 30? Sorry, 30 Gors and 30 Ungors. And it came with a big beastie. It came with a Cygor/Gorgon. Now, the Gorgon is an excellent model, and this box actually had pretty good repeatability. You probably wouldn't be against getting 2 of these things, although you might not need that many Ungors. But again, I think there's some comparability here. Okay, the Beastman box. You know what? I would even go as far to say, as I think that the Beastman Brayherd Battle March might actually even be superior. It might even be superior to the Beastman battalion, because you probably don't want 30 Ungors, but you're definitely not against getting a whole shitload of Gors, and you're definitely not against buying a couple of these bad boys. 20 Bestigors, 40 Gors, 20 Ungors, 20 Hounds, and a bunch of characters definitely is a solid infantry corps for a Beastman battalion. So I don't think there's any beef here. So these first two, I think the Empire one, I think the Beastman one is not a step down. I think the Empire one is half okay in comparison to the old box. But then things really start going downhill. And this is where I think the beef is coming from. And this is where I think people are getting very worried about these Battle March boxes. And they're worried about Corpo GW doing what Corpo GW does. Let's look at the Orc and Goblin one. In this one, you are getting 15 Orc boys, 5 Boar boys, 5 Wolf Riders, a chariot, and a few characters. If we look at the Orc and Goblin battalion, you can just instantly see there is so much more weight in this box. There's 73 infantry models. 73. The Orc and Goblin Battle March, someone left a comment on the video that I made when I was covering these battle marches, and I ranked this one relatively low. And someone left a comment saying, my only thought when it comes to the Orc and Goblin Battle March is, where's the rest of it? And I think when you compare it to this, I mean, this one is coming with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one's coming with 30 Orc boys. And if you're playing Orcs and Goblins, you fucking love the boys. You fucking love the boys. Like, even if spamming Orc boys isn't particularly meta, this isn't 40k. Ironically, in 40k, green tie is really good at the moment, but that's not what I mean. What I mean is, old world and meta, it's such a different thing. In 40k, even if you play a casual game, it feels like everyone's preparing for an RTT these days. People are using RTT to practice for GTs and GTs to practice for super mages. It's kind of mental. It's just everything's competitive and cutthroat all the time. In old world, I'd say 5, maybe 10% tops of the community plays competitively, and the other 90 to 95% plays utterly casually. And so you don't really care if orc boys are good or not. I mean, I personally have 100 orc boys, and I love running them. I love running all of the orcs now. I'm finally at the point where I'm at, I can run all orc, which is awesome. So the orc and goblin tribes battalion, if you look at the individual units, it's not the most competitive thing. But no one's going to... think about this. No self-respecting orc and goblin player, or no person who's thinking of getting into orcs and goblins, is ever going to turn their nose up at getting a shitload of green. Are they? Right? Right? Even if you're someone that looks at this and goes, would have been better if those night goblins in this box. Totally agree with you. You won't find me disagreeing with you, right? But you could, if I'm going to meet you at that halfway point, I think you can meet me at this halfway point and go, well, yeah, obviously, even if they're not great, fucking shitloads of boys and goblins, obviously that's the vibe of the faction. That's what everyone gets into it for. That's where we can fucking start. And we can start getting good later on, right? Right. So this has just got mass. This, wimpy, wimpy, wimpy. This, hefty, hefty, hefty. But it only gets worse. We go over to the High Elf realms. Now, what was really funny is when I covered this in the live stream and did the stream highlight, I had a few people, I had 1 or 2 people who were like, no, Mordian, this is a great box set. And then when I put the video out and people covered it, there were loads of people saying, no, the High Elf one is obviously shit. I don't know what the fuck those people want about in the stream. I think you'll find we had a few GW ball washers, a few Jorbo slugs that were... joining us that day, shall we say. But look at this High Elf one. It's a random collection of shite. Okay? You've got 1 chariot, 1 weird flying chariot, 10 of these Sea Guard. 10 Sea Guard aren't going to last 5 seconds. You've got 5 cavalry. It's just a random collection of bollocks, right? Then we look at the old High Elf battalion. Mass. Look at that. Now, again, you might not think that this is necessarily the most meta box set, but I tell you what this box set has got. It's got fucking elves in it. And it's got a lot of them. And it's a really flexible box set as well. Because in theory, you could turn every single one of the High Elf infantry in this box into Sea Guard. Because Sea Guard are just High Elf spearmen with bows. I know so many people which bought this box set because High Elves are a really popular faction. I know some people that bought this box set and turned every last motherfucking one, well, turned about 40 of the infantry in this box set into Sea Guard and kept the other 20 as bowmen. Like this, it's just so obvious. Like it's just got it, and it's just got mass. It's got flexibility, and you've still got 2 chariots, and you get to build both these chariots, by the way, the same way if you want to. If you want double Tiranoc, you can do that. You want double White Lion chariot, you can do that. And by the way, White Lion chariots, very, very popular, because there's a White Lion character who rides around on a chariot that every time I've faced him, he's royally dicked me. But to be fair, every time I've faced him, I have been using goblins, and goblins fear elves, so most of the time they've shut themselves. But... vibes, narrative, I've lost every single one of those games with a big smile on my face. But the point is, this box set has got mass. It's got a hell of a lot of mass. This box ain't got diddly shit in it. And then we go down, but then I think what might actually be one of the most egregious examples here, I don't know if it's worse than the High Elves, but it's definitely close, is the Wood Elves. So in the Wood Elf one, we're getting 8 cavalry, or we're getting 9 cavalry, 10 spearmen, 10 bowmen. If we look at the Wood Elf Battalion, which is still on sale right now, you get literally double, if not more. I'm looking at, 30 bowmen here versus 10? So that's triple. I'm looking at 20 of the Eternal Guard. By the way, these guys can be built the same way. Okay, you can build them with all the spears, or you can build them with 2 hand weapons. So I'm seeing 20 Eternal Guard versus 10. I'm seeing 10 cavalry versus 9. Okay, so only a slight decrease there, but it's different kind of cavalry that you're getting as well. And the thing with this Wood Elf Battalion is Wild Riders, Wild Riders, not Glade Riders. Wild Riders, these guys in the Stags are actually really fucking good. I've been on the receiving end of a mass Wild Rider charge. I disrespected it. I have never seen anything cut through 40 full plate veteran sellswords like Wild Riders have. It was obscene. Nothing has ever cut through my full plate halberdiers like these guys did. And the fact that you got 10 of this box is wicked. A lot of people poo-pooed this box because a lot of people don't like the Eternal Guard because they are basically a very expensive spearmen. I understand that. But you basically got them for free. You basically got them for free because all of this stuff that you see up here, the cavalry and the bowmen, that's what added up to roughly 115 quid if you bought them separately. The 2 boxes, or the big squad of Eternal Guard, was basically what you got on top of that, right? And that was the big thing with all these battalions. So the Wood Elf one is definitely a huge decrease in volume. Now, the thing is, we all knew this when these Battle March boxes were first announced. So, and when these Battle March boxes were first announced, the majority of people were pretty happy with them. So what has changed to cause the beef? Well, with some of these Battle March boxes, the ones that contained significantly less plastic, there was a assumption that the price was going to be lower. I know. It actually, now that I say it out loud, I actually cannot believe I was so fucking stupid. For a moment, I forgot which company I was talking about. Because this isn't... Well, this is Games Workshop. Games Workshop don't make things cheaper. They just squeeze us for more money. And so, unfortunately, we have now seen a price list that has leaked for some of the stuff that's coming out for Games Workshop. And this could be completely made up. This could be complete bollocks. It could be... It's a leaked price list from a random subreddit. So it could be total shite. But it does seem to follow the usual trend of how these things happen. And we've got in here a couple of examples of what these battle marches are going to cost. So we've got the Warriors of Chaos Battle March Army. And we've got the Grand Cathay Battle March Army. I'll just turn chat off for a second so you can see that. Both of the... And bear in mind, GW does pretty standardized pricing, right? All of the battalions were the same costs. So if both of these battle marches are the same costs, it is not a unreasonable logical leap to assume that this is going to be the new price of all of the battle marches. Both battle marches came in at £108. So technically, and oh, by the way, there's also another price list here if you guys want to see it. That was the ones in British pounds. We've also got a price list here coming out in US dollars, with the Grand Cathay Battle March Army and Warriors of Chaos Battle March Army coming in at a somewhat eye-watering $180, which, I mean, that does seem high, but maybe that's the same. I'm just going to do a quick check here. Wood Elf Battalion, let's look at how much this is in the US. Maybe the burger tax is really high on battle marches. Okay, so no, it is actually a $15 decrease, right? So, if that holds true, then yes, technically the battle marches are getting £7 cheaper, or $15 cheaper. But a lot of them, the majority of them, are offering significantly less value for money than you would be getting from the old battalions. Now, the only people that I think are making out reasonably well from this are Empire and Beastmen. That's it. I think the Empire one, like I said, is actually a better deal. And so getting that for £7 cheaper than you're paying for your battalion, that's good. I think the Empire one is arguably a side grade. So getting that for £7 cheaper is reasonable. In fact, if there's any beef, if I have any beef for those two, by the way, it's not that they're getting diddled by the price and contents change. It's that GW has once again fucking shot themselves in the foot. Because if the existing Empire Battalion was still around and the Battle March was still around, those two boxes for the Empire would go together so well. Think about it. If you bought an Empire Battalion, you end up with a bunch of extra missile troops, but you could always use the spare parts from your state troops to turn them into more state troops. With the battalion, you get a lot of the accoutrement that you were missing, like the fast cavalry, you get a character, you get the archers, you get a few more missile troops, but again, they can always be converted over. All those missile troops can very easily become sword and board state troops. Yeah, you want to have the melee posed state troops to have your halberds, but the sword and board state troops, they're just like, it's just two arms, one with a sword and one with a shield, right? So the point is, like, if those two boxes had existed side by side, that would have been awesome. Because you could have told people, okay, you buy one battalion, you buy one battle march, buy yourself a couple of cannons, bing, bang, boom, you've now got your perfect pathway for an Empire army. Likewise, with the Beastman box set, you can say to people, okay, buy yourself that Beastman battalion, then get yourself a couple of those battle marches. You're probably looking pretty Gucci, right? Although even then you might end up with a few more Ungors. The Beastman one might just be a straight up, you just buy two of these and this is a lot better now. But they took those battalions away. So now, rather than players being able to get multiple sources of great value box sets, they can only go for the one box set that GW has decided is worthy to be sold at this time. I really don't understand why GW only has this one value box per faction system. It's strange. No one else does this. Loads of other wargame companies out there have got multiple starter sets and multiple army sets which you can get for a big bundle. I'm just going to say it, you can all roll your eyes, but for example, Warlord Games has about 9 different starter armies for just the Germans alone. You got the Fallschirmjäger, the Winter Fallschirmjäger, the Rattenkrieg, the Grenadiers. You've got the other Grenadiers one, the 2 SS box sets. How many is that? I've just nailed off the top of my head. I've got like 7, right? Like 7. There's loads. And that's for one nation in one of the games that Warlord covers, right? Same for the British. Same for the Americans. Same for the Russians. Russians got loads. Russians have got about 6 or 7 starter armies at this point. And you just pick which one you want to get, right? But for some reason, Games Workshop just has this thing of you only ever get one value box per faction, and I find it bizarre. So I have some personal beef there. Many of you won't really give a shit, but I have some personal beef there because I think that building up a nice suite of these value boxes is good for the player, but I also think it's good for the company. Because if you've got this pathway, I've mentioned this before, if you've got this pathway of boxes that veterans will point new players to, and then in turn when those new players become veterans, they also point new players again. The positive cycle continues. What you have is you have almost like, not guaranteed, but you have a better idea of what like the purchasing habits of your customers are going to be. You know that this pathway is established, people recommend this pathway, and so the majority of people that get into this faction are going to go down this pathway, so that you can plan your manufacturing and your back-end logistics accordingly. Also, it can be a great way of being able to sell sell models to third-party shops as well. Buy these boxes is what everyone goes for, right? Okay. Squawk. But it's unreasonable to expect a mom and pop shop like GW to keep up with an industry behemoth like Warlord. Anyway, putting my personal beef of the battalion box sets going away, looking at the other 3 factions, the Orcs and the 2 Elf factions. If those box sets come out at £108, they are dead. They are DOA. They're dead on arrival. Because the thing, and let me explain why. Old world players tend to be more experienced than 40k players. So if you try and pull a bunch of shit on old world players, you can't just noob trap them and seal club them, or should I say seal milk them, like you can with 40k players. Because you've got to think, where are old world players typically coming from? You've got the old grognards like myself that played fantasy when they were a kid. And if you've got returning players from when they played fantasy like a kid, they're now older, more grown up. They are more wise to the ways of GW. But I would say at this point, the majority of people who are getting into Old World are getting into Old World because they are sick of GW's shenanigans in Warhammer 40k. Ironically, I would say that in some ways, even though Old World is a fantastic game that can absolutely stand on its own 2 legs, Old World has become an internal fuck you GW game for GW. It's almost like a rogue element. People get into Old World. Old World is basically the sieve that traps a lot of players from leaving the ecosystem, the GW bucket. So these people are very wise to GW chicanery. And if GW just, for example, with the Wood Elf Realm box set, basically more than halves the amount of models that you're getting in there for essentially the same meaningful price, people just aren't going to buy it. People just aren't going to buy it. Even new players who come into the game will be savvy enough to not buy it. And so this is just a potential massive own goal for GW as they try and combat patrolification some of these factions, and it's just going to backfire in their face. It's just going to blow up. On top of that, if GW starts fucking with Old World in a big way, then it is going to go not completely the same way, and I'll explain in a moment, but it's going to start losing its effectiveness as the Civ, because it is seen as a refuge from GW bullshit. If GW starts putting their bullshit into the game, it will no longer be seen as that refuge, and that could dissuade people from getting into it. This is where the beef is. This is the concern that people have. As I said, the beef is, has the Eye of Sauron from Games Workshop begun swinging over to the old world? There have been, and before anybody says, oh, this seems like a bit of an overreaction, this is the latest point on the graph, but it is not the first point on the graph. We've had GW engage in FOMO boxes for the old world. We've had GW engage in the new models being horrifically broken down to loads of tiny parts. For example, the Cathayan Sentinel's leg is 14 or 17 parts for one leg. It's ridiculous. You've also had GW engage in when they replace an old unit with an updated version. For example, Chaos Marauders, you're getting half the amount of miniatures in the box. Now, you might argue, yes, they're double the quality, but that doesn't really matter because you're spending the same amount and GW is giving you half the plastic. So they're getting the same amount of money, but giving you half as much product. So they're making twice as much off you. We've seen it with Chaos Warriors. We've seen it with Cathay. We've seen it with a bunch of other things that have been happening. So we've seen GW start to introduce the chicanery to Old World, but it's not yet cut and dry. Because like I said, they didn't completely blow the game up and rewrite the edition or anything. They gave us that continuation. But we're starting to see this come over. And the more points that get put on this graph, the more points that people can see GW's fucking with this game and going against what is very clearly the old world, the old-timey spirit of Old World. I think the more that we're going to see this beef increase. So is it all doom and gloom? Should you not get into Old World because of this? Well, despite everything I've just said, I have absolutely zero worries about the game of Old World. And that is because of the Old World community. From day one, the Old World community has told GW to shove it. We have told GW, thank you for the game. Now off you fuck. Go back to milking the 40k players and leave us to our own devices. Well, if you don't fuck with us, we'll buy your models. But if you fuck with us, we're going to ignore you. And this came about due to the traumatic birth of Warhammer World. Remember, this game has returned from the dead. A lot of the players that engage with Warhammer these days have this strange sort of it is what it is mentality. They've almost, a lot of 40k players, I would say, are almost like cuckolded by GW. GW just fucks with them and fucks with them and fucks with them. They just go, wait and see. Best game ever. Blah, 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 blah. And they just accept it. Those original Old World players, which still make up the Warhammer fan players, which still make up the foundation of this community, they're cut from a different cloth. They're cut from a different time. They're from the people who, when GW tried this kind of shit, we just outhandedly rejected it. We don't just go along with what Corpo GW tells us to do. And this was made immediately apparent to GW. And in a funny sort of way, they don't have the power over the Old World community that they have over the 40k community. But they tried to. At the launch of Old World, the day before it went live, the day before the pre-orders, GW decided to tell everyone, oh, half the factions are insta going to Legends. We'll go release the free rules to them, but half the factions are insta going to Legends. You won't be able to use you'll be able to use them if you've got like some existing models, but other than that, you shouldn't be using those models. They basically Legends half the factions. Now, this is Warhammer 40k, I'm sorry to say, but if GW decided to Legends half the factions, people would probably just roll over and take it. You might think I'm being a bit unfair with that, but, well, I think we've seen that the 40k community has a remarkable tolerance for GW chicanery. But anyway, Do you know what the old world community said to GW? No. Every Warhammer Old World tournament from day one said that every single one of those Legends factions was allowed. We just ignored GW. GW came down on high with their decree, like they do with 40k, tried that shit with Old World, and the Old World community went, nope. If I'm gonna play Skaven, I'm gonna fucking play Skaven. But you want to know something else? The Old World community actually went a step further, because GW did release some free rules for these factions, some basically legacy PDFs, as it were, but they never updated them, and they massively half-assed them, and the rules writing was a bag of shit where not half, but a lot of the rules didn't work. Do you know what the Old World community did? Big shout out to the Square-based podcast. Check them out on YouTube. They went, we're going to make our own rules. We're going to call them the Renegade Rules. And we are going to go through every single one of these Legends factions, and we are going to give them the first pass, a quality of life improvement. Oh, that rule doesn't quite work. We'll rewrite it so it does work. Oh, that bit of equipment doesn't quite make sense. Oh, we'll rewrite it. All it was basically a community FAQ and balance patch for each one of these factions. And do you want to know what happened? Every single person who played Old World, thousands upon thousands of people, just accepted the Renegade rules as standard. This is basically a community patch which is tournament legal. Not at Warhammer World, but outside of Warhammer World, everybody uses the Renegade rules because they're written by the community for the community, and they're perfectly sensible. It's a great example of Nostalgia Effect. It's like the unofficial patches that everyone uses on Bethesda games. No one plays vanilla Skyrim. No one. And when Bethesda comes out there and releases the 16th version of vanilla Skyrim, people just wait like a week. They'll buy it. Maybe they don't even wait a week. Maybe they wait a day. The community patch comes out, boom, and the game works. The game's better. But do you know what's even crazier? The Old World community did not rest on its laurels. The Old World community has recently, again, shout out the Square-based podcast, have done a 2.0 on the Renegade rules. Not just making them physically work, but actually restoring them to their former glory. Do you miss Skaven slaves? Do you think it was fucking stupid that GW took them out? Probably not to cause offense. Guess what? You can take them again now. Just as you could back in the day. Fucking hundreds of them, and they're all worth fucking like 2 points, and they can't fight their way out of a wet paper bag, but you can take them. You can take them. Hey, you want Dark Elves that actually don't feel like half a faction, feel like a full faction? We got you. And again, all of these Renegade rules universally accepted from the most casual table to the most competitive table, completely outside of GW's jurisdiction. They can't control it. They can't do anything about it. They can't do anything about it. So I have absolutely zero worry about GW's fuckery and chicanery with Old World, because it will be totally and wholly ineffective. If GW starts fucking with the amount of models that they're putting in the boxes and starts price gouging people, do you know what people will do? They'll just get their models elsewhere. Do you know how many sources of fantasy elves there are? Do you know how many sources of medieval or Renaissance historical infantry there are for Empire and Bretonnia? Do you know how many just fucking orcs you can buy? Like, and the crazy thing, and people might go, oh, but they're not the official models. Will people have an issue with them? A, we're literally running our own rules at tournaments. Do you think we'll give a shit about running non-GW mods at tournaments? And B, GW killed Old World for the better part of a decade. And yet people still played Warhammer Fantasy every single fucking day. Warhammer Fantasy 6th edition went strong. 9th Age went strong. People already knew how to get the fantasy models that they needed without GW's logistics train. And those logistics trains haven't stopped. They haven't diminished. If I want to go and get a bunch of cheap men-at-arms, I can head over to Fireforge Games right now and pick up some of their Sergeant-at-Arms models. No dramas whatsoever. I think it's like 40 in a box for like £1 per model. Yeah, okay. No problem whatsoever. Maybe even cheaper than that. Maybe like 30 quid or something. Chap Dev, absolutely great point. When Fancy was killed off, I got my vampires from Kings of War. Exactly. What about the... You get like 90 zombies from Kings of War for next to nothing. Remember, a lot of these legacy factions... And we're talking about them fucking with the main factions. A lot of these legacy factions still don't have model support from GW. Do you think those people... Oh, I can't find any Dark Elf models. Oh, GW doesn't sell them. I guess I won't run them. Oh, no. I've played against Dark Elves loads of times. Oh, GW doesn't sell Lizardmen models. Oh, that's amazing. I keep facing Lizardmen. Oh, GW doesn't sell vampire models. Oh, I keep facing vampires. Weird that. Wonder where they're getting the models from. Oh, yeah. Not from GW. That's before we even take into account 3D printing. And frankly, if you think the 3D printing scene for 40k is good, you should see the 3D printing scene for Old World. I'm not going to name any names because I don't want to drop anybody in it. You know where GW is these days. But there are some excellent people out there. And all of these people are ready at a moment's notice to step in and fill the void if GW decides to leave the money on the table. So no, I don't worry about Old World at all. If GW released some absolutely dog shit update for the game, even from a rules perspective, I would just wait for the Square base guys to come up with their official Renegades rules patch, and then I would just play that. GW has literally no power over this community. If Games Workshop blew up Old World, if they went, fuck it, we're blowing it up a second time, one, I don't think their pride and their ego will ever allow them to do that. But two, I don't think the same trick would work again twice. I think, frankly, the cat's out of the bag, the Old World community is established, I think people would still continue to play it massively. Hugely. The community has too much ownership of the game. But I got one last thing to tell you. I got one conspiracy point for you. Because some of you might be asking, why is Games Workshop doing this? If we know the community is this good, then why would GW do it? Well, of course it's going to be some bullshit executive, right? Of course. But I have a conspiracy theory. I probably should have included this earlier, but better late than never. I think GW has tried to somewhat speedrun a classic trick of theirs. Almost the same trick they pulled by destroying War Machine. When Games Workshop blew up Old World the first time, in many ways it did backfire on them. Age of Sigmar did not land the way that they hoped it would, and people continued wanting to play rank and flank games. But instead of just going along with Age of Sigmar, what happened is a bunch of other companies stepped in to fill the void. And a bunch of other game systems. I mentioned some earlier, but I mentioned Ninth Age earlier. That was very much a community-led one. But you also had Mantic's Kings of War, and you had games like Conquest, Last Arguments of Kings. And the longer that GW ignored Warhammer Fantasy, the more that these games grew and grew and grew in strength. To the point where, before Old World came out, I was getting almost daily requests on stream. You should check out Conquest. You should check out Ninth Age. All this kind of stuff, right? And then when they brought Old World back, it sucked the air out of the room for all of these other games. Because admittedly, people just wanted their Warhammer Fantasy. people just wanted their Warhammer Fantasy. And so if Games Workshop was offering basically Warhammer Fantasy again, then they was, you know, unfortunately, sorry, but you were kind of, you know, Conquest and stuff. But for many people, you were kind of the rebound. You were kind of the side hoe until the main hoe came back. And I think they're trying, I think what Games Workshop has done is they saw that there was still a desire for Warhammer Fantasy. They've brought Old World back. They've tried to trick a bunch of people into Old World, Best World. And now and we have seen a decline in games like Ninth Age. We have seen a decline in games like Conquest, Last Argument of Kings. They're still going, but they're not, and they've definitely lost the momentum that they did have. So we've seen a decline in those games, and we've seen a rise in Old World. GW has essentially recaptured the market. And after a few years of them solidifying that and establishing a loyal player base, what have they done? Have they rewarded that loyal player base? Or once the competition has begun to die, have they resorted back to their old tricks again? Well, I think we can all see the answer for ourselves, can't we? And so I think Master Pef, you're absolutely right. Jorbo hates nothing worse than a competitor. Absolutely. I think that I will say this. I think that originally Old World came back with good intentions, a little side project from a few people at Games Workshop who managed to somehow get it across the line. But the moment that it became apparent how successful it was, not only on its own merits, but also at crushing the competition, I think the suits got involved. Again, this is all bullshit. I could be making all this up, by the way. The tinfoil hat is the indicator of don't believe a word I'm saying. This could all be bollocks. But my conspiracy theory is that the moment that they saw that not only could this make the money, but also crush the competition, the suits got involved. And that's why, after the first 18 months, we started seeing GW making the same familiar waves that they've been making in many of the other game systems. The funny thing is, though, I don't think it's going to work this time. I don't think they can get away with it this time, because what they've done in the past, it's a different world now. It's a different world. It's a different industry. And it's a very, very, very different community. A community which has, by and large, learned to be self-sufficient. And a community that was happy to have Games Workshop along for the ride. But they're the ones in control of the train. They're the ones in control of the hype train. And if GW decides they don't want to put coal into the hype train anymore, they want to start slowing it down, then the community is going to politely, yet firmly, ask GW to get off at the next stop. Exactly, Pastor Blaster. Look at me. We are the captain now. And I think that what's happening with Old World, maybe it's beef, but personally, I choose to see it as hype. Because I think that it's going to be a very public display of a community, of a very public display and a very good case study and a very good example that the community, even the cuckolded 40k community, can point to and go, look what happens when the community takes control. Look at that success story. And maybe we're getting a little bit too hopeful here. Maybe we're sucking on the copium. But If people see it works in one place, they might see it start working in another place. I mean, we've already got it working in 2 places. The new season of Necromunda, whatever it's called, new edition of Necromunda, it looks like a bag of shit. To be charitable, it looks very, very... The results from the reception of the community has been very mixed. Some people think it looks like okay. Some people think it looks shite. The Necromunda community has already said, yeah, I'm just going to keep playing what I already play with my mates. We've had it with Necromunda. That's a relatively small game. We've had it with Old World. That's a bigger game. Maybe we'll see it with some of the other ones as well. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think down in the comment section below if you are watching this post live, or let me know what you think right now in live chat if you are watching it right now. There we are. Chap Dev at Mon and Glory, I was more hyped by Renegades giving vampires new bloodline powers than anything GW has released from my wood/high elf armies in last year. As long as the community has its back. That's it. That's absolutely it. I'll meet you on that one, Chap Dev. I was more excited about the square base comp for my Renegade crowns than I was for anything that GW's done in the last year and a half. Since they started doing the whole Cathayan shit, I've not had any interest in what GW's been doing for Old World. Yeah. Hammer, but my favorite GW shield says New Necromunda was awesome. I mean, this is a separate bit of beef. This is a separate bit of beef. And some will say I'm being a bit facetious and that I'm wrong on this, but I'm not. The new edition of Necromunda has gone full Horus Heresy 3.0. Everything that happened with Horus Heresy 3.0 is happening with Necromunda. Everything. Do you want an example? So you know in Horus Heresy 3.0, you had Rites of War, and everybody loved their Rites of War. And then they all went away. Necromunda had gang traits. Everybody loved them. Guess where they've gone? Do you want to know something else? Now, this people will say I'm being facetious here, but technically I am correct on this one. Anyone who's played Necromunda will know that there are 2 kind of distinct ranks of standard Ganger. You've got the Ganger and you've got the Juvie. They got rid of the Juvies. Now, technically, they rolled Juvies into something called Prospects. But Prospects are something much different. So having your classic Juvie start off with fuck all and then work his way all the way up, and you know, Juvies, they start off weak, but they've got more potential than Gangers. Not anymore. Also, the community is in revolt mode. We just got a new rulebook. Yeah. But you know what? So, yeah, it's... Yeah. So... Yeah. The Juvies weren't represented well with the current miniatures. Robert Surtees. I don't know which side of the fence you're coming down on with this whole Necromunda thing, but that completely proves my point. The new Necromunda, the dreaded policy has come for it. the models in the box didn't represent juvies well. So what did GW do? Okay, no juvies in the box. Can't buy any juvies then. Can't take any juvies. There you are. The dreaded policy has come for Necromunda. All the a bunch of people had like custom models, like you could put great swords on some of your Cawdor gangers, for example, and they were actually like semi-useful and kind of fun. All gone. All gone. But like with the old world, I have absolutely no worries for Necromunda. Necromunda is not a global game like 40k, and to a lesser extent, Old World. Necromunda is played between small groups of individuals. It's like D&D. Why do people still play D&D? Even after all the shit that's been going on with D&D? Because people just take one look over at the bollocks that's going on with D&D and they go, okay, we're just going to keep playing with the current edition that we like. Or we'll go back to 5th, or we'll go back to 3.5. No one gives a fuck. Or we'll go to Pathfinder, right? With Necromunda, GW can release a brand new edition and people will just go, oh, I can't remember my greatsword, guys. Oh, the war gear's all fucked up. Oh, the juvies are all fucked up. That's all right. Hey, Steve, the one other guy that I played Necromunda with. Yes, Dave. New edition looks a bit shite. Shall we continue our campaign with the current edition? Yeah, sounds like a good idea. Sick. And also, it's not if GW stopped selling Necromunda models tomorrow, every model is a Necromunda model. So yeah, this is but this is why I just don't worry about games like Necromunda. I just don't worry about Old World. These are games that have been completely that are completely controlled by their respective communities. Like everyone's a Mordheim model. Yeah, exactly. People like there's bunches, and you might say, well, why didn't this happen with something like Horus Heresy? Because Horus Heresy is a bit more of like a global game, and in many ways, Horus Heresy is kind of populated by 40k players, so there's always that sort of level at the back of sort of that cuckoldery shill mindset at the back of the mind. I don't think that's actually fair to the Heresy community. I'll tell you why. I think it's because the Heresy community, they were kind of the first ones to go through this in the modern era. And so they didn't have... Heresy 3.0 kind of had to kill Heresy so that what happened to Heresy, the Old World community and the Necromunda community could see it and then mentally begin to make preparations for it. So if Heresy goes to shit, if Old World goes to shit, the community's robust enough to not care. If Necromunda goes to shit, the community's robust enough to not care. Heresy didn't quite have that. They were the first ones to go through this process, and we all got to learn from what happened. Yeah. All right. But shall we catch up on some super chats and see what people are saying? So, Tiki, my boy, Banzai, daily PSA. There is no such thing as a Tiki point. I think you'll find in the Mordian Glory community FAQ for Bolt Action and for Conflict 47 that there absolutely is the Tiki point. I'm sorry, but it exists. Summerland, thank you for the 12 months. X-Force, baby! 1 year, baby! Yes! Proud to be in the ranks. Dude, you have earned your cross last guns. You are absolutely a hardened veteran now. Incredible, man. Thank you not only for the 12 months, but also thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, baby! The 2 groups of 5. Absolute Giga Chad maneuver. Absolute big dick swinging maneuver. Absolutely fucking love it, mate. Incredible. Summerland, double... 007, thank you for going above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with all of your support, coming in with your member flex, coming in with all of the gifted memberships. You're an absolute fucking hero, mate, and I really fucking appreciate it, bro. Amazing. Amazing. I'm jacked to the tits. We've got Macan. Macan, thank you for the super chat. For the battalion boxes that are going away, if someone were to get them now while they can, how many each would you do? It depends on which army, frankly. I think I would just go for 1. I think 1's good. Yeah. Because if you buy 2 orc ones, for example, you don't really need 4 chariots, right? You could sell those, you could try and sell those on separately, but they give orc chariots away in every box, so I don't think there's any point. If you bought the high elf one, you don't really need 4 chariots for that either, to be honest. If you bought the Beastman one, I'd maybe go for 2, but honestly, you're probably best going for 1 of the extra Shaggoth. Not Shaggoth, Gorgon. Empire one's great, but you don't need 2 steam tanks. The Dwarven one I'd buy 2 of, because you can absolutely run the shit out of loads of Death Copters. So, yeah. Yeah. Dwarf one, I'd go for 2. Wood Elf one, I wouldn't be afraid to go for 2 either. So there you go. Aldeus, thank you for the super chat. Meme and stream discussion because Old World, Best World. Old World is Best World. Let's have a look. Yeah, there you go. Yellow energy Jorbo slugs downsizing the boxes for more money. You have no power here. It's so true. It's so true. They have absolutely no power. Do you know what's so fucking stupid? GW is so fucking stupid. If they had that, if they'd kept that high elf battalion around, I would have bought. I'm not looking to buy any new 40k armies, but you guys know I love the shit out of buying old world armies. And what do I love? I love spearmen. I love bowmen. GW could have sold. I would have bought 2 or 3 of those high elf battalions just because. Lol. Let's recreate the opening scene from Lord of the Rings. Ovs. Now, I'm going to 3D print every fucking high elf that I have. Do you want to, like, seriously? This is just my personal take. I'm not telling you guys to do anything. This is not hobbying advice. But you know when Old World came out and they didn't have Empire, and I really wanted to play Empire, so I 3D printed my Empire. That's why I bought a 3D printer. But then I realized that I needed to support Old World because if GW does the right thing, you should vote with your wallet, positively and negatively. That's my personal philosophy anyway. So I stopped 3D printing this. I haven't 3D printed anything in about 2 years. And I've bought brand new in-box from Games Workshop the vast majority of my Old World. My Orcs and Goblins, nearly every single, apart from like a handful of models when I was a childhood, all brand new in-box. My Bretonians, brand new in-box. How many times have I spoken about doing some sort of elf army? So I was at Simon's and the High Elves, but even then, I'd love to do a full. I mean, I said it when I was covering the battle marches. I love the idea of a big Eternal Guard block with archers behind. I love the idea of having just masses of elven spearmen Seagull would be perfect. Spears and bows. I love that shit, right? How many times have I said the moment that GW brings back those old legacy factions and starts making models for them, I'd be buying the models from them. How many times have you heard me go off on one about how much I love the old skeletons and the old ass fucking zombies, right? I'm always going on about that shit. Right? Well, that was my policy when GW was doing right by us, the players. If GW is not doing right by us players, well, I'm afraid to tell you, I may be, nothing's confirmed, GW, so you can't strike this video. I may consider firing the old personal manufactorum back up again. After all, if GW does want to sell me my elves at a reasonable price point, I'm not asking for cheap, reasonable. I'm a reasonable guy. I know that the personal manufactorum has got me covered. Yeah. There you go. And if GW decides they want to start doing right by their customers again, then maybe that personal manufactorum goes away for another year or two. It's that simple. They have literally no power over me. They have literally no power over me. And you want to know something? Do you want to know something? It's the best fucking feeling in the world. Playing Old World is night and day to playing 40k. I'm very fortunate with 40k because I have all of the... One of the reasons why I've basically solely focused on playing Guard in more recent years is because I have all of the Guard. What I'm worried you may have heard there is I have a lot of Guard. What I meant is I have all of the Guard. So for me, 40k is a completely stress-free situation. If GW fucks with one of my units, it goes on the shelf, and the other one comes off the shelf, right? This mentality of basically making myself immune to GW's bullshit has led to my hobbying being so stress-free. It's so good when GW has no power over you. Oh, you fucked with the Guard again. That's okay. My Vrax level armory has me covered. Oh, GW decided, which I bought all before GW did all the crazy bullshit they've been doing. This is 22 years of collecting Guard. Do you think I need to buy anything else? I haven't bought a Guard model in about 5 years. I don't intend to. I completed Guard. I completed it. My pile of shame. Oh, I need a few more Guardsmen. I'm going to head over to the old pile of shame. Oh, GW, decide you want to fuck with my old world? Shame. On a completely unrelated note, those Aegean elves from Highland Miniatures look really cool. I might paint some of those up. Shame you won't sell me those high elves anymore, GW. For a reasonable price. That's just the way it's got to be. That's just the way it's got to be. You got to get out from underneath their thumb, boys. You got to get out from underneath the thumb. And the moment you do, your hobbying becomes so much better. It just does. It just fucking does, man. Oh, man. What do we got? Butt Mountain, my boy! Butt Mountain, thank you for the super chat. Sorry if this has been addressed, but I realized my Japanese was missing points, and it appears that Shiburu weapons got a points reduction. Is it just on the Ghost Warriors or all the Shiburu? Let me have a look. Has Warlord done a bloody another Shadow update? Is it just on the app? If it's just on the app, it might be a mistake or it might be preemptive. Let's have a look. I did notice, what was interesting, I did notice that all of the lists that I built in the app disappeared, but they seem to have come back again now. So I wonder if there's been some sort of update going on. Empire of Japan. Assault Platoon. Ghost Attack Squads. And then we've got Shibura Rifle Squads. Okay, let's have a look at this. Empire of Japan. Let's scroll down to here. Imperial Japanese Shibura Rifle Squad, 161 points. Additional soldiers, 23 points per squad. Warlord app, 147 points. Ooh, photograph. Cool. Buy now, £27.50. Do you know what? It's funny. By like Warlord standards, that's not actually that great a deal because, you know, you're getting like 12 infantry for like £27.50. But it's actually, it's. I might get some of those. I'm fucking saying it. I might get some. 21 points. Interesting. Interesting. Curious. App updates about 10 days before the PDF. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's a consistent thing, Svea, but it's definitely happened this time. I mean, if they reduce the cost of the Shibura rifles, that'll be excellent. Bonadori reduced to 6 also. I think Warlord's cooking. I think they might be cooking. So how much are the Ghost Attack guys now? 30 points. And then they've reduced... Okay, so now there's only a 2-point difference between them and an SMG and Combat Blade. Interesting. So you still can't teleport within point blank, though. Can you? It says at least 6 inches, not over 6 inches. So you can teleport within point blank. Not over 6 inches away, at least 6 inches away. Really? Woo, baby. Oh dear. I might be running Japanese this weekend. Sorry, Cosmic, but the old style treatment might need to come out next time. Woo, baby. We're cooking now, fellas. We're cooking now. Oh, man. If you're at least 6 inches away, you're not within 6 inches. But I'm not over 6 inches. It does no, so yeah, I think you miss. I think you are. It says at least 6 inches away. To be in point blank range, you need to be 6 inches or less. So I think it works, man. Nah, I think you're splitting hairs, dude. This isn't 40k. This isn't this. I respect your attention to detail, but this isn't 40k. If Warlord wanted you to be over 6 inches away, they would say you would be over 6 inches away. Yeah. 6 inches. This says you need to be at least 6 inches away. To be in point blank, you need to be 6 inches or less. I think you could absolutely teleport into point blank with this. In fact, why don't we just find the fucking rules rather than arguing over it, eh? Why don't we just check it? You might be right, I might be right. Rather than us arguing, why don't we just have a look? If you're right, then I'll say you're right. You know me. I'm not gonna. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I've never had any issue with admitting that. It says if the target is within 6 inches. So I think my interpretation is correct. Because it doesn't say is under 6 inches away. It says within 6 inches. If I'm 6 inches away from you, I am within 6 inches. That's page 83 if you want to check it out. I'm using the bolt action rulebook, but obviously it's the same thing, right? If you want me to check the K47 one for the sake of completeness. But I think we're all right, man. I think we're okay. Yeah. I'll double check it in the K47 one just in case, but I think we're Gucci, bro. Page 70 of K47. Thank you, Wall58. Appreciate you. It's the same thing. Yeah. Within 6 inches. Yeah. So, I mean, to me, it's a reason. Who's right and who's wrong doesn't really matter, right? It's a reason to celebrate. Japanese getting rid of a power boost, that's what we needed, right? Let's look at it that way. I never like coming to loggerheads with people over this kind of stuff. All right. Although getting the whole squad exactly 6 inches away and no close is going to be nearly impossible. It's a piece of what? Nah. I don't know why you say that. You only need to be think about it, Dexon. You only need to be within 6 inches of one model in the unit. If you've got let's say you've got a line of guys, you don't have to deploy in a blob, do you? You can redeploy your guys in a crescent around the edge. Fuck it, paint. Right. Let's say we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 Americans. Five Americans. Like this. And then we get 5 Ghost Warriors that teleport. Okay, now if I don't, for fuck's sake, right? If this guy is 6 inches away, okay, then obviously this guy here is probably, I'm doing this roughly, over 6 inches away because diagonal, right? Pythagoras, all that shit. But what we would do is teleport here. Obviously this is not to scale, but you get a point. So now he's within 6 inches. And this guy teleports to here, and this guy to here, and this guy to here. You get my point, right? So you deploy in the crescent moon formation, and so that way everyone is technically within 6 inches of this one guy, right? So I don't think it'll be that hard at all. Also, I'd say this, players intended. If obviously we know that it's easy if we know that I can get within point blank, let's not fuck around with getting the millimeters out, and we just go, yeah, I know that you can get all your guys. Make it so it's about right. Bang, 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 bang. Get it. Yeah, cool. Job done. If it's a tournament, maybe we have to be a bit more precise. But I think in a standard game, we can, you know, if you were doing it to me, I'd be like, stop fannying about, making sure they're all exactly 6 inches away. Just get them down. They're about 6 inches away. Cool, good. Now shoot me in the ass. Teleporting into point blank after execute your order will just open you up to getting shot point blank for free. No, absolutely. Right. You'd need something like guts. Because you don't teleport, then shoot. You shoot, then teleport, right? So it's obviously different. But the point is, you could absolutely, you know, you could start setting some things up with a bit of guts and whatnot. Also, I think the main thing is it's to stop you from getting boxed out in a lot of places. Yeah. Probably what you can do, you can run out 8 inches, shoot someone point blank, and then sort of teleport away again. Yeah. Or set yourself up for the next turn, potentially, hoping you get the next dice. Could be a bit risky, though. But, yeah. But, yeah, so the teleporting in 6 inches isn't such a big deal, but with things like guts and whatnot, it could be. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, right. Yeah, exactly. You could teleport away. You could, as Sir Epa has said it, you shoot, teleport over. Maybe, for example, like you go, I'm going to run forward, unleash the anti-tank launchers. So I've not used a rift dice. Then teleport over to a commander whose position's getting overrun. And then next dice, you activate the commander. He puts their, you know, if you get the next dice. Maybe you do this towards the end of the turn. You know, this is more of a later turn thing. And then he puts their dice back in the bag, and they go, potentially. Yeah. Yeah. But I think the main thing is it just gives you the ability to, you're not getting completely boxed out from objectives and stuff. You've got to think, to be honest, this was definitely needed. Think about how much infiltrates on the board these days with Totem Core. A single squad Totem Core could completely box you out of half the fucking objectives on the map. Just going, okay, yeah, I can teleport 6 inches away now. It means you can teleport in range of the Totem Core, and if they're in cover, they can't get to you, but you can fucking get to them if you need to. Yeah. Gives you choices. Gives you options. So it was 100% needed, yeah. I think I said A tier in the comments, ironically, didn't I? Yeah, A tier. We'll cover the guard A tier shit in a moment. Let's have a look. So butt mounted, that is a big deal, though. That is a big deal. That's cool. We might, you know what we'll probably do? We'll cover the guard. We'll just chat. We had a big bit with that old world bit. If I don't cover the stats today, I'll cover them tomorrow. And then the stream highlight will come out on the Thursday. As per tradition. Yeah. Ooh. But tomorrow is Invasion America Day. Interesting. Tomorrow I get to tell you all about Invasion America, which is kind of cool. That's why this has come out now. Because they're trying to get things lined up. As if I've had any emails. You said Wednesday. Yeah. My embargo drops on Wednesday, but no specific time is given. So the moment that the time on my clock rolls over from 23:59 Tuesday to 00:00 Wednesday. We fucking go. We fucking go all in. Okay, I've not had anything from... Yeah. I fucking know. I have a funny thing. I've oh yeah, boys! Yeah, boys! It's gonna be fucking sick tomorrow. It's gonna be so fucking sick. I won't be able to show too much on screen because Warlord is a bit funny about that. I can share with you all the details. I just might not be able to like show, read. I might not just be able to like put the things on screen. But I can read off it, for example. But I think most of it will just be answering a lot of questions. Answering a lot of questions and reading a few of the really cool stories out. Yeah. Funny thing. So after I built, I got some of the new Ghost Warriors early, and I converted some of the basic Japanese infantry to be Shiburu riflemen. I sent Warlord an email. By the way, don't hold Warlord to this. We're just spitballing some ideas back and forth. So if this doesn't materialize, don't get your hopes up. If it's until it happens, it's not happened, right? But I sent Warlord an email, and I sent them some pictures, and I said, "Hey, thank you for sending me the new Ghost Warriors. Really appreciate it. I've built mine with the melee weapons, but I had some of the new Japanese infantry that you'd sent me a little while ago, and I converted them over to make use of the Shiburu rifles. I think it came out all right. What do you guys think?" And I said it gave me an idea for how to have an interim solution for getting plastic Shiburu rifles out there. And I mean, I'll read it out. Let me read it out verbatim. I won't read out their reply verbatim, but I'll read this. Yeah. So I said, I've just got the new plastic Ghost Wars. They're really good. Thanks to them early. I built mine with melee weapons, but I didn't want to let the crushed rifles go to waste, so I had a go at kit bashing them onto some of the new action IJ infantry. I think it came out okay. See attached. It got me thinking of an idea. What if you did a small discount bundle on the web store, which featured a box of Ghost Warriors and 3 sprues of the new bolt action Japanese infantry? And then in the description, you can mention that with a little hobbying, you convert the regular infantry into all plastic Shiburu rifles. Might be a nice way to get plastic Shiburu rifle guys to market, even as a stopgap, and a bit of a PR win. It shows Warlord encourages and embraces hobbying and kit bashing. So I sent that to them, and I got a reply back, and I won't read it out verbatim, like I said, but they actually thought it was a really good idea. So they might go for it. They might not. They might go for it. But they also threw out an idea. And this is just something they're spitballing. So like I said, if this doesn't come to market, don't be disappointed. But they threw out an idea saying that they were actually tempted to do a web exclusive where for every box of Ghost Warriors that you buy, you just get a free sprue of Japanese infantry. I was just like, Warlord, you're just too good for this world. Yeah, we could do a bundle, but what if we just like gave the models away for free? I was like, I haven't replied yet, but I'm like, okay, that's an even. I was trying to make you guys more money, but okay. So, but it may not happen. So, like I said, it's just an idea. And I don't want to be revealing every sort of, personal emails that I have back and forth with Warlord, because I don't think they would appreciate that. I only wanted to share it with you guys because I thought it was a really good example of of where their head's at. The fact they're even thinking in this way. It may not materialize. And if it doesn't, who gives a shit? Like, it's already that ghost infiltration is already a ridiculously good deal, as we all know, right? So it's already good, but it's just a great example. So that's why I'm not putting any pressure on it. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Some ideas get left on the cutting room floor and everything, but just the fact that their head is in this space, I think it's great to see. I think we can all agree it's great to see it. So it's awesome. Yeah, what I think Warlord is just, they're killing it at the moment. They're absolutely fucking crushing it. Crush, Japanese. But no, they're absolutely crushing it at the moment. And I can't wait to see what else they do. Yeah, they're just smashing it. And I think the reason they're smashing it is because they've just got their heads in the right places. Yeah. What do we got next? Squawk! Thank you, Super Chat. Shameless self-promotion time. Go watch the mini documentary I helped make, My Name Is Not Important, on YouTube. Did you link it, man? In like stream discussion or something? Or do you want me to search it? I'll see if I can search it. They might not come up if it's relatively niche. But hey, it might be big. Who knows? Maybe it's maybe I'm negatively assuming it's relatively low views and actually it's fucking smashing it. Let's have a look. My Name Is Not Important. I'm definitely gonna need a link. Because I don't, I'm definitely going to need a link. Put it in stream discussion, man. Yeah. But I'll take a look at it. But if it's, CJ doesn't want to leak the smut and the love letters. Yeah, send me a link and then I'll have a look. If I can't watch it on, depending obviously on the length of what it is, I might not be able to watch it on stream just because it might be like super long. But if I don't watch it on stream, I will make sure that I check it out on my personal time. Okay, and I'll try and give it a I'll try and make sure I watch it at some point this week, and then I'll make sure that I watch it and pay close enough attention to it. So that if you ask me questions about it, I'll be able to give you a proper answer rather than be like, yeah, I thought it was quite good when I've obviously not watched it, right? So I'll make sure that I put the effort in. If I can't watch on stream because it's a bit longer than expected. All right, what do we got next? Skeletal Commissar, thank you for the super chat. 5th edition time is happening. Just won the bid on the Metal Ghosts. I've been working on some models like Bragg and Coup as a heavy weapon team. That's just mean. Why would you put Bragg and Coup on the same fucking weapon team? I mean, no spoilers, but you're a bad man. You're a bad. I see you. I see your dark heart. I see your sick soul. Let's have a look. What have we got here? All right. Talent Command, Colm Corbeck, Elam Rawn, Bryn Milo, Tolan Dorden, Merton Fagor. I think that's solid. Yeah. Lord Commissar, obviously Gaunt. Makes sense. Got to give him a power weapon and bolt pistol. Nice, nice. Troops. Bragg squad. You've named them all, man. Cool. Yeah, that is just evil. You can't have those two on the same weapon team. You can't have those on the same weapon team. I'm sorry. I'm just not. I forbid it. I forbid it. You can't be doing that. Froston's Burners, nice. Say hello to Mr. Yellow. Metal Squad. I love how you've literally got all the proper names and everything. I love that. Is Goots around here somewhere? I mean, if these guys are fucking around, Goots has got to be around here somewhere, right? We've got a Dare, nice. It's funny, like going through. I'm re-listening to Gaunt's Ghost like the millionth time, and some of the characters when you're reading it for the first time, when you sort of you almost speed reading it because you're so excited the first time you read it, you don't appreciate like some of the characters that actually get quite built up. Like Adare, like he actually gets a relative like he gets a few mentions here and there, and then obviously spoiler alert, he dies. But you don't when you're first reading it, you don't really appreciate like him dying is actually it's not like a big deal, but it's not a deal. Do you know what I mean? This is cool, man. Tanith Scouts. Cool. Earthshaker platform. That kind of represent. I love that as Catherine as Pastone. That's really cool. I kind of like this because it kind of represents the what do you call it? There's that like artillery regiment that they work. I think is it the first book where they save their ass? Is it in the first book? Yeah, that's kind of cool. Although, to be fair, not to get actually on you, but the first book was before they had a bunch of the Viver people with them. The Vergastites, but yeah. But it's not the end of the world. It's a less egregious detail than this fucking abomination. I'm sorry, you just can't do it, all right? You just can't. You just can't do it. Anyway. All right. But it's so that level of detail and that level of pure fucking vibes is awesome, man. Yeah, that's really, really cool. Okay. Squawk, I've seen you post the video, so it's about half an hour long, so I don't really have time to watch it like right now, like all of it. But is there like I do feel remiss like not giving it. I mean, it's about it seems like it seems very, very interesting, but it also seems perhaps a little, how shall we say, off topic for today's stream. I tell you what I'll do, mate. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll do this for you, man. Let me watch it offline this week. I'll make sure I find the time. Even if I just, hey, maybe I listen, maybe, is it something I can mostly listen to? It seems like it's more audible than visual, right? I can just sort of look at the preview now. It looks like it's mostly a dude sitting in a chair. It's not a bad thing, by the way. What I'll do, I'll go and pick up Chicken Detonator's package. I'll listen to it on the way there. Okay. And if I think it's, you know, once I've listened to it, give it, you know, checked out, make sure it's all right and everything. If it's decent, I will link it to people on stream and say, hey, this is pretty good. It's been done by one of our own. And I'll give it that. I think that'll be a slightly more effect. At the very least, I'll listen to it. And if I think people in this community, it's worth, you know, if I think, it's not if I think it's good, but if I think it's like important, if that makes sense. If I think it's like it's going to connect with people in the community and all that, I'll say, hey, this quick sidebar, this is really cool. I'm not going to play it on stream, but you guys check it out and then I'll link it. That is like a good way of doing it. All right. If you're okay with that, that's the way we'll do it. So that way I can give it a good, listen to and Just check it out beforehand. Yeah. There we go. What have we got here? Dexian Gaming Corner. The Shiburu cannon went down 20 points. It went down 20 points? I mean, I saw the Shiburu rifles went down by 2 points. The cannon went down 20? I might be running the Japanese this weekend. Banzai! 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 Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. 20 points is a big discount. How much were those? Were they 60 or were they 40? Either way, it's either 33% discount or it's a fucking 50% discount. They were 8. They might still be too much. They might still be too much, TBH. But let's have a look. Add platoon. Armored Walker platoon. Add platoon. Armored Walker. They're still... I don't know if they're... I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if they're worth... Like, it's still 60 points for a light Shiburu cannon on this mech. Like, it's a step in the right direction. Don't get me wrong. But remember when I said, even if they made them free, they wouldn't be worth it? Would have Crush changed? No. No, they've not changed Crush. That's a shame. They really, really, really just need to change Crush to Exploding Sixes. Just if you get a hit, you get another hit. This whole hitting with all of their shots is just fucked. I know it's going to sound crazy, and I don't mean to rain on anyone's parade. But even with a 20-point discount, I still won't take this. I still won't take it. It just needs flat Exploding Sixes. You don't need... It doesn't need to have this whole combining bollocks together or anything like that. The way you fix Crush, no amount of points changes will fix it on the walkers. Like, it's that simple. The way you fix Crush is it always has exploding hits. So if you get a 6, you get another hit. If you get 2 6s, you get 2 hits, right? Not 2 6, 2 hits, you get 2. You know what I mean? And on a surging dice, it ignores cover. That's it. That's it. Okay? And you don't give it any downside. Until then, it's unfortunately still not worth it. Is the new Walker on here? I don't think so. No. Yeah. And don't get me wrong, I want to fucking look at this fucking thing, right? Look at that. I want to run it. I want to love it. I want 2 of them in my army. Right? It's obviously the coolest mech Warlord has ever made. But they fucking need to fix this fucking Crush thing. And I love Warlord. I wash their balls. I wash their balls day in, day out. My hands are wrinkly from all the suds. But I'm telling you, it's the fucking needing to hit with every shot just dicks this thing. It dicks it, and it dicks all the Crush cannons. It dicks it hard. I mean, think If any of you guys watched the battle port I put out this weekend, think about how much that Vogel spinner was doing, right? Think about how much that Vogel spinner was doing for me. It was fucking sick, right? That thing is 50 points cheaper than the mech without the claws. It's 60 points cheaper than the mech we just saw with the claws. There's no comparison. The grav gun automatically ignores cover. And the bigger the unit you shoot with, the better it does. Yeah. To be fair, it's still 2 shots at pen +3. Drop it another 10 points, and that's worth 25 points. Not with that, dude. Not with that ignores cover, man. It's the only riff weapon that doesn't ignore cover. Even if it just ignored cover, it would be better. But yeah. Dexian. If we're having to pull out corrosive as an example, I think we both know that's not a valid argument. There is precisely 2 units in the game that use corrosive, and one of them nobody takes because it's the fucking Mega Churchill, and it's mega, mega expensive. Okay? I love you, buddy, but if we're drawing on corrosive for arguments, then all reasonable discussion has gone out of the window. But we're running infantry guard for vibes. Scorpion mech has vibes. It does have vibes. The Scorpion mech's pretty good because it's really good in combat. Because what's it like? Is it 6 legs and 2 fists or something mental? Oh no, it's 4 legs and 2 fists. Like, it's okay. It still can't fight its way out of its own weight class, though. Yeah. Commando HHL, thank you for the super chat. But can it fit the hole in a piece of paper? Yes. What it is, well, that can lie in the imagination of everyone watching. Summerled, thank you for the super chat. I'm half a toe into buying my first K47 starter box. Would it make more sense to go British, since I already play them in more action and could reuse plastics for swaps and conversions? Thanks, bud. Firstly, don't put half a toe in. In K47, we don't just put our tip into the rift. We dive all the way in, and we gleefully accept the mutations that come with it. Secondly, I like Brits. I don't recommend the Brit stat set. Now, that's not because it's not good. It's actually excellent. It's like 1,000 points plus worth of models. The problem is that the current British starter army comes with the resin Mark 1 robots. In fact, there's no plastic in the box at all, practically. It's a lot of resin. Now, the resin Percival, easy. The resin Mark 2's, easy. The resin Galahad's, easy. The plastic and resin Humber, easy. The Mark 1's will make you want to quit wargaming. That's how bad they are. There's only 5 of them. But still. If you want my honest recommendation for a place to start, if you've already got British in bolt action, then my honest advice would be this. This one. Automated infantry platoon. It comes with a Mark II automated director, 10 of the plastic Mark 1s, which are much nicer to build. Still a little fiddly, but much nicer. And 2 of the Mark 2s. There you go. what the bots remind him of Necrons. I mean, there's definitely. I mean, you can't get away from that, especially with the fucking Tesla, right? Yeah. But the difference is with these guys. I mean, they're definitely legally distinct. I was just thinking, like, well, the Mark Ones are truly robots, whereas the Necrons are the robots are robots, whereas the Necrons are technically people that have gone through biotransference. And then I was like, yes, but the Mark Ones are really stupid, like Necron warriors, and the Mark Twos are much cleverer, like immortals. Coincidence? I'm sure for legal reasons it is. To be fair, the idea of having it's to be honest, you could say the same thing about Star Wars, couldn't you? Your basic B1 battle droid is a bit stupid. Your super battle droids a lot more switched on, right? So I think what we're really seeing here, all joking aside, is that it's many people have come up with the idea of having your basic bots being a bit basic and being led by bigger bots, right? Yeah. But I'd recommend this box set. Yeah. I'd recommend this. Summerled. It's cheaper. And it comes with a lot of points, by the way. This is about 600 points worth of stuff. I mean, the robots alone are between 350 and 450. This squad is probably about 150. And the commander's about 100-ish. So yeah, this is still a great box. And then it gives you everything that you need for your... and then you just take this, then combine it with a bunch of bot action shit. Boom. Done. Yeah. So this is a great start. And then I understand that there is an idea to redo some of the starter armies for K47. I have no idea what they're going to look like, and I have no idea if they're all going to get redone or not. I don't know. But I understand there's a general sentiment that maybe it's something that Warlord would like to do as part of taking advantage of some of the new plastic kits. So if that does end up happening, then you could, of course, get the automated platoon for now and get one of the new starter armies end of this year, beginning of next year kind of thing. There you go. If you want another, depends what the budget is. Someone just going to throw this out here. Okay. You could get this. But you could get this and this. And it would only be £25 more than getting that. Just throwing it out there. And that would give you, that would actually probably give you a full army. That box plus that is probably 1,500. It's a bit. You could probably do with a few more infantry, but you get my point. Yeah. But for now, these are all resin and metal, so you might not be interested in that. For now, definitely get the plastic bot platoon. Yeah. No budget. Well, make sure you use my affiliate link and get a pen and paper. I mean, someone like if you're fairly experienced with if you're fairly experienced with, if you've got bot action already, if you're fairly experienced with metal and resin models, starter army is a good. warn you on those bots. I have done a video on how to build the bots to make your life easy. But yeah. But I think I would even if you get the starter army later, the current one right now, I'd still say get the plastic automated infantry platoon first. Yeah. There you go. All right. What do we got next? Skeletal Commissar! Thank you, Super Chat. List for Gaunts Ghosts with name minis extreme discussion. I think I've already covered that, haven't I? I think it just took me a little longer to get to it before, but I have covered it. Skeletal Commissar, thank you for the support, man. Hey, give me your links, Discord. It's in the description, mate. Every video. It's in the description. Appreciate you using it, man. Thank you. Akian, are we going to see the Renegade Crowns go for Stroll again? I would have been at a tournament this weekend with them. But Mrs. Mordian decided we need to go out for a nice dinner. God. Fucking wife wanted to spend time with me. Fucking ridiculous. 2 months, she's the old ball and chain, eh? I'll be going to I'm trying to get to more K4 more old world tournaments. It just never quite lines up. But I do want to do more old world. I do love me Renegade Crowns. What do we got here? The Lord X, thank you for super chat. MG, I need some life advice. Is it appropriate to yell out for the Emperor when the Medicaid explores my cave of secrets? Well, you can either say for the Emperor, or you can say your amateurish fumblings offend Slanesh. Depends which side of the whole heresy you come down on. There you go. Waiting for the day that Warlord puts K47 before but action on the webpage. I don't think that will happen. I think bolt action still outsells K47 at this point. I think. I've no idea. There was, they did some early interviews where they were like, bolt action used to account for, I think John Sallard said this, but action used to account for about 50% of all their sales. And then everything else made up the other 50%. But then he said something on the lines of, and again, I'm going off something from like a year ago that I watched him passing, and he said, we've been very pleased with Conflict 47. It seems to have relatively quickly matched the performance of bolt action. But that was like a year ago, so fuck knows. It could be even better now. It also feeds parts the K47 does. Well, yeah, exactly. That's a great point, Aldeus. I mean, I imagine that they've seen, even if they've obviously seen a massive uptick in K47, right? But I imagine they've also seen quite the uptick in bolt action. Yeah. I think so. So, yeah. I hope that all their games do really well. I really do. I just think it'd be so cool if like K47, bolt action was like the steady Eddie, but like K47 brings a whole bunch of like new blood in that causes a whole bunch of people to buy a bunch of extra bolt action. Maybe at some point they decide to explore regular bolt action and they go, hey, I thought I fucking love sci-fi, but it turns out that historicals are pretty neat as well. I wonder what other historical games they do. And then something like Black Powder starts like fucking popping off. That'd be awesome. I just think Warlord do deserve all the success. Yeah. Yeah, I think they do. I think they work very hard, and I've got a lot of nice people that work there. Yeah. Any more action models? All right, as a proxy for Guardsman. We actually had this conversation the other day, and I tried to convince chat that I could use the new Soviet infantry as a 1-to-1 proxy for Cadians, but they wouldn't go for it. Like I was like, well, the sergeant with the PPSH, that's like a Drumford auto gun. The riflemen are obviously riflemen. And I was like, the anti-tank rifle could clearly represent a crack grenade launcher, right? It's an anti-tank rifle. It's not like a proper big anti-tank weapon, but it could represent a crack grenade launcher. And then I said you could use a captured Panzerfaust to represent a melter gun. Or you could use the DP-28 machine gun to represent a plasma gun. That was where I lost people. I think I had everyone right up until I said DP-28 is obviously a plasma gun. And then people just thought I was silly. Yeah. But, you know, I think that could work. Or you could go for the Rattenkrieg Germans, and they come with like 6 flamethrowers. Actually, Rattenkrieg would work quite well because Katachan's, what is it? 2 flamethrowers per 10 blokes. Rattenkrieg comes with 30 blokes and 6 flamethrowers, so that's pretty perfect. They also come with... They don't come with any Panzerfausts, but they do come with 2 different kinds of anti-tank rifle. You've got the one that looks like it shoots dildos, which is actually a grenade launcher. And then you've got the other anti-tank rifle. I wonder, yeah. You could definitely use the dildo launcher as a grenade launcher. So if you wanted to run some Cadians with not a particularly efficient loadout, you could run grenade launcher and flamer there. Jet Inferno, what's a good army to start for K47? Honestly, they're all pretty good. This isn't... So, what I would say, Jet Inferno, is if you're coming over from something like Warhammer 40k, where each faction has got wild disparities, it's just not really like that in K47. There's 5 factions, and in K47, they're all pretty different. In bot action, they're all quite similar, because a man with a rifle is a man with a rifle, right, at the end of the day. But in K47, obviously, they're a lot different. But they all have their own strengths and weaknesses. I'd say right now, the Japanese are probably a little more tricky to get your head around. They're a bit more like the Eldar. They're like classic Eldar. You know, like, if you master the way of the blade, you'll be fucking unstoppable. But if you don't master the way of the blade, you will be very stoppable. But they just got a big points cut on a bunch of stuff. So maybe they'll be a lot better now. But other than the Japanese being a little more specialist, I mean, any of the factions are very, very, very accommodating. Axis, typically, a lot of people like going for the Axis because they've got a lot of plastic kits at the moment. They've been very heavily favored from Warlord in terms of getting early plastics. So if you don't be fucking about with metal or resin models, Axis are probably the easiest way of going full plastic. After that, you've got the Americans, who are also very easy at going full plastic if you want to go specifically down like a Firefly route. Brits, easy to go all plastic, but if you go all bots. Also, I was looking at Japanese, the new kits coming out between Soviet and Japanese. What's different playstyle per se? Okay, so the Japanese are about to get a big injection of plastic models. They're about to get their Ghost Warriors, which are their main kind of soldier, in plastic. And in a month or so from now, they're also going to be getting I think it's a month or so. Don't hold me to that timeline. But a month or so from now, they're looking at getting... it's not out yet, I can show you the pictures of it literally tomorrow, but I can't show them you today because of my embargo. But they're getting what might be one of the coolest fucking mechs in plastic. It's like a samurai mech, basically. It's very, very cool. So the Japanese have got are about to get their big sort of plastic wave. The Soviets have got a little bit of plastic, but most of their plastic stuff is coming at the end of this year, beginning of next year. Okay, so, but they've got enough for you to crack on with. In terms of play style, they're very different, but both are very enjoyable. So we'll start with the Japanese, and then we'll talk about the Soviets. So with the Japanese, like I said, a good analogy, if you're familiar with wargaming, I'm kind of presuming you've played a bit of Warhammer 40k. If you've not, please let me know and I can use a better analogy. But the Japanese are very similar to the Eldar in which they are very fragile, but they are, I mean, I'd say they're more like Dark Eldar. They're very fragile, but they're highly maneuverable. I mean, if you build your army around the Ghost Warriors, for example, your entire army could be teleporting all around the battlefield. They are phasing through space, so they shoot and they teleport away. And then the next turn they can shoot and teleport away. So it's kind of like trying to grab smoke with your bare hands, but they're very fragile. So so the Japanese player needs to be constantly moving, constantly keeping you on your toes, constantly striking you from unexpected angles. And if they can keep up this dance of death, then they have a good chance of winning. But if you are able to catch them out in the open, or take advantage of, or just if you're able to catch them, then their units fold like a sack of shit. Their units are very, very fragile. Their mechs are some of the lightest. Their infantry is some of the lightest. So the Japanese are very fast. They're very maneuverable. They're very capable. They're completely fanatical, so they don't really care about morale. But if you get them, you kill them. The Soviets are a much less elegant tool. The Soviets are all about brute force. A good analogy for the Soviets is they're kind of like the orcs in Warhammer 40k. They have good firepower, but it has to be within point-blank range. They're not good at long-range firefights. They are trying to get into your face. And once they're in your face, they're either going to overwhelm you with just horrific levels of point-blank firepower, or they're then going to get into close combat with you and tear you limb from limb. The Soviet Bear Infantry, the Ursus, hands down the best close combat unit in the game. Fast, incredibly tough, and the most damage output. Very, very good. But they're expensive, and they're not the fastest thing in the game. No, they're fast. They're relatively fast, but they're not super, super fast, right? Another good example is their power armor guys they're quite crude. Like their Mark 1 power armor, they've got like a gun on each hand. Those guns each fire 4 shots, which is a lot in a game like K47. I mean, a guy with the rifle fires 1. One of these guys, they get one gun on one hand, and some of them can have double gun hands, but not all of them. But one guy can potentially have the firepower of 8 with these Mark 1 power armor guys, but they're ridiculously slow. They're like Tony Stark's first set of power armor in Totally Not Afghanistan in the first Iron Man movie, right? He's like they're clanking forward, and he's got like guns and everything, but they're very, very slow. So the Soviets are they're the complete opposite of the Japanese. They are a sledgehammer. They are ultimate. They're a very aggressive faction. They're getting in your face. They're tearing you apart in melee. They've got overwhelming Daka, but it's all very close range. It's all about being in your face. If you're a Soviet player, if you're on the offensive, you're attacking like mad. If you're on the defensive, you're attacking like mad. Like you are just attacking. So the Japanese why I say they're a little bit more tricky. Japanese are definitely an army that require a little bit more finesse. You'll probably get your face smashed in a few games. But once you start You might not win that much with the Japanese at first, but when you do start getting your first wins, it'll be incredibly satisfying. You'll be like, yes. You'll be like Tom Cruise in The Last Samurai, where, you know, he puts the sword down here. It's like, Hua! 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 You know, he finally gets it, kind of thing. And then the Soviets, on the other hand, are just like, imagine if that scene in Enemy of the Gates where all the conscripts charged forward, but this time all the conscripts were 8 foot tall, hulking bears who are immune to regular gunfire. That attack would have gone a lot better. Jet Inferno, I play 4K, but I have only played a few games of Combat Patrol and Kill Team with a buddy. I mainly run Chaos like Emma's Children. The Soviets seem like world eaters. Very good analogy. Yes, Soviets are very much like world eaters. In your face. They're like world eaters, but they do, unlike world eaters who don't really have any meaningful shooting, the Soviets have incredible shooting just in point blank. When I mean point blank, I mean literally within 6 inches. We're not talking, oh, within the middle. Like, if they are in your face, they have great firepower. Yeah. No. So, yeah, so it depends on what you want. The advantage of the Japanese is you can probably get most of your army in plastic. You know, in a month or so, you can get most of your army in plastic. The advantage of the Soviets is you can get some of your army. Well, the advantage of the Soviets is they're probably a bit easier to play, but you're probably going to have to get a little bit more familiar with resin and metal, which is a very different material to work with than plastic. Not impossible, by the way. A lot of people get very intimidated by it, but a little harder. Not so bad, though. If you bought a bunch of the new plastic bears, the Ursus, you'd be fine. A lot of people shit themselves when they hear about metal miniatures, but most metal miniatures are single piece models. Literally, you take them out the packet. They have a few little, what we call like bits of like metal flash. Very simple to clean up. It's like most of them you just like bend off, and then you just glue them on the base and they're done. I really like metal miniatures because they're a piece of piss to build, but some people don't like them. But yeah, if Jet Inferno, basically Soviets smashy, smashy, smashy. Japanese sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. That's the general gist of it. If you ever wanted any advice for if you wanted to buy in some of the models and stuff, if you ever wanted any advice for it, of course, let me know. I'll point you in the right direction. I won't be out. I'm not a shop. I'm not going to tell you to buy all the biggest models or anything like that and try and rinse your fucking paycheck. I would tell you where the pitfalls were, what were the good deals, what were the bad deals, that kind of stuff. And I'd be very clear about what's metal or not. But if you're not, if we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves, you're like, oh, I'm just looking at the moment. I was looking. Obviously, totally okay, man. I don't want to be turning you upside down for your lunch money or anything like that. What do we got next? To face best world, it should be running to fires and forge fiends. Their melee isn't enough. I've said this for years. Send me to the black ships. I do believe. I've literally been saying this for years. I said that, you know, when the Aquilans got the big nerf in 10th, I said that, well, actually, someone on my chat said it, and I adopted the saying. I said that Aquilans were an IQ stat check. Every single World Eater player that complained about Aquilans failed the IQ test. They failed the IQ stat check. Because if you don't have the ability, as a World Eater player, you should be setting up the punch. If you could just run across the board, go, and then just like kill people, then your army is basically a bag of shit. Because it's just so stupidly easy to play that you might as well just go and fucking play noughts and crosses. Right? What you should, as when I was growing up, when you played a melee army, you still took shooting because the idea was that the shooting cleared the screens and you set up the charge. You didn't just go, oh, look, I've charged everything. Whee! You know, like you actually had, think. And it's good to see, in my opinion, that World Eater players are starting to relearn that, because there was a time when World Eater players said that 10 guardsmen was too much of a screen. And unfortunately for us all, GW decided that listening to those people was a good idea. But then again, I imagine the same people that failed the Aquilon IQ stat check probably also failed the Yarick IQ stat check before any of us even got to play with him. So another Gen Inferno. So another question: going to get the K47 starter set that comes with Axis and my US and USA. My buddy is going Axis. I'm going for the USA. How would the US play? So the US is a very flexible faction. Truly, I have run them in multiple different ways, and you can kind of take them. You want to have loads of ground pounders, like infantry run around, you can do that. You want to go more tank heavy, but they're a very flexible faction. The thing is, the way that you're kind of encouraged to play as the Americans is the Fireflies. So the Fireflies, they're your drop troops. And they can start in reserve, not all of them, but we won't get bogged down in the details. Some of them can start in reserve, and then they can drop down literally 1 inch away from an enemy unit and shoot them in the face. So they're really like, wow, that's pain on delivery. The thing is that the American Fireflies are even more fragile than the Japanese because they're just normal blokes. The whole thing about the Americans in the world of K47 is that they're one of the only factions in the game that hasn't gone absolutely mental with trying to create like monsters and shit like that. They're very much like the pure human spirit. They're very much like the indomitable human spirit, humanity first. In fact, they see a lot of they're going through kind of a second sort of, they're going through a bit of like they're going through a bit of a religious uptick at the moment. You know, they one nation under God, that kind of thing. And so they see a lot of the mad shit that other nations are coming up with as godless abominations. So what you'll find with the Americans is a lot of your stuff is just like just humans. You are the humans. Everyone else is basically the horrors that are being created by the Rift, and you are the humans that are holding the line against those horrors. To a certain extent, even the British are creating they're creating fully sentient like fucking AI from the Rift. So you know how people feel about AI in real life. Well, people feel about it quite strongly in K47 as well. So if you want to play what I would describe as kind of the Imperial Guard of the setting, the normal humans holding the line against the horrors of the Rift, one nation, under God, rock, flag, and eagle, that kind of shit, then the USA are really, really fun. I love that aspect of them. I play Imperial Guard in Warhammer 40k, and the Americans are probably my favorite faction in... I love all of the factions, but I really enjoy playing my Americans in K47 because they just are the normal humans. Like I said, you're encouraged to go down this sort of jump troop kind of route, but you are not limited to go down that in any way, shape, or form. Their mechs are very good, yeah. Their mechs are very good. They have some pretty good plastic mechs as well. The linebacker is... it's a big beast. You'll get one in the starter set. It's a big beast. It's it comes with a Tesla cannon. It comes with machine guns in the front of it. You can put auto cannons on one of its other arms. It's a good mech, the linebacker. And you're actually in for a bit of a treat because coming soon, the Americans are getting another new plastic mech, which the linebacker is more of a jump mech. It can also teleport down. But the Americans are getting if you don't like the idea of jump troops, or you're not that bothered about the jump troops, the idea is the new mech that's coming out is it's more of a ground pounding mech. You know, it doesn't drop on to the board. It sort of strides onto the battlefield, like blasting people with firepower and all this kind of stuff. It's called a Grizzly. So yeah. So you should be the Americans are quite versatile. And they're a bit like the Space Marines of Warhammer 40k, whereas they always get a bit of extra attention. Anytime anyone else gets a model release, the Americans always get that equal attention model. So the new book that's coming up is the new thing. The new release that's coming out is literally at the end of this month. It's like the big Japanese release. The Americans are getting a plastic hero to go along with it. The Americans always get their equal attention cake, so you'll be well served for new models to look forward to as well. Yeah. Yeah, as Macon says, the Americans are very versatile. The mechs are great, the drop troops are great, the power armor is solid. Not amazing, but solid. We're quite versatile. Yeah, I'd say the Americans and the Axis are both very versatile factions. Yeah, they can both do a bit of everything. The Americans are slightly better at, the Americans are significantly better at drop troops. The Axis is significantly better at power armor, but they're both very solid in many regards. So America's a great faction to start with. Yeah, a lot of people do. Can we use Citadel paints for the Conflict 47 kits and models? And how do you paint your kits? You can use whatever paint you want. If you took the Citadel paints and painted the Conflict models, they wouldn't burst into flame. Paint is just paint at the end of the day. However, if you are new to wargaming, if you already own a bunch of the Citadel paints, then fine. Continue. If you don't already own a bunch of the Citadel paints, I would strongly encourage you to not start with them right now. The reason being is Warhammer paints are fine, but they're a bit overcosted and the quality isn't what it once was. I would personally suggest, if you are new to painting and you want to get some very good results relatively quickly, that you should take a look at Army Painter. Don't know if you can see that there. Army Painter, Speed Paint 2.0. You don't need to use pink. Pink's just the one that I picked up. Army Painter, Speed Paints are very, very good. Very easy. Vallejo's fine. So let me explain a little bit further. There's essentially two kinds of paint when it comes to painting miniatures, whether it's 40k, K47 or whatever. I'm speaking in broad generalizations, but bear with me. All right. You have what I would call traditional paints, and you have what I would call speed paints. Traditional paints are what you will find a lot of people use. They are like sort of thick acrylic based paints. You tend to be best to water them down a little bit. And what you tend to do with traditional paints is you'll do like a couple of thin layers of the paint, and then you'll get something what's called like a shade. You'll put the shade over that. That starts, pooling in all the recesses, bringing all the details out. If you don't use the shade, it can look quite matte and quite flat. And then after that, you might do a bit of like highlighting and stuff. A lot of people love traditional paints because if you're good with them, you can get some fucking fantastic results. However, there's a lot. You've got to thin the paints. You've got to do multiple layers. You've got to do a shade. You've got to do a highlight. For a lot of beginners, traditional paints are quite a lot to pick up, and a lot of them end up not being particularly happy with their first forays into them. On the other hand, if you're a beginner, I would suggest you do start with speed paints. Speed paints are not just from Army Painter. You can get Games Workshop what they call contrast paints. They're not as good. They're a little chalkier and so on and so forth, but if you want to go down that route, you can do. But speed paints are really easy. All you have to do is prime your model in white. Prime is like, when you spray them. The first thing you do is you take once you built your model, you prime it in white. A nice normal matte white. You could get it from Games Workshop. You could get it from Army Painter. You could get it from Colorforge. Just a nice matte white spray. You spray the model with that. Careful not to overspray it because it'll go gloopy. Just spray the model with that. Once that's dried, you then can use your speed paints. And they're one layer and done. I kid you not. I'll show you an example. I don't know if you can see. I'll see if I can get the camera to focus. Here's one of the new Japanese Ghost Warriors. I did this guy, and every single bit on him. You see all the creases in the cloth and everything? This is all of it was done with a single layer of speed paint. They're very, very, very easy to use. They're ridiculously easy to use. So, I would recommend you do some research on YouTube, contrast paints, speed paints, see how people use them. I do recommend Sonic Sledgehammer Studios as a good channel to watch for painting guides. But there's loads out there. If you typed into YouTube like how to use speed paints for Warhammer, because you could watch one, someone could paint a Warhammer model, and it's the same as painting a K47 model, essentially. Paint is paint at the end of the day. But yeah, and that would give you an idea of how they work. Jen Inferno, with K47 models, are they similar to plastic like 40k or different? And how would I go about building and repairing? I see that resin and metal to wash. How do you do that without messing them up? So plastic is all the same, essentially. So if you get a plastic model from GW or you get a plastic model from Warlord Games, it's all the same. I don't know if you've ever seen any of it, but I'm going to take it really down to basics. All right. So all your plastic bits are going to come on something like this. It's called a sprue. All right. And I've clipped some of the bits out from this one, but basically your guys come broken down. Your guys come broken down into parts. You clip them out using something like this. These are called nippers or hobby clippers. And you glue them together with plastic glue. You can use super glue. I don't recommend you use super glue on plastic models, simply because super glue it's fine. It's fucking super glue at the end of the day. You'll stick your fingers together, right? You want to use plastic glue. Highly recommend Tamiya cement. Excellent. Plastic glue is really good because what it does is, like here's a good example of a sprue of models. You see, with guys on. So this guy here, I need to glue this arm on him and this arm on him, and then that's that model completed, kind of thing, right? Plastic glue, it essentially melts the two pieces together, but it takes like a few moments for that to happen. So you can get the bit on and then adjust it a little bit into the position, and then it will set rock solid. So plastic glue is really good. Resin and metal. So metal doesn't need a wash. Some people will say it does. It doesn't. If you ever get, I built a lot of metal models. I've never fucking bothered washing them. Okay. The only reason why people will say metal models might need a bit of a wash is because to get the models out of the molds, they use flour. They use corn flour. It's old school, right? And so sometimes they come a bit floury. And so you might want to literally just give them a run under a tap and then let them dry off. It's not strictly necessary if they're not overly floury. A lot of the time the flour comes off before they even get in the box, right? So metal doesn't need. I'll show you. You know what? Let's have a lesson. All right. Okay, we're going to do it. We'll do it properly. Okay. Here we are. If we've got a new person coming into the hobby, the least we can do is point them in the right direction and try and help them. That is our responsibility, gentlemen, as veteran wargamers, to try and help the new generation, no matter how. What's a generation? We're not talking an age thing, obviously, but it's to try and help new wargamers get into the hobby. So let's fucking do this and have a little look. Okay. All right. Let me adjust this camera so it's not being stupid auto-focusing constantly. 1 minute. Why? Ah, there we go. I was on the wrong camera, that's why. Right, stop auto-focusing, you cretin, and let's just do this properly, shall we? Okay, so. Plastic. There you go, plastic sprue. Like I said, you get your nippers. I'll do it this way so you can see. You see how there's these little tabs holding the models on? All you want to do is basically clip those off as close as you can without damaging the model itself. All right. There you go. He's now come off. You may find that you haven't quite clipped close enough. In that situation, a hobby knife. Don't buy an official GW one. It's massively overpriced. I got this one for £3 off Amazon about 4 years ago. It's probably about $10 now, but right, it's the same shit. Obviously, be careful using a knife. These things, you've got replaceable blades on them. Okay, so buy one of these. Get it from China. Who gives a fuck, right? And get yourself a box of replacement blades as well. Always be careful when handling stuff like this. Okay, it unscrews there. Slot it back in. Tighten it back up. And then what you do, if you find that you've not quite nipped it off close enough and you've got like a bit of plastic extending out, you just very carefully scrape away, again without damaging the model, you very carefully scrape away any of those little bits that are left over. Okay, this is the kind of prep you have to do for plastic. All right, you just go along. I knew there was 3 connection points, so there's 3 bits I might need to scrape away the excess plastic off, and there you go. So that's bit now done. And basically you repeat that process over and over and over again until you've got all your parts sorted out. Follow instructions for bit. Some models will need instructions. Follow your instructions. I've just been hobbying for a very, very long time, but you know, so I often don't need instructions, but even I still use instructions from time to time. Okay, clip off, find the connection points. There you go. Now, I'm not going to do this whole model. What I will do is basically this bit of this model so you can see how it goes together. So we've got our 2 bits here. Okay. Get our plastic glue. Okay. Don't overdo it. You want a middling amount. Not too little. Not too much. You do too much, it'll run everywhere and start melting the model. Okay. Only not melting it down into sludge. It'll just might make some of the details less detailed. Okay. Put it on your connection point. Take your other bit. As again, you follow your instructions. I'm just doing this by memory essentially. And now that's glued together. Now I could pull that off if I wanted to. Fuck it, I'll show you. I can still pull that off if I want to. That's the advantage of plastic glue. So if you fuck up, you can disconnect your models. But super glue, once that's stuck on, it ain't fucking coming off. All right, so that's why we like to use plastic glue for plastic miniatures. There you are. Congratulations, you have now passed. Miniature building 101. Now it's time for miniature building 201. Metal miniatures. So metal miniatures don't tend to come on a sprue. Okay, the bases might do, like these ones. But metal miniatures will tend to come as in 1 or 2 pieces. Maybe 3, but really not that many. For example, here we have a Japanese battle exoskeleton squad. This is how they come in a what we call blister pack full of bits. Bit disorganized, but there you are. This is quite an old package. They have them in a slightly different way now, but it's essentially the same thing. This is what one of those guys looks like. You see, many less parts. The legs and the body, backpack, it's all already done. What we need to do is then basically in this particular guy's case, some of them are single piece, all right? But in this particular guy's case, what we need to do is find him some arms and a head. So we've got 3 heads on. This is like a little metal sprue, right? We've got 3 heads on there. We've got 1 arm on there. And find a fucking another one. Put these at the bottom, haven't I? There you go. And we've got another arm there. Okay. So, the advantage of metal miniatures is they come in a lot less parts. If we look at this guy, for example, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 parts. If we look at this guy, taking the head that we need, we've got 4. And 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's a lot for a metal miniature. Like I said, some of them can be a single piece. The disadvantage of metal miniatures is that typically they tend to be a bit less posable and a bit harder to convert. Cutting through plastic, piece of piss. Cutting through metal, not so piss. So, the other thing that you need to be aware of with metal miniatures is you need to look over them for what we would call flash. This can be little bits, because the metal miniatures, they're made by literally, it's like you pour the metal into the mold and you spin the mold around really quickly and that pushes the metal into the shape of the mold and that's how you get the miniatures out of it. However, sometimes there'll be excess bits of liquid metal when it's getting poured in that maybe are left when the models are getting taken out of the mold. Basically, you're looking for little knobbly bits that obviously aren't meant to be there. Now, on this particular model, we haven't got any. This is a very, very clean casting, but you might see, it probably isn't going to come up, but there's a little knobbly bit on the end of this gun. I wonder if I can, there you go. I can kind of pry it up a little bit. It probably isn't going to come across because of the resolution of the camera, but I don't know if you can see, there's like a little bit sticking up there now. It's probably imperceptible, but there's a little bit sticking up. So we can get our same hobby knife. We just have to basically trim any little knobbly bits off. They're often tiny. You'll after you've done a few of them, you'll recognize them. You do also need to take your metal models off their bit of sprue. So you can see we've basically got a little connecting point here. You want to you can twist that off. There you go. Comes off really easily. And then we've got our arm there. And we want to do the same here. There you go. Where you've twisted those off, you might find it's a little rougher, so you might want to very carefully, because obviously it can slip a bit easier on metal. It is a soft metal. Very carefully try and tidy those up, but this one's not so bad. Here's a really good example of a bit of flash. Inside this helmet, there's a really large knobbly bit. Really, you can't see it on this camera, but there's a little like knobbly bit sticking. You see that bit there? That's not meant to be there. Okay, we take that off. All right, and then we need super glue. You need super glue for metal miniatures. Plastic glue won't work. Plastic glue is a chemical reaction taking place. You can't use plastic glue on metal. It doesn't trigger the chemical reaction. So you need super glue. If you want my advice on super glue, Loctite. I have used many different super glues. I have used many cheaper super glues, own brand super glues. Do not be tempted. Get Loctite. I don't even believe in Gorilla Glue, okay? Get Loctite. It will be expensive. It will save you your sanity, okay? This is why I don't have a problem with metal miniatures. I'm not sponsored by Loctite. I never have done. But I have tried to go away from these guys so many times. And every single time, it hasn't saved me money because I've had to go back and buy Loctite. All right. To give you an example, we are going to glue this guy's arm on here. Again, don't use too much, otherwise it'll go everywhere, and that'll make... Now, this one won't melt the miniature if the glue goes everywhere. What you will find is you get it all over your hands, and then your hands are stuck to the model, and then you've got to peel your own skin off, which is not ideal, to say the least. Now, super glue, you just need to hold it. It doesn't instantly stick. You need to hold it. Might be 10 seconds. Might be 60 seconds. Sometimes I like to count, just count to 30 in my head. And then it stays on. Now, it can still come off at this point, so be careful. But generally speaking, that's going to be on there now. We'll take an arm, and we'll do this. We'll take the other arm. We'll do the same thing. Now, yeah, the disadvantage, like I said, of metal models is there's a lot less posability here. This guy's coming in the pose he's coming in. Right, that's as simple as it gets. But again, we're just going to wait here very patiently. 10 seconds to a minute. Good 30 seconds. It can seem like an eternity, 30 seconds. F in the chat for Mrs. Mordian. Okay, and that one's done now. And then we'll do the head. But you can see, it's with metal miniatures, it's just patience. It's just patience. It's just getting a good super glue that works every time. Okay? There's nothing else to it. There's nothing else to it than just patience and a good super glue. Okay. That guy's all glued together. Now, even if the base that you get for your metal model is plastic, you will need super glue to connect it. Because again, if you try and use plastic glue, it just can't react. It's doing a chemical reaction. It just can't react with the metal components. All right. So Warlord bases, they tend to come on these plastic frames. So again, use your nippers, clip them off, get your hobby knife, just smoothen down those connection points so you haven't got big knobbly bits sticking off. Take your super glue, put it on your base. Generous blob. It's going to be holding the miniature in place. Take your model, stick it on top, gently press down. Some metal miniatures will have flash on the bottom, on that little teardrop. You see that it's sort of like metal teardrop he stood on? Some of them will have metal flash on there, so make sure you check underneath before you glue onto your base, because you might try and place him down. He's like leaning backwards like that, and then he's got glue all over the bottom of his teardrop. It's going to be a fucking nightmare. So always check the underneath of the little teardrop, and if it's not smooth, carefully scrape it down as much as you can. Okay. That is how you build a metal miniature. Resin is basically the exact same process as metal. You just need to wash it first. This is where you've heard about washing resin models. Let me get you an example. Some Warlord kits will be a mixture of resin and plastic. For example, some will be purely resin. Doesn't make a massive difference, frankly. Here we have got the Panzer IV-X Walker. Okay. This is a kit that has some plastic components in it and some resin components in it. So we're going to open this up. And I'm going to show you what the difference looks like. So here we have got the plastic bits. They look like plastic. Essentially, this is just the standard bolt action Panzer IV model. Okay. Got our instruction booklet as well. Very nice. You'll find you probably don't get any instructions with your infantry models, even your metal ones. You probably will get instructions with your anything that's resin. You'll then find the resin bits are in these little bubble wrapped things. All right. There you go. You'll also get bits like transfers, but don't worry about those for now. So, confusingly, there is two kinds of resin. Fortunately, you can treat them both exactly the same. For your beginner purposes, you can treat them all exactly the same. So, in this Panzer IV Walker kit, the turret here is basically all one piece. You can see there's maybe one or two bits that are missing. We've got some that needs to go on top of here. We've got a little hole there, and we've got a big hole in the front. But you can basically see how this is all one piece, and it's pretty detailed. If we compare that to the plastic turret that's in here, which you can see is coming in multiple parts. We've got this part here, this part here, this part here, this part here, these parts down here. Plastic comes in lots of different parts. Like metal, resin tends to come in very few parts. Some turrets will be a single piece. You don't have to glue anything on, apart from maybe like a tank hatch. But some parts are... they're basically in a lot less parts. They're like metal. They're also highly detailed. You'll probably find that resin parts are much more detailed than plastic parts. The reason why people don't like working with resin is because sometimes you get this flash. Here's a good example of flash. So resin and metal get the same thing. They get flash, right? So you see this bit here? That's not meant to be there. That's not some clever, funky device. That's just not meant to be there. We want to take that off with a hobby knife. There you go. Little knobbly bit on top there. We want to get rid of that as well. Okay. You see these sort of rough connection points here? That's where it's come out of the resin sprue. We want to smoothen those down as well. Be very, very careful. In fact, I wouldn't even cut it towards you like that. I would get it on your hobby desk and I would gently scrape them off like that, cutting away from you. Okay. Resin is hand mixed. All these parts were handmade. So the hand mix. So as a result, you can get somewhat inconsistencies in toughness, but barely noticeable. And by the time you're a veteran, you won't even care, right? But sometimes it scrapes off a bit easier than others, is what I'm trying to say. Now, resin is the bit that you hear all the horror stories about. Everyone goes on about, oh, I'll never buy a model in resin, blah, 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 blah. Those people are all repeating the same bollocks. And that bollock, it's not bollocks though. Those people are all repeating the same trauma, even if they've not experienced it themselves. Games Workshop used to have a separate company, a sister company that was called Forge World. They exclusively made resin miniatures. It would be more accurate to say they exclusively made resin miniatures badly. And they gave resin as a material a terrible reputation. Now, resin as a material isn't actually bad. It's not. As you can see, it has its advantages. It's highly detailed. It comes in less parts. The one problem that you had with a lot of the GW resin from Forge World was it had horrific amounts of flash. I mean, you'd have this thing be almost encased in it. Right? You'd have to like scrape it all off. It was a nightmare. The thing with resin is that sometimes it can be a bit oily. Again, it's just part of the manufacturing process. So you need to give it a little clean. And it's very horrible warping with the GW stuff as well. I mean, if this piece had come from Games Workshop, it's nice and flat on here. If this piece had come from Games Workshop, it would be twisted. It'd be genuinely twisted. You don't need to worry about any of that shit with Warlord. Generally, it's very, very good. The thing with resin is, like I said, it can be a bit oily. The reason why that matters is if you go to paint it, the paint might not stick on. If you try, and it's very smooth as well. So if you tried to paint directly onto it, you would find that your paint would be like water. Paint would be like oil on water, almost like slicking across the surface of it, right? So what we do to stop that from happening is we give it a little scrub. And it's really, really simple. You just, you fill your sink up, make sure you've got, you know, a plug in it, so your bits don't go down the fucking sink, right? But you fill your sink up with a bit of water, warm water, just warm water out the tap. Obviously, don't do it too hot, don't burn yourself. Warm water out the tap, a little bit of dish soap in there, so it's nice and frothy. Don't do too much, right? You're not doing a whole fucking batch of dishes. And then you get a standard toothbrush. Get an old one that you don't want to use anymore. You know, a manky one that's all splayed and everything. Doesn't matter. Or get a fresh one if you want to. Doesn't really matter. Don't get a good one. Get like a cheap 50p or dollar toothbrush, right? Whatever. If you're going to buy a new one. And then all you do is you take your toothbrush and you just, in the soap, in the soapy water, you just scrub away. You don't have to be hard. All you're doing is lifting off a light layer of essentially like grease. All right. You just go over all the different parts. You know, let's use this. This isn't right, but let's use this this paintbrush as an example. You just like just going all little nooks and crannies. There we go. Just, I mean, a part like this would take like 5 minutes. You know, all that kind of stuff. Don't press down too hard. You don't want to be breaking anything. Like I said, just very gently scrub over it, getting all the nooks and crannies. Be patient. Once it's done, rinse it under a warm tap. Not boiling hot. Rinse it under a warm tap. Put it to one side to dry. Do the same thing with something like this. Little scrub. This would take about 2 or 3 minutes as well. Rinse it under the tap. Let it dry. And that's it. Once it's dried, it's ready to be glued together. Once it's glued together, it's ready to be painted. And that's it. Now, I said there's 2 kinds of resin. Technically, you probably won't be able to tell this on camera, but Warlord does 2 kinds of resin. They do what's called traditional resin, and they do what's called Warlord resin. Now, Warlord resin technically doesn't need to be washed like traditional resin does, but I'm going to be honest with you. As a beginner, you're probably not going to be able to tell the difference between the 2. So, until you get a little bit more experience with it, I would highly recommend that you just wash all your resin. It doesn't take that long. It takes about 1 to 5 minutes per part. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. So since we will use like Walmart toothbrushes, would I be able to do so? Yeah, of course. It's a normal toothbrush, man. It's a normal fucking toothbrush. Just be careful. Like, when I say be careful, like, don't be like, you know, just be like I said, just like you were almost cleaning your own teeth gently. Like, just a nice little scrubberoo. Yeah. There you go. It's nothing fancy. You do not need some mega brand fucking special model toothbrush. You just need a basic toothbrush, a sink with some warm water in it, a plug so your bits don't float down the fucking plug hole, and some dish soap. A little bit of dish soap. That's it. You just give them a little wash, and then you rinse them under the tap to get rid of the dish soap, and then you put them on the side and you let them dry. I put mine on a tea towel and I just leave them on the tea towel overnight. If you really want to, you can get some kitchen towel out and try and personally dry all the different parts. But that's fucking about, frankly. What I tend to do is I wash all the resin parts first. Then I go and build all the plastic bits. And the next day I come down and get my resin bits and I build the resin bits. Yeah. Generally what I do. It's really not that complicated. We're not should I use an electric toothbrush? I wouldn't. You could use an electric toothbrush, but I just don't see the need. Electric toothbrushes are a bit more expensive, and I've never used one on a model, so I've no idea if it would end up breaking bits. I would just use a normal toothbrush and a bit of patience. Patience is a virtue. There you are. We're not dealing with rocket science here. You know, we're not dealing with rocket science here. We are dealing with little miniatures, and all they require is some relatively basic, straightforward, simple methods. A toothbrush and a bit of dish soap to clean this stuff off. Well, a bit of soapy water, I should say, to clean this stuff off. And a bit of super glue and a bit of plastic glue, and you are good to go. Yeah, get a nice soft bristle toothbrush. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There you go. And that's it. Gen Inferno. So resin mod, a lot of newer players get very intimidated by resin miniatures, but I don't think you need to worry too much. Yeah, people are saying you can get like ultrasonic cleaners and stuff. You can get ultrasonic cleaners, but a $1 toothbrush is a lot cheaper than a $50 ultrasonic cleaner. Worry about getting things like ultrasonic cleaners and whatnot. Yeah. What about a jet sitting on a hose? I would not recommend you jet power wash your resin bits. I don't know if you're taking the piss, Blaster, but I would just don't. Some of these things don't take very long. Any shortcut that you're likely to take will be either ineffective or will lead to damage to the models. If you are so fucking ADHD riddled, if you are so consumed by instant gratification capitalist culture that you can't just spend 5 minutes listening to an audiobook and gently scrubbing some resin bits in your sink, then you are lost. You're already gone. Yeah. I find it quite therapeutic when I'm doing the scrubbing, especially when I'm listening to something that I'm interested in. Awesome, great information to take. I'll let my buddy know as well. Dude, I'm happy to help. And let me just tell you as well, there are loads of tutorials on YouTube, man. If you type into YouTube how to clean resin miniatures, you'll find hundreds of videos of people showing you how to do it. It's not overly complicated. Yeah. All right. All right. I was happy I could help, Gen Inferno, and I hope you enjoy your foray into K47 and miniature wargaming in general. Right. I need to go wash my hands because I've been handling resin miniatures. I don't think there was actually much grease on those ones. I just don't want to end up touching my face with greasy hands. So I'll be back in a second. Can we hire a Filipino kid for 25 cents an hour to clean the model for you? If your labor laws and moral conscience allow you to do that in your country and in your heart, then go for it. I personally wouldn't do that. All right, I want to say a big thank you to Chris K. Thank you for the super chat, man. Hobby update in chat. Have a good night. Let's have a fucking gander, bro. Fucking cheeky gander. Whoa, look at that. Look at that beast. Love that. That's the engineering Hanomag with a light anti-tank gun. Very Gucci. Very Gucci indeed. I love that fucking thing. That's for, those things are for, is it for like getting tanks out of mud, is it? Or some sort of like bridge pontoony thing. It's cool either way. I think you've done a great job with that, man. Yeah, nice. Good effort on the transfers as well. Very, very cool. Nice. Love that shit, man. It's a bridge, is it? Cool. Yeah, I figured it was some sort of... I was looking at it, I was like... It looks like a bridge. Pastor Blaster, good guy Mordian, gives intro to modeling and wargaming. This is the part the Reddit crew don't talk about. Good on you, man. Ah, well, I don't worry about the fucking... I don't worry about Redditors, man. That's what I mean. You know... I just, if you try... What's that old saying? If you try and play a game of chess versus a pigeon, the pigeon will strut up and down the board, knock all the pieces over, shit everywhere, and then declare that it's won. So I just decide that the best course of action is to live rent free in a bunch of people's heads. There you go. I don't worry about them. I just do my thing, man. I just do my thing. I do my best by my community, and that's it. There you go. And that's the way I've always been. That's the way I'll always will be. You can't please everyone in this world, can you? Can't please everyone. All right. Well, unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to have time to do the metadata stats today. I kind of want to do them today, though, but it's going to like over an hour. And yeah, I'm going to do it on Wednesday, I think. Wednesday, or I might do it tomorrow. To be fair, tomorrow we will have some time before spilling the beans on Invasion America to cover it, won't we? But everyone will be really wanting to talk about Invasion America. I'll think about it. I could just do it on Wednesday. Doesn't massively matter. I could just do it as a non-stream. I could just do it pre-recorded. I don't have to do a stream highlight. I can just do it pre-recorded. So it's not the end of the world. Either way. Or... let me have a look at some, boys. Or we could just do it quickly. Mama didn't raise no bitch. And it makes sense to do it today. Even if I go to bed late tonight, it gets me a video in the bank. And if I don't do it now, all I'm doing is pushing it back till later. And yeah, I'm going to be knackered doing an extra long stream, but my excitement tomorrow will carry me through. Also, an officer told me he'd move a gun safe that morning. It had been in the same place since World War II. What even is Meta Tuesday? Exactly. Does Meta Tuesday even exist? I don't fucking think so. So what I'll do, we will keep it quick though. It's going to be a bit of a whistle-stop tour because I don't think that much has changed for a lot of factions. Garth's still at the bottom, Orc's still bumming everybody. So really, you know, we had a balance patch and everyone figured it out in about a week. Concerning. Oh dear. I didn't say nothing, Governor. I didn't say nothing. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. All right, let's have a look. Let's have a look here. All right, fine, whatever. I was just checking something in moderated discussion. It just had a foolish person. Okay, fine. Cool. Right, let me get the Sunday night stats up. It wasn't anything serious, just some dude kept posting. It was quite funny actually. But he was being a knobhead. But some dude kept posting lists saying they were god tier when they were very clearly shit, and then when people started trying to like help him, he just basically just keep being like, no, my list is perfect, I don't. I was just like, so he was just taking meme lists and then using them to rage bait people. So yeah, he's gone now basically. I think he's had a bunch of warnings, and Evan just decided to fucking make him look at the rabbits. So yeah, I've had a look at it. It seems fine. But yeah, there we go. Anyway, shall I grab a drink and then we can go through some of this year later? All right. Yeah, cool. I reckon we can rattle through this in about 30, 40 minutes. Job done. My. Well. If it isn't the invisible cunt. What's Mr. Lackey done now? Why are we saying justice for Mr. Lackey? Oh, he's back. He got let back in. What the fuck? Right. It was a one-time thing. Right? It was an accident. Okay. Right, here we go. It's a big day. Okay. Let's have a look here. Gentlemen, ladies, small furry creatures from Alpha Centauri, it is time for everybody's favorite thing to do with wargaming, which is numbers. We need to once again dive into the murky world of the 40k metadata. As always, I want to say a massive shout out to Communal Napkin, who puts these things together and is just generally doing a great service to the community. Absolutely awesome. Now, if you've not seen one of these metadata conversations before, I'll quickly go over what the numbers mean. You don't just want to look at win rate. Win rate is a very good indicator. Win rate obviously shows how much a faction is winning. But you want to compare that against qualifying factors such as the number of players. If you've got a very low number of players, you might have what seems like a really good win rate, but it might just be one dude running a very niche faction that happened to go completely ape at a local tournament that happened to be recorded for the metadata. So we've had like Imperial Agents one week be at 80%, and everyone's taking the piss like, Imperial Agents meta. But actually they're not. It's just one guy had a good week. You also want to qualify that against what we call the X and O, so X and 1 rate. This basically represents as the players that essentially went undefeated or nearly undefeated, if they either dropped no games or they only dropped one game. If your faction has even if it's got a relatively low win rate, if it's got a great X and O rate, it means that perhaps there are other factors that are keeping your win rate down. And then obviously the big one is event wins. If you can consistently as a faction be winning events, even just one a week, it's a really good sign for truly how strong you are. Putting all these things together, you can get an idea of which factions are the strongest and which factions are the weakest. Couple of qualifying, I did mention there might be some qualifying factors. Couple of qualifying factors that tend to come up fairly common each week is you want to be taking into account what we call the noob drag and the artificial win rate suppression. The noob drag is where you have a faction that is perceived to be really powerful, and you have a bunch of people who, even if they're not noobs as into wargaming, they might be noobs to that faction. They might think, oh, this faction is a piece of piss to use, and just walk into them, and then they find out that actually the faction is good, but only if you know what you're doing with them. So you have the noob drag, basically a bunch of people who jump onto a faction, but then actually drag its win rate down. This is where we have the qualifiers like how good the X and O rate is, for example. You've also got the artificial win rate suppression, or basically the mirror match, where if you've got two players who are running a really good faction, and they both play into each other, so let's say Necrons versus Necrons, at the end of that game, one Necron has won and one Necron has lost, but they're both playing the same faction, so they feed into the same data for that faction. So what that would do is bring the overall win rate of that faction down to closer, not to, but closer to 50%. So artificial win rate suppression can suppress a faction's win rate by as much as 5% if they're especially popular and there's a lot of mirror matches happening. Noob drag can do the same thing, but typically you look at it between 2 and 5% for both of those factors. Not every faction will suffer from both factors. Some will, but not everyone will. And that basically covers what the numbers mean. And the first thing that we always like to check is how many players played in a week. If we have over 1,000 players, that's what I like to call a busy week. And we had over 1,000 this week. We had 1,143, which is a pretty bloody busy week. Some people would say that's starting to become like the standard. which to my mind is incredible because I've been covering this kind of metadata on and off for years at this point. And I remember when we considered like, wow, oh my God, we got like 700 players. 700 players is sometimes considered quiet at this point, which is kind of crazy. But for our purposes today, 1,143 players is a very healthy amount. And we want to know how many players are taking part each week because we want to know if the data is going to be a bit squiffy because it's all skewed with just 1 or 2 people here and there, or if we've got a really solid, robust data set. We absolutely have a robust data set here. Also, 17 events total is a very excellent amount. So that covers all the setup. Now, what we're going to do is go through each faction, working from the bottom all the way to the top, explaining why each faction is doing as well as they are doing, and trying to explain if some of them are doing badly and if some of them are doing well. So with that in mind, let's take a look at Imperial Agents. Now, Imperial Agents are basically a meme faction. Most people don't really take them seriously. GW has really done very, very poorly by this faction, to the point where people now don't call their codex a codex, they call it a kill team catalog. We're not going to worry too much about Imperial Agents. The only thing we will mention is that normally, even on a busy week, you get like 1 or 2 people running them. Now, we've got like 5 people running them. So the numbers are up slightly. They did get a little bit of treatment in the last balance patch, but it's not really been enough to move the needle. So we'll move swiftly on. Next up, we've got Death Guard. Death Guard are in such an interesting position at this point. Well, they're not. They're in a shit position. But it's interesting to see them end up in the shit position. When 11th edition first launched, Death Guard were doing very well. In fact, some people were pegging them as being a more top faction. Unfortunately, what's happened is week after week, the Death Guard win rate has fallen. Now, they're not always at the very bottom, but I think they're consistently in the bottom half. And this is not the first time we've seen them in the bottom 3 to 5. So what has happened with Death Guard? Well, you can see they have quite a high number of players, so they're pretty popular. There's definitely might be, I mean, they're pretty popular, right? But out of those 51 players, only 1 person was able to go 4-1, which is a absolutely minuscule 2% X and O rate. It's basically a non-factor. So why have Death Guard gone from being good to being bottom, but still kind of maintaining a bit of a high number of players? Well, firstly, Death Guard are naturally quite a popular army. A lot of Chaos players have, if they've got Chaos, they'll also have some Death Guard. They've also, although a little while ago, they were one of the beginner factions in one of the older editions of 40k. But the thing is, they got some interesting changes in the balance update. So there's a few people that are kind of checking them out. The thing is, though, that Death Guard have kind of shown that once again, being quite tough isn't really enough. Because whilst Death Guard are quite tough, they're not the toughest faction out there. Frankly, Imperial Guard can out-stat check them. You put a Bulgrin up against a Death Shroud, the Bulgrin's probably going to be harder for the enemy to kill. Because whilst Death Guard have got toughness, and whilst they've got invulnerable saves, the one thing they don't really have is reduced damage by 1. And in this mad world that we find ourselves in, you kind of need reduced damage by 1. Because a lot of the armies out there, a lot of the fast-moving melee armies, they cap out at damage 2 on a lot of their weapons. Now, if you're a Death Guard Terminator of some variety, and someone hits you with a damage 2 weapon, you only need to fail 2 of your 4 ups you've inevitably been kicked down to, and you're dead. If you're a Plague Marine, you don't even have an invulnerable save. You fail your armor save if you get one, and you're dead because it's done 2 wounds to you. They've swapped that over to something like Bulgrin, for example, or even the new Wolfguard Terminators that everyone's been spamming for Space Wolves, and suddenly you have to get 2 wounds. You have to get 3 wounds through to kill one of those guys. And actually, one of those guys got 4 wounds. So it's twice as hard for them to kill one of those Space Wolf Terminators as it is to kill one of your Terminators. And say something similar like Bulgrin, right? So it's just the fact that they're very slow. And they're just not the toughest army out there. And they don't really have anything else to fall back on. They don't really have... they don't have a way of really stripping cover off enemy units. There might be like one or two ways. They don't really have a lot of ways of stripping cover off enemy units. They have a bunch of weapons that ignore cover, but they tend to be like relatively low strength gloop guns. Yeah. Yeah. Didn't get to mention it at the time, but with mirror matches also bring up the win rate for factions below 50%. That's very true, Tim Face. So actually the Death Guard win rate, because obviously if you've got two people playing the same faction, and it's a low win rate, one person wins, one person loses, then that brings you closer up to 50%. That's a great point. So Death Guard win rate with this many players is actually lower. It's probably lower than Imperial Agents, realistically. We're all battling it out of the shit pit at the bottom tables. The point is that Death Guard, they just don't have what it takes for 11th edition. In 11th edition, you either are blasting people off the board with horrendous firepower, or you're running across the board and mashing people up inside of a couple of turns with melee, or you're an absolute brick shithouse. And Death Guard are none of those things. But they don't really have... They've only got one trick, and their trick isn't working, so that's why they've consistently sunk to the bottom. Other people, if you are someone that likes to spam Terminators and out tank people, there are better factions for doing that, like the aforementioned Space Wolves. Moving on to the next one. Chaos Knights. So basically, right now, Imperial Knights are better than Chaos Knights. So everyone who is good is just who's meta chasing Knights is not that Knights are particularly overpowered, but everyone who is wanting to do well with Knights is just saying, "Oh, my Chaos Knights are Imperial Knights," because they're the same base kit. So as long as you don't glue all the spiky bits on, which most people don't, as long as you don't glue all the spiky bits on, then you can run your chaos. You can run your Knights as Chaos when Chaos are most powerful, and Imperial when Imperial are most powerful. So essentially, what Chaos Knights are suffering from here is massive brain drain. There's two very similar factions. One is better, and I don't need to rebuy a single model to achieve that. Okay, well I'll go and run Imperial Knights then. Pretty much it. The Guard is A tier. Apparently. We're obviously not A tier. That's a bit of a meme that cropped up in the early days of 11th edition, which is it's still I think it's still worthy. I think we can still reference it. The Guard, our win rate could be higher than this. In a funny sort of way, we're exactly where we want to be because the Guard maintained a 42% win rate for pretty much the entire of 10th edition. And look, we're basically there now. The thing is, and you can see this, look, we've got 31 players. Our player numbers aren't that strong, but they're consistent at this point. We're very consistently getting between 30 and 40 people every single week. And we have shown some life in the fact that 2 people have managed to go X and O. We're not winning any events. In fact, all we're really doing is dying well. But the main reason why Guard isn't really doing that well at the moment is because the vast majority of Guard players are just stoically refusing to give in to the pressure from GW to buy all of the overcosted Baneblades. What do I mean by this? Most Guard players like to run their armies in a thematic combined arms fashion. Sometimes they skew slightly harder in one direction than the other, but most Guard players like to run their army as a Guard army, as a somewhat realistic military inside a very unrealistic world. Games Workshop has de-incentivized that by making a lot of our infantry choices quite expensive. As a result, Guard players are kind of suffering. They are dying on that hill. Frankly. Okay? They are dying on that hill. And I think that's very admirable, frankly. Not meta chasing is definitely... not meta chasing and sticking to playing the way that you love is, I would say, a lost art in today's 40k world. So I have a lot of respect for the Guard players. But it is worth mentioning that you can do better with them. You can run 18 Borgren. You can run a bunch of super heavies. You probably can get yourself up to by going absolutely mental on the... You can run a bunch of las cannons. You will find that if you go absolutely mental jank skew, you can probably get yourself to a consistent 3 and 2, which would be a personal 60% win rate. Maybe 2-1-2. But for most Guard players, that's just not the way they do things. And they've no interest in doing those things. And so, for the most part, the guard continues to play the guard and refuse to play the Asher Militarum. But, as you can see, some people are still able to go 4-1 with them. So there is life in the faction. Eldar. This is a bad week for Eldar. Previously, they've been doing a lot better than this. The problem that Eldar are facing is they have been relegated to the very imaginative playstyle of pushing the button. Eldar cannot fight anybody. They have fuck all in the way of damage output. They also have fuck all in the way of durability. The one thing that Eldar can do is that they're quite cheap and they're quite cheap if you go full MSU, multiple small units. This allows you to trade somewhat effectively, but most importantly allows you to send a squad out, do an action, then that squad dies, and basically rinse and repeat this for 5 turns, trying to just push the button that allows you to score the points. Unfortunately, this is a tactic, and I predicted this as 7 to the black ships, which I said would only work for the short term. Because eventually, people are going to start optimizing their lists. Obviously not the guard players, but everybody else. People are going to start optimizing their lists. And when people optimize the lists, they can find it very easy to stop you from pushing the button. To quote Sergeant Zim, the enemy cannot push the button if you disable his hand. The Eldar player cannot do the actions if you fucking table him in 2 or 3 turns. And they can't really stop you from doing that because they don't really have much damage output. Then we've got Black Templars. This is really sad. On a busy week like this, the fact that we've only got 10 Black Templar players and they had nobody go X and O. Nobody. Right? So in many ways, I would put these guys below Death Guard. Because your win rate doesn't really mean all that much if you can't translate that into at least getting like a 4 and a 1. All right? So these guys have gotten, in a busy week like this with thousands of players, no one who ran Black Templars was able to do better than 3 and 2. The problem that Black Templars face is an existential one. GW has... Their army just doesn't play well. Their rules just don't really work. Like, their combos just don't really work. And the big problem that Black Templars, and in fact, so many Space Marine chapters are going to have, is that the moment that one Space Marine chapter is better than the rest of them, people just chapter hop. I think the faction abandonment for Black Templars is a bigger issue. Absolutely. Black Templars are an incredibly popular chapter. I mean, they're fucking Space Crusaders that go around saying Imperative Volt and being like, by Bolter and Blade, we shall purge them, and all this kind of stuff. Like, they're fucking cool. They're very, very 40k. Despite what Reddit might have you think about them, they're very, very cool. They're very 40k, and Hell's Reach is one of the best Black Line novels that has ever been written. It's awesome, okay? The faction abandonment of Black Templars is the damning indictment. And the reason why people are abandoning them is because why play Black Templars when you can play Black Space Marines and do better? It's that simple. Next, World Eaters. World Eaters got a big buff in the last balanced data slate. Unfortunately, they're still doing absolutely shite. Why are World Eaters doing absolutely shite? For the same reasons that I have said every week up until this point. You can give World Eaters, on average, an extra 100 points, but it isn't going to fix the fundamental issues. It might paper over some of the bigger ones, well, some of the smaller ones actually, but it's not going to fix the gaping wounds that this faction has. They're just not that killy. And frankly, that's embarrassing to say about World Eaters. It's not embarrassing for them, embarrassing for Games Workshop. They're just not that killy. Sure, now they... maybe now they survive until turn 4 before they get tabled. But World Eaters, they're not the fastest melee army. And they don't do the most damage. And they have nothing else to fall back on as a playstyle. Some people have said this. Tim Face has brought this up as well. World Eaters need to drop Berserker War Bandits holding them back. I don't know about that. Maybe. I don't. When I say I don't know about that, let me rephrase that. I genuinely don't know if that's true or not. It might be. The thing is, even if we say it's true, let's say that World Eaters need to be doing other dispositions, maybe some that require actions and stuff. Not to get overly dramatic, but isn't that a damning indictment of how one of the fundamental aspects of 11th edition has failed? Sorry to get dramatic and all doom and beefy on you, but didn't GW hold World Eaters up as an example in their advertising and marketing for 11th edition, that if you are a player who likes to play World Eaters and you're not there, I am not your bootleg, I don't want to get your trinkets, I want to kill, I want to purge, then you would be able to do that. And now what we're telling the World Eater players is, yeah, you shouldn't be killing people, you should be going and pushing buttons. Well, as we know, pushing buttons is only a temporary reprieve. Ask the Eldar players. GW needs to fix World Eaters. I'm not saying they should be able to run across the board and just kill everybody without actually thinking. I still think they should have a bit of shooting to set up their charges. I've always maintained that for years. World Eaters, they need to be, you got to clear the screens and send the berserkers in, kind of thing, right? But the point I'm making is that World Eaters, giving every World Eater player isn't going to fix the problems. They're just not fast enough. They're just not killy enough. They're just not durable enough. They're in exactly the same camp as Death Guard. Someone else out there is faster than them and killier than them. That's it. This is the problem that you'll find with so many melee armies. Melee in 40k is a dog-eat-dog world. Fuck that. It's a rat-eat-rat world, to quote the founder of McDonald's. It's a rat-eat-rat. There can only ever be one or two top melee armies. Like Highlander, there can only be one. If you're not in the top melee, you get fucked. We saw this with 10th edition. Why are World Eaters having the same issues in 10th as they did in 11th? When in 10th, Custodians were a problem. That's because World Eaters would just laminate themselves against Custodians players, and they had nothing to fall back on. The problem, what we're seeing with World Eaters, with Black Templars, with so many of these factions, is that when you take a faction, break it off from a main faction, and don't give it the tools it needs to stand on its own 2 feet, you make it rely on one trick, on one gimmick. If that gimmick and that trick doesn't work, they can't pivot anywhere, and like a flan, they fold in on themselves. We've seen this many times now. GW needs to be really fleshing out these factions. Really fleshing them out. Otherwise, we'll be saying the same shit again 6 months, 12 months, 1 year, 3 years from now. Drukhari. Drukhari did very well last week. This week they've done less well. I imagine that's because Skari decided to have a week off. Dark Elder are in a genuinely interesting position. So Dark Elder are in this position where they can hoover up Marines like nobody's fucking business. They will go through Marines like a hot knife through butter. They will go through Marines like the biggest lad at the gaming club goes through fucking cheesy chips. And I ain't shaming him. I fucking love cheesy chips. I wish I could keep up, but I can't, okay? They will go through them like many other analogies that I'm sure we can all think of. The problem with Dark Elder is that the top factions right now aren't really Marines. So what happens is you happily carve through MEQ. When I say Marine, I mean Marine and their equivalent. Like a cheap curry. They can, like me, going through a kebab after a night out on the cheap lager. There you go. All right. The problem is that the best armies at the moment aren't Marine or equivalent. I mean, Space Marines are very good, don't get me wrong. But, you know, Orcs, Drukhari don't really like playing into Orcs because there's a fucking lot of orcs, and they're all quite tough. And Drukhari and orc players are running big Mac-off blobs of boys. And so a Drukhari unit can go in there, mow down half the boy mob, maybe even 3/4 of it. But the remaining few boys are going to turn around and dick slap them back to Comorragh. Because Dark Eldar have got no staying power whatsoever. So at that point, you kind of like trade weirdly badly. Because you lost a unit and they didn't. You might have mauled a unit. But no, orcs, they'll probably regrow a bunch of the guys. Not guaranteed. Some people like taking the Healy strat, some people don't. But you get my point. The Dark Eldar, they're very, very good into a lot of what's out there. But the stuff that's at the top of the food chain right now, yeah. So Dark Eldar are really good in teams format. Because if you can get them into the matchups which are Marines or equivalent every time, then they're going to come back with that 20-0. If you can't get them into that, they're going to have a bad time. So they're more of a teams faction than a singles faction. Imperial Knights. So Imperial Knights have this is not the first time we've seen them a little bit lower. But you can see they've got healthy player numbers. We've got 63 players. We've got 6 people going 4-1. But no one's winning events. My thoughts on Imperial Knights is they're basically a bit of a stat check gatekeeper list. I haven't yet got more intelligence on them. I haven't played against them yet, but the thing is, if you've got a healthy number of players, if you're relatively close to a 50% win rate, if you've got about 10% of your players able to go 4-1, then what that is telling me is you're not winning the event, but people need to take you into account if they want to win the event. You're the gatekeeper. Space Marines. This is the second time we've seen Space Marines be a bit lower. I think we saw it last week as well. They did get some pretty tasty points nerfs in the last update. But they still have a hell of a lot of people playing them. I think they're the second most played faction this week. And they had 7 people go X and O, which is almost 10%. Well, it's close to 9 to be fair. No event wins. Yeah, I thought that was unusual. It's the first time this edition that Space Marines and Tau didn't get tournament wins. If I was a betting man, I think we're seeing an enhanced noob factor here. Now, that might not totally explain the event wins thing, but bear with me. We're about 5 weeks into the new edition. It would not surprise me if at this point we're seeing a bunch of people who maybe, even if they're veterans or semi-veteran, or they might be brand new, a bunch of people who got into the game or got into the new edition with their Marines, and after a few weeks, they finally got them all built up, painted up, practice game or two, going to the tournaments. So I wouldn't be surprised if what we're basically seeing is the influx of new like Armageddon players that are kind of noob factoring this down. The other factor is, if your faction does get hit pretty hard with nerfs, Space Marine players are not against chapter hopping a little bit. And so we might be finding that some of the best Space Marine players might be brain draining away to other chapters which they perceive are basically Space Marines, but just a lot better. Like, oh, I'm going to paint my Space Marines up in my own generic custom color scheme. When generic Space Marines are really good, I'll run generic Space Marines. When they're not as good, I'll pretend that they're Dark Angels. When Dark Angels are not as good, I'll pretend that they're Blood Angels. You get the point. One of the advantages of being a Space Marine player is you can chapter hop really effectively, and there's nothing against doing it. In fact, I would encourage pretty much all I'd encourage all beginner Space Marine players to come up with a somewhat custom color scheme, even if you just adapt the Ultramarine one a little bit. Because that way, you can always have a good place to pivot to. Even more so than most of the factions. Sisters, a fall from grace. There were a couple of weeks there where they seem to be doing quite well. But it was basically one build. It was basically one build. And I suspect that running the same fucking build every time gets boring after a while, even for hyper autistic people like Warhammer players. And so a few of them are probably going, yeah, I've run that build a few times now. I think I'll move on. Yeah, I just think Sisters basically they're a one-trick pony. And that trick has kind of worn out. Also, Varl went up in points, and Varl was basically holding the entire faction together. So there's probably a bunch of people that are like, fuck this. If they're going after Varl, I'm getting out early. But, yeah. Chaos Space Marines. The king of the middle tables. Sometimes they're a little higher. Sometimes they're a little lower. But they're never terrible. I think we've seen the Chaos Space numbers are really healthy. I honestly think Chaos Space Marines are in such a good place in 11th. I have nothing negative to say about them. They have a deep roster, which can keep things nice and interesting. They're very close to a 50% win rate. They're comfortably in the Goldilocks zone. They've got a nice, respectable amount of players that are turning up. They have got people consistently going X and O or X and 1 every week. And occasionally, they pick up an event win. I think they're just in a nice place. Solid, well-rounded faction. As with any faction, they've got some mad shit they can start pulling out. But solid, well-rounded faction. I don't know what any of the mad skew shit they're doing is at the moment, though. Maybe they're just continuing to just experiment a little bit. But they seem fine. Defaz still taken everywhere for Chaos Space despite huge point screens at this point. They're basically shaping the faction. Oh, is it still just a Defiler spam? Okay, so if you want to be one of those people that goes 4-0, 4-X and O, I should say, you're probably spamming Defilers. But it seems like there's a lot of, it seems like a lot of people that are not doing that. But maybe that's just wishful thinking. Maybe in the first few weeks, everyone was trying out new shit. But now we're just back to spamming Defilers again. I could believe that. I could believe it. I haven't seen Chaos Space on the table in about 2 weeks. And in an early meta like this, 2 weeks is a lifetime. So perhaps my information is slightly out of date. I'd be willing to accept that. I wouldn't be surprised if they're still just spamming the shit out of Defilers. Yeah. Grey Knights. Slight fall from grace for Grey Knights. They're basically the second fiddle psychic army. They're okay. They've got a couple of builds that can do some really, really good damage. I feel like Grey Knights are fine. They've got a lot of psychic. I think their Purifiers are doing quite well at the moment. And they can spam a shitload of Terminators if they want to. I don't think there's any updates for Grey Knights. I think what they were doing at the beginning is basically what they're doing now. One factor which I do think needs a serious mention is fucking Necrons. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Right, I think we can all agree. Something has gone a little squiffy if Necrons are getting more players than the poster boys of the entire IP, the Space Marines. The crazy thing is, the player numbers of the Necrons are incredible. The X and O rate is incredible, but the event wins isn't that much to write home about. Yeah. But this is another week of I mean, I reckon there's a serious noob factor here. You must have a lot of people jumping on fucking Necrons. And that must be dragging it down. Because I don't think you have the highest player numbers there. And you are not one of the better factions in the game. Yeah, the most notable thing from the data this week is that Necrons had more players than Space Marines. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh. They did lose a lot of you are right, Tim Face. They did lose a lot of the healing stuff, but they're deep enough, they'll just pivot, man. It was that I think Necrons were doing perfectly well without having to break the healing rules. Like you said, maybe they're starting from scratch, and maybe there's an element of they've sort of gone back to the experimental phase. I could see that. They're throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks. But despite what some would argue is a very, very intense nerf, it's clearly not put off the people that consider them to be a good faction. Yeah, they definitely can still win. They'll just pivot. Speaking of a faction that's pivoted, and actually one that I'm getting strangely interested in, GSC. Fuck all players, 16 players. But of those 16 players, 4 of them managed to go, well, 3 of them went X and O or X and 1, and 1 of them managed to win. And this isn't the first time we've seen GSC win. The thing with GSC is they actually have a really good build, which is where you take the 3-1 detachment point attachments and then mash them together. And that Xenocreed one is weirdly good. Hey, you just want like fucking shitloads of neophytes? You can do it. They've also got a thing where they can get extra respawn points as well. I think there are a few Gene Stealer builds which are coming to the fore, but I never worry too much about the Gene Stealer cult player numbers. Even when they've been super broken and overpowered in the past, they've always had relatively low players. The thing to know about GSC is that they tend to be a lot of people's hobby faction. They're a very, very cool army, GSC, but most people get them for some intense hobby project that they want to do. They're a lot of people's tertiary army. And so a lot of people have Gene Stealer Cult, but not a lot of people play GSC. But those people that do play, they know what the fuck they're doing. Blood Angels, 50% win rate. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. 26 players, that's relatively low, frankly. Blood Angels, I think, are suffering from a partial brain drain. I won't repeat myself here too much. What I've said about other Space Marine chapters, I think I can apply to Blood Angels as well. It's not that they're a bad faction. In fact, after playing against them, I think they're a perfectly good faction. But the issue that they're probably having is right now, there's a very clear 2 better Space Marine chapters. Dark Angels and Space Wolves. And there's a lot of people who will very comfortably just flip those Blood Angels, flip those Black Templars, flip those regular Space Marines over into those 2 chapters, and they can use the exact same models and just get wins a bit easier. It's not Blood Angels are bad, they're not. But if you can run your Marines as a different kind of Marine and just have a better chance of winning an event, why wouldn't you do it? Tau. The boogeyman of the edition. They've got, 50.82% win rate. 51, essentially. Kind of puts them in the Goldilocks zone. 57 players is really healthy. God damn it, there's more Tau players than Guard players. Ugh, I feel sick just saying it. And they've got a great amount of those people going 4-0. Or should I say X and O. Or probably X and 1. Probably dropping 1 game. I think Tau should be doing better than they are. I do. I think Tau should be doing a lot better than they are. But I tell you what it could be. I think them losing Purge on Montcar has really fucked them. I think it's fucked them harder than even I thought it would. Because I just said, oh, well, all they'll do is they'll table people in the first 3 turns and then do all their point scoring later. The issue is that that's a pretty risky strategy. And there'll be a bunch of people that won't, there's a bunch of armies that know, if they know that's what you're trying to do, will be absolutely be able to play into that. I think when the Tau community rejoiced when they went from Purge to Prio on that particular attachment, I think that was very, very wrong of them. Tau want to purge. Anything that gets in the way of them doing that makes them a lot worse. And I frankly don't think Retaliation Cadre is going to pick up the pieces. I don't think it has a damage output. I could be wrong. I just don't think it does. Lethal hits are such a hell of a drug. Tau do badly into orcs? I find that so surprising. Although, do I find that surprising? You know what I mean, what's the strength of a burst cannon these days? Is it 5? If burst cannons cap out at strength 5, then I can absolutely believe Tau having a bad matchup into orcs. Because their primary anti-infantry weapon is only wounding on 4s. And then if they basically take... And then basically, if you don't take the burst cannons, your volume of fire decreases very quickly. Orc deployment zone on turn 1 thanks to scout move, and Tau don't have enough firepower to reliably delete orc blobs. So it's exactly what I said. Send me to the black ships. I told you, fast moving melee armies are the best. If orcs can do it, there you are. I guess for a lot of armies, if the orcs want to run across the board and get into them turn 1, they're perfectly happy to oblige that. I guess with Tau, they're really not happy to oblige that. Like, in a funny sort of way, Guard are actually probably better with that than Tau are. Because Guard will take 18 Bulgrin, and then the orcs will just get stuck. Whereas Tau don't really have the equivalent of 18 Bulgrin. Not even in the Kroot side of things. They need some Auxilia Bulgrins. Some Guvesa Bulgrins. That's what they need. Deathwatch. As the same as Imperial Agents. Bit of a non-entity at the moment. But still cool to see them on the leaderboard. Albeit with, 51% win rate's fine. 8 players, not so good. Admech. The dark horse of the meta. The real dark horse of the meta. Not particularly high player numbers. Actually, some of the lower player numbers we've seen for the faction. But a 52% win rate. And 2 event wins? Very, 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 very well done. It doesn't actually overly surprise me, because when I look down at Admech list, I'm like, Jesus, you guys have got more stuff than Guard, and you've got better quality than us. I think that Admech they've got ignores cover shooting. The one thing maybe they lack is durability. So perhaps maybe they're getting outdone by a few durability things. But if you're able to get 2 event wins in a week, and this is not the first time we've seen you pull off an event win, I think Admech they're doing okay. They've got good firepower. They've got ability to ignore cover. They do have melee, and they're pretty cheap. I feel like they're quite aggressively costed. No. Space Wolves. This is really simple. They're taking 30 Wolfguard Terminators. They're dead hard, and no one can fucking kill them. If you can't fucking kill them, they're going to win the event. If you can fucking kill them, they're not going to win the event. It's a pure fucking stat check army. And I love it. I love Terminators, but that's all the Space Wolves are doing. Took them a few weeks to figure it out, but there we are. Dark Angels. Speeder spam. It's finally broken through into the public consciousness that spamming the shit out of ray-roaming speeders is absolutely bloody obnoxious. Hence, why you can now find there are more Dark Angel players than, let's put this together, Black Templars and Blood Angels and I think Space Wolves combined. No, maybe not. No. But there's a lot of fucking Dark Angels players. That's a lot of fucking. It's a lot. It's all. If you don't know, some of the speeders strip the cover. A lot of them, because of the way you can stack detachments. Some of them, they can all like move, like reactive moves, so you can never fucking pin them down. So it's horrific firepower, horrific maneuverability. You can never pin them down. There's fucking like 9 or 11 of them in every single list. It's true speeder spam. It's amazing. And I'm just sort of waiting for the next balance patch to see if GW decides to do anything about it. If GW doesn't do anything about it, I think it's because the Dark Angel Codex is coming soon. If they do something about it, the Dark Angel Codex is a little bit further off. Now, Dark Angels technically made it into the top 8 this week. So good for them. That's really, really good. Dark Angels and Space Wolves are the best performing Space Marine chapters, and that's because they've got some between them that they've got 2 really, really solid builds. Space Wolves mega tough, Dark Angels mega fast. But now let's get into the real big leagues here. We're starting to get deep into the top 7, the top 8. Top 8 is where you consider in 11th edition, for a lot of people, if you make it the top 8, you are probably one of the meta-defining factions at this point. Everyone else is kind of existing in your shadow. Emperor's Children. Fuck me. And I know many of you say, well, that's what they want to do. Nah, not in that way, man. No one's in... Well, they might enjoy it. Every single week, Emperor's Children are just wrecking people. They're just wrecking. They're doing so good. And the thing is, you can't even be mad at them. I'm not even mad. I'm impressed. Because they are doing exactly what they are designed to do. They are... Why are Emperor's Children doing better than the World Eaters? Because they're faster and killier. And in the rat eat rat world of melee, if you're the fastest and you're the killiest melee army, you get to be at the top of the fucking food chain. And that's what Emperor's Children are. What they've been doing for the last 5 weeks is exactly the same shit every single week. The problem that we're now all facing with Emperor's Children is they're getting exceedingly well practiced at it. 3 event wins, that is them breaking through. That is a breakthrough. 13 people going X and O, 3 event wins. That is a massive statistical breakthrough for the Emperor's Children. Do not fear the man that knows 1,000 kicks. Fear the man that knows 1 kick 1,000 times. Although I suppose I was going to try and make an analogy with Emperor's Children, but it was a bit too degenerate even for me. The point is, they have been perfected. They're like the architect from... I don't think they kick people. Yeah. Do not fear the man. Do not fear the Emperor's Children player. That I can't even. I can't even. You know what? Innuendo will do for now. We'll keep it kid friendly, despite all the swearing. They're like the architect from The Matrix. This will be the 5th time that we have destroyed Zion, and we are becoming exceedingly efficient at it. Yeah. Tyranids. I think they're in a deceptively bad place. Controversial opinion. Controversial opinion. I think they're in a deceptively bad place, and let me explain. The win rate looks good. The player numbers look good. The X and O rate, all right. But how the fuck are you this high up the leaderboard and you don't have an event win? That's the giveaway, innit? How the fuck did you make it into the top 8 and you don't have an event win? It should almost exclude you from the top 8. And frankly, I think if we put Tyranids down, if you don't have an event when you don't get to be in the top 8, I think the top 8 makes a lot more sense. I think Space Wolves absolutely deserve to be in that top 8. And I actually think I would put Tyranids below Adeptus Mechanicus as well. The thing with Tyranids, Shadow in the Warp, it's good when it goes off. If it doesn't go off, it's really bad. And also, it's the same codex as 10th, so it's exactly the same problems of 10th. You just don't have the damage output. So Tyranids, they can go 4-1. But I think what we're really seeing here is a faction which is settling into a very convincing 3-2. That's where they are. And I don't think you should really be in the top 8 if you're 3-2. I'm not shitting on Tyranids players. I love Tyranids. I have a massive Tyranids army. I'm just saying, I don't think we should consider them a top 8 faction. I think we should consider them a middle pack faction because they're not getting any event wins. Yeah, mid-table bully went all over, 3-2. Totally agree. Adeptus Custodes. Wow, wow, wow. I should say, well, well, well. Well, well, well. These guys started out kind of bollocks. And then over the last 2 weeks, have decided to become the Golden God. Their range is untethered and it knows no bounds. I think it's just Custodes being Custodes, isn't it? If the defining factor of this edition is, do you have a 4+ invulnerable save? And your entire faction can go, I do actually. Then I think that's where you end up as Custodes. That's why I think if you look, they've got really good player numbers. They've got an okay X and O rate. And they've got 1 event win. I think Custodes are just winning games in the classic Custodes fashion. They're a 4+ invuln stat check. It's the way they've always been. It's the way they always will be. You can't even really be annoyed at them at this point. It's just the way the faction's designed to work. Orcs! Orcs, 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 orcs. You want my honest opinion on orcs? This is low for them. Not at the very top. A fraction outside of the Goldilocks zone, 55.03%. This is low for them. Don't worry though. When the codex comes out, they'll do a lot better. No, on a serious note, look at those orc stats though, man. Huge mirror match suppression happening here. 70 players, 3rd most played faction. But it's the proportion of people that are going X and O. Look, 30% of people, 1 in every 3 Orc players, was able to win every game or only drop 1 game. That is the true strength of their army. They are Orcs are the best faction in the game right now. Even if they're not technically on top of the leaderboard, they're the best faction right now. Chaos Demons. Demon save. A good week for the Demons, although slightly overperforming in comparison. Normally, we see them hovering around the edge of the top 8, occasionally making it into it. Getting on the podium this week, very well done. I don't know. I'm going to withhold judgment before I say I think that Demons are a true top faction. They have a lot of the makings of a top faction, but I kind of want to see them consistently this high up. I do think they're a top 10. I don't know if they're a top 3. The thing is, it's just, again, it's big monsters and invulnerable saves getting the benefit of cover. But I think as time goes on, more and more people will just... The benefit of cover will become a non-entity in games of 40k. So I don't know how much of a factor that really is. I'm not saying demons are bad. I just think that this is a good week for them. I think this is a good week for them. If they pull this off again next week, I'll deep dive into why the hell they're doing so well. But then we get to okay, we'll do this. We'll do Thousand Suns next. Thousand Suns came in 2nd place this week. To absolutely nobody's surprise. I don't think, until Thousand Suns get points nerfed into the fucking dirt, they're never, ever, 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 ever going to be out the top 8. Because Thousand Suns basically just get to ignore the most important change of 11th edition, which is cover. Thousand Suns are the canary in the coal mine. Right? Thousand Suns show you what you need to do to be good as a shooting faction. You need to strip cover out of the game. If you can basically strip cover out of the game, you get to be as good as Thousand Suns. Now, if you're a shooting army and you can strip cover out the game, there's no reason why you shouldn't be up here as well. As crazy as that sounds. As crazy as that sounds. They are the canary in the coal mine. They are the proof that if you can remove cover as a shooting army, you are in a horrifically powerful position. 38 players, 56.61% win rate, 8 people going X and O, and 2 people getting event wins. And I can't remember the last time Thousands didn't win an event. Phenomenal army. They could not. You could not have designed an army better for this edition. They hit hard, they shoot accurately, and they're tough as fuck. You ever tried killing one of those Scarab Occult blobs led by a dude that makes 1-1 to wound? Fucking unshiftable. But at the top of the leaderboard is my personal favorite faction of 11th edition. I have made no secret about this. I think it's awesome to see the Leagues of Votann at the top here. 58.33% win rate. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. This is, I think, just a good week for them. I think it's a good week. I think they've been consistently getting into the top half. To shoot from the top half all the way up to the very top does smack of, a bit of an outlier to me. Even with 44 players, it does smack a bit of an outlier. But I think one of the things about Votann, if they remain at the top, I think they're a very interesting indicator. Because Votann don't really win with tricks and gimmicks. They win with honest Warhammer. And this separates them from so many other factions in the game. So many other factions, including my beloved Guard, have to try and break the game to get any chance of winning. We've got a skew, we've got a jank, we've got to take 18 Bolgan, 5 super heavies. Even things like Dark Angels, taking like 11 land speeders. So many of the factions in the game have to break the game to win the game. Votann don't do that. And this gives them, in my opinion, an incredible advantage over every other faction, well, nearly every other faction in the game. Because if you are just playing good, honest, solid Warhammer, it gives you incredible resilience and redundancy. Your list isn't held up by a series of crutches. Your army is just fundamentally built of solid datasheets. Do you want my evidence for this? Imperial Guard through all of 10th edition. When I saw the Guard Codex at the beginning of 10th edition, when I saw the first, well, not the Codex, the index with all the data sheets, but none of those really changed for the Codex, you know what I mean? But when I first saw the Guard in 10th edition, everyone else was saying that they didn't think they were that good. And I said, and I called this years for anyone else, did literal years. I said, Guard is one of the best factions of 10th. Because every single one of our data sheets was just legit. Everything just, we weren't overtly powerful, but we just didn't have any weaknesses. Every unit was just solid. Not overtuned, just solid. And that level of solidity means that you have no obvious weak points in your army. Kick that Hecaton Land Fortress down, it doesn't matter. The rest of my list can still carry on. Take out that squad of Brokia Thunderkin, and the rest of the army can still carry on. It means you've got no obvious weak points. Whereas when I'm playing my Guard, especially if I'm playing like a bit of a skewy, stat checky, bollocky thing going on with my with like taking a bunch of tanks, the first thing I'll do is I'll look down at my opponent's and go, okay, where's all your anti-tank? I'm going to pick all of that out. Because then my opponent, or if my opponent's, if I'm running 18 Bolgrin and I can play into World Eaters, I'll be like, yeah, sick. You just can't overwhelm my defensive stats. But if I play into Votann, there's no obvious thing for me to pick because it's all just really rugged. I just think they are the guard of 11th edition. They are where guard were in 10th. That's where they are in 11th. I think they're excellent. I think rock and stone all the way. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think down in the comment section below. Do you agree with my assessment? I will say one last point. I think we've begun to settle. If I could say one alarming thing, we've had 2 balance patches now. The first one kind of shook things up a little bit. I think what I'm worried about with 11th edition is how the community is kind of like the Borg. We adapt so fucking quickly. And my concern is that the last balance patch only came out, like 2 weeks ago? And it's already kind of settled again. The balance patch came out, it caused a little bit of a wobble, and we've settled. I don't know if 40k isn't a deep enough game that you can make without just basically turbo nerfing things into the ground. You can't basically make any meaningful changes. I don't know if it's that, or if the fact that we're so rabid as a community that any change that comes out gets instantly solved inside of a week. Like GW probably needs to be doing. If the only way GW could keep the game not settled is if they just like updated it every 2 weeks. But I don't think any of us want that. I think my concerns about how deep 11th edition is, I think we're starting to see some concerns around that. It's very early days. It's very, very, very early days. But it does seem like you introduce a change and then very quickly people just overcome it, adapt it, pivot, whatever it might be. Very, very quickly. Could be something to do with lack of granular war gear and all this kind of stuff. The usual things. We won't dive into it now. But let's keep an eye on that as a bit of a trend. Things got settled 2 weeks ago. Things got settled in the first 4 weeks. 2 weeks ago we had an update. It shifted things, and now it seems like we're settling again. That's my point. Bit of a quick adaptation. Well, we'll see. Like I said, all of this is just like my opinion. If you're watching this post live, let me know what you think down in the comment section below. If you're watching this live, let me know what you think in the live chat right now. There we are. Jason, well, look, maybe it's just the OP no-brainer options being so obvious that testing just isn't necessary anymore. Typical symptom of suboptimal game design. Jason Wayland, if that was a test, I'd give you 100%. And that's exactly what it is. I think it's too obvious what is good. And so very quickly, people can just go, boop. I think we need to have some fucking serious granularity being added into this game. We need people to start 30-page long DACA threads over what's better, a grenade launcher or a flamer. We need people who will never agree which one's better, the melter gun or the plasma gun. That's what we need. Different armies are playing totally different games, to be honest. Agreed. It's a very Once again, send me to the black ships. Maybe one of these days, people will begin listening to me. Maybe one of these days, people will start to pay attention when I unerringly predict things accurately every single time. Perhaps. But until that day, I will continue to talk into the void. And on that note, boys, I've got to go. It's very, very late here today. I need to go straight to bed. But before I rush off, I want to say a massive, massive, mega bunker-busting thank you to every single one of you beautiful bastards that joined today's stream. Thank you for joining. Thank you for being here. Thank you for chatting away. Thank you for liking and subscribing and chatting and all that amazing stuff. And thank you for going above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with all the super chats, the member flexes, the gifted memberships, and all of that excellent stuff. Sadly, I am going to have to rush off a little bit, but just know that I appreciate every single one of you. Thank you so much. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.